Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the November 28th special meeting of the Finance and Audit Committee meeting. I'd first like to recognize who are gathered on the traditional territory of the Snuneymuxw First Nation. Our clerk today is Ms. Nicolina Verkar. We have Councillor Brown attending electronically this morning. Today's special Finance and Audit Committee meeting is being held in accordance with the Community Charter and Council Procedure Bylaw 2018, number 7272. If during the meeting anyone has a question regarding an agenda item, would you please sign the sheet on the double doors on the table at the double doors to my left, and please note that the Council Procedure Bylaw states that questions will only be taken on staff reports or other business items. I do have a general admonition I often read when we have a significant number of people in the audience, but I think I know most of you, or you've been before Council before, so I don't have to do that. The only matter of concern this morning was seeing Mr. Gaudry, who I didn't recognize without a mustache after all these years. Wondered who this gray-haired fellow in the front row was, but I recognize him now, so we're still safe. The first item on the agenda is the introduction of late items. Ms. Verkar.
Thank you, Your Worship. The following late items are being introduced. Agenda item 5C, Catnap Society, and presentation titled Catnap 2025 Operating Grant Funding Presentation. Agenda item 5E, Vancouver Island Conference Center, and presentation titled 2026 Annual Budget Vancouver Island Conference Center. Agenda item 5F, Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation, and presentation titled Budget Presentation 2026 Nanaimo Prosperity Corp. And for agenda item 7A, consideration of deferred discussion regarding Loudon Park improvements, additional preliminary options, and the following delegations: Isaac Morgan, Nanaimo Rowing Club, Jennifer McKenzie, and Eduardo G. Rivas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion for adoption of the agenda is amended. Moved Councillor Perino, seconded Councillor Manley. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. We have no minutes to adopt, and on to presentations. And I just want to thank everyone for coming this morning. And we have a number of presentations, so those of you who are further down the list, I appreciate your patience as well. The first is the Nanaimo and Area Land Trust. Ms. Mercer, you're going to introduce this?
Yes, so Mr. Paul Chapman, the Executive Director of Nanaimo Area Land Trust, and Dean Gaudry, the Co-Chair, are here to present.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Good morning. Just introduce yourselves for the record. That would be great, even though we know who you are.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Paul Chapman, and with me today is Dean Gaudry, co-chair and founding member of NALT, which is the Nanaimo and Area Land Trust. And I'm here today to speak about the sorts of things NALT does with its financial support it receives from the city, including how we leverage funds from other sources. NALT operations extend across the territories of several First Nations, and we actively look for ways to build relationships and support reconciliation. But today's presentation will just concentrate on our work we do within the bounds of the city of Nanaimo. So this list of who we work with, it's not an exhaustive list, but this sort of shows the build-in on community stewardship. You know, what we do is important to these entities, and what they do is important to us, and how we work together. The image accompanying this slideshow is our School Water Stewards Program in action, and it connects elementary school children to their watersheds at no cost to schools or students to participate. And I would like to mention that much of what we do, that's jumping around on me there, much of what we do involves working closely with city staff, and including the images on the in this presentation will show many examples of that. So this is a list of the watersheds where we work in the city of Nanaimo, and these are places of connection, not only where our community comes together, and not only where we think of our home landscape, the tall riparian trees and the salmon returning to their home streams, but also, you know, a place where city services are often realized in stormwater conveyance, for example. And the protected riparian corridors often connect upstream and downstream habitat and our de facto conservation corridors. Our parks are also a natural place for cities to connect. Get it? A natural place to connect. Our collaboration activities range from riparian restoration to invasive species control to pollinator meadow enhancement to water quality, data collection, and many other activities too. In our parks, watershed, and meadows, NALT works to support many of the policy areas and goals of the city plan. And here's a list of our activities, and again, it's not exhaustive, but we're keeping it to what work we do within the city. And last year I pointed out our Western Painted Turtle Ambassador Program, and in 2024, there were 476 hours of volunteer time donated in support of that program. And we also have things that we do where we're supporting research, say, for instance, the tire toxin data with the BC Conservation Foundation. We're collecting the water that they're sampling. And then we had an opportunity to bring BCCF staff, NALT staff, and city staff together to look at how the 3rd Street rebuild could work to reduce tire toxins entering the Cat Stream. Volunteer support is a key indicator of a community buy-in. Here's an image of the pollinator pathway that's supported by both the community organization and NALT. In 2024, more than half of those hours were volunteer hours spent within the city of Nanaimo. So this is the indication of what we leverage from the support we gain from the city. So it not only funds specific projects, it also allows us to leverage those funds. And I've expressed that leverage as a combination of funding from other sources and the volunteer calculation. So the return in 2024, which is the last year that we have financials reviewed by an accountant, the return was 10.3 to 1, so that's more than $10 return for every dollar that we receive in funding from the city. And I should note that we received a large bequest in 2024 that isn't included in these calculations because we didn't want to skew the number to show like 18 to 1 because it really was a one-off and it wouldn't be a true indication of that leverage support. The pie chart shows the city funding. It's the piece that's slightly out of the pie. And then the support from NALT members and others in orange, support from volunteers in green, and the support from other funding sources in light blue. In 2025, under a new 5-year funding arrangement, NALT received $40,800 support, and for 2026, that support is set to increase to $41,616. And thank you very much for your time, and we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. In order, Councillors Armstrong, Manley, and Prino.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the work you do. You talked about the value you bring to the city through volunteer hours, et cetera, which was around, I think, $75,000, which was done at a low estimate at $20. Appreciate that. What about, can you talk about how much you've been able to help raise dollars as well as work with other groups to help us get more conservation efforts?
Yeah, now in terms of acquisition, most of those are happening outside of the city of Nanaimo at this point. So, that's an easy place for us to talk about, and we can reach back in time and look at raising, $500,000 for Caudle Lake acquisition. And I think we could think about Mount Benson as a city asset, even though it's within the RDN. And there have been others, and currently we're in a fundraising for Hamilton Marsh. But in terms of our other fundraising in that pie chart I'd shown you, our administration fees are pretty low in that, and we are able to, so included in what we spend that money on are things like insurance. But that insurance just doesn't cover what we do. When we partner with an organization like the Caudle Creek, Friends of Caudle Creek, or the Wally Creek Stream Keepers, or the Cat Stream Stream Keepers, or in certain circumstances, the Departure Creek Stream Keepers, they use our volunteer support because we have that coverage, and because they can show those volunteer hours and we have that insurance coverage for the volunteers, they are also able to bring in other funds for projects, you know, particularly Departure Creek has been really successful in leveraging the work they do for other fund companies.
And just a fast follow-up, and also, would it be fair to say that you're also using a lot of your support to help us leverage stuff to help save the Harewood Plains?
We're certainly working on Harewood Plains, and we've just been presented with an innovative idea that I hope to come back to you all in 2026 and
Great.
convince you overwhelmingly.
Thank you so much for all the work.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, just to follow up on the questions about fundraising, how much was it that NALT helped to fundraise for Mount Benson? It was around $500,000, close.
Just shy of that, yeah.
And
75, I think.
yeah, so that was about almost half of what the
Yeah.
the cost of that purchase was, and I think that that's an amazing purchase for the Nanaimo residents. I know it's in the RDN, but it's really used by Nanaimo residents doing that hike. And then were you able to get, like when you're doing fundraising like that, I know some of that money came from Mountain Equipment Co-op, or there was some other companies that kicked in?
Yeah, there was a $50,000 donation from MEC for that, yeah.
Okay. And then you were just mentioning about insurance. So your insurance is covering these other volunteer projects for stream keepers?
Yeah, so, you know, there's an arrangement we have to have where either they become a committee of NALT, and then, you know, so that they are our volunteers or their volunteers, or they ask us to bring our volunteers to their efforts. And both ways we're able to show that, you know, show that support and support the volunteers through insurance. And also, you know, like participation in the RDN Drinking Water and Watershed program with the Community Watershed Monitoring Network requires a liability insurance for participation. We're able to, through either committees of NALT or, like I say, that volunteer support that we offer Departure Creek Stream Keepers, they're able to participate in those programs because of that.
So you're doing work that's valuable to the city, but it's not coming under the city's insurance policy, it's coming under yours?
Yes.
Okay. And insurance rates, I know just looking at my insurance renewal this year, everything's going up. I imagine it's going up a lot for organizations that are trying to protect volunteers working in stream keeping and in the bush and stuff like that.
Everything but ICBC.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just two very quick questions. Thank you for your presentation. It's always impressive. How many staff do you have working at NALT?
We have 4 part-time staff, and then we have some contract staff, including myself. None of us
Yes.
are full-time hours.
It's just, I just always want you to brag about that, because what you're able to do with the minimal staff that you have it's really impressive. So the other question that I have for you is, right at the beginning of your presentation, you talked about 476, and I missed what that was for.
That was the number of hours in 2024 that volunteers donated to the Western Painted Turtle Ambassadors Program. So
Okay.
you've probably seen people
Yes.
in the summer around butter tubs in their
Yes.
bright vests, explaining turtle behavior. So when you see a turtle on land, it's not, you know, accidentally there. It's actually looking to nest. And they were also able to identify those nesting sites, and we were able to put protections on them. And it may be that up until a few years ago, there weren't any successful hatchlings because they were all being predated upon by raccoons and dogs. But we've seen them emerging in the last 2 years. So that's a real success story.
Great job, great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any other questions. Appreciate the attendance this morning.
Thank you.
Nice to see you both. The next is the Connective Support Society. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. So Joel Rustin, the program manager, Bree Wilson, the coordinator, and Lex Vaugois, I'm sorry if I butchered that last name, as the outgoing program manager for Restorative Justice.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rustin, Ms. Wilson, and is it Vaugois? Ah, pretty good. High school French was not wasted on me. Because I'm really sensitive about my name, as people notice, so you were free to correct me.
No, you got
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Your Worship, City Councilors, City staff. Thanks for having us this morning. My name is Joel Rustin. I'm the incoming program manager for Restorative Justice in Nanaimo. This is Lex Vaugeois. She is our outgoing program manager. She will not be speaking on our presentation this morning, but she is here to support us and possibly answer some questions you have. And this is Bree Wilson, our new program coordinator. Just a bit about myself before we get started. I was first involved in restorative justice about 10 years ago. At that time, I volunteered with this organization for over 2 years in all capacities in the restorative justice program. I was then hired in a different role as a paid staff with Connective, and have had many roles over the years, including managing various programs over the last 5 years. So what a great honor to come back full circle into the restorative justice program. I'd like to acknowledge that we are honored to work on the traditional and unceded territories of the Coast Salish peoples and the traditional territory of the Sudamo First Nation. We recognize that restorative justice practices are deeply rooted in Indigenous ways of knowing and being, and we honor the long-standing traditions of conflict resolution, community accountability, and healing that Indigenous communities have upheld for generations. At Connective, we do not take lightly the privilege and responsibility of providing culturally appropriate services. So today we're going to talk quickly about who we are, provide an overview of restorative justice in Nanaimo, outline some of our key accomplishments in 2025, and go into our goals for 2026. Canadian is a Canadian nonprofit. We've been serving British Columbia and the Yukon for a number of decades. We offer a diverse range of service, including justice services, employment, housing, community living, and of course, restorative justice. Our mission is to strengthen communities by supporting people experiencing barriers so they can achieve greater independence. And restorative justice is an excellent example of this.
Restorative justice is a voluntary alternative to traditional court processes centered on healing, accountability, and the prevention of future harm. Our program provides space for meaningful dialogue so participants can gain a clearer understanding of what happened and why. Its goal is to support reintegration by connecting individuals with guidance, resource, and community involvement. Ultimately, restorative justice builds stronger relationships and contributes to safer, more connected communities. Our program philosophy is built on repair, prevention, and education. We understand that harm affects the whole person, their body, mind, spirit, and relationships. Our role is to support actions that repair harm, not to punish. We provide a safe, voluntary space where people can communicate, take responsibilities, and reintegrate. And every plan we create is person-centered and tailored to cultural needs, abilities, and individual goals. Restorative justice strengthens community safety while also offering demonstrable economic benefits. For every dollar invested, studies show a social return of $9 to $16. One of the key drivers of this return is reduced reoffending. Because participants are emotionally engaged and directly accountable for repairing harm, they are far more likely to change their behavior and less likely to repeat offenses. This approach also alleviates pressure on the broader justice system. By diverting appropriate cases, we reduce demands on police resources, court time, and correctional services. This is particularly valuable given ongoing RCMP staffing and recruitment challenges across the country. Our process is supportive, collaborative, and transparent. After we receive a referral, we meet separately with the person responsible and the person affected to understand their needs. When both are ready, we bring them together in a restorative circle to discuss the harm and agree on meaningful steps towards repair. Our team supports and monitors progress as the agreement is completed, and we close the case once all commitments are fulfilled. So in 2025, we supported 25 cases, primarily from the RCMP. So in total, we supported 23 affected parties, including businesses, the community, and persons. We supported 26 responsible parties with 8 cases closed, 4 discontinued, and 14 ongoing. Another 25 community members, including families, elders, support workers, and the school district took part in the process. Some of the outcomes of our work include community service hours, apology letters, mentorship and counseling, and employment training and other educational opportunities for our clients. And we also wanted to highlight 3 success stories from the past year. So the first participant was a shoplifting referral from the RCMP. This young participant completed community service at Growing Opportunities Farm, participated in mini mentoring sessions, wrote an apology letter, and finished the Blade Runners employment program. They also received a bus pass to support their job search, and they have remained positively connected to their mentor. And the second case is a drug trafficking case referred to us from the Crown. The individual completed a family and community restorative circle, secured supportive housing post-arrest, and reconnected with family and culture. These steps contributed to increased safety for the individual and our community. And the final case we wanted to highlight is an assault case referred to us by a youth probation officer. This participant received emotional and cultural support, completing 75 hours of community service. They've also taken part of educational sessions about the impacts of assault. Their involvement in cultural activities like hunting with their First Nation also helped strengthen their sense of belonging.
Also in 2025, we completed a fidelity review, significantly revised our program manuals, and streamlined our referral processes and tracking sheets. We continue to enhance volunteer programming. This helps us manage a diverse referral portfolio, including Sunamo First Nation, School District, ICBC, Department of Fisheries, RCMP, Crown, Probation, and community referrals. We appointed a program manager, hired a program coordinator, and a case manager. This is our new staffing model. This increases program productivity and maximizes return of investment from the City of Nanaimo. This is one of the biggest changes we made to our program implementation. As some of you may remember from last year, Kluwani from Connective presented to the city, requested additional funding for our restorative justice program, which was approved. Thank you. She unfortunately went on medical leave in February and did not return. Her contract ended in September, at which time I came on to manage the program. I filled our program coordinator positions and our case manager, who's in the audience, shortly after. My role as a manager is to provide strategic direction to the program. Our program coordinator expands capacity, supports volunteers, and engages with the community, and supports our case manager, who provides one-on-one interventions and client support. These are the 4 main areas we will expand and grow for 2026. I'll go into more detail on each of these initiatives following this slide. We want to increase community outreach, expand our youth mentorship program, create an adult mentorship program, and increase the number of referrals. First and foremost is increasing our referrals and active cases from 25 in 2025 up to 50 in 2026. I believe with our current team that we can actually achieve a higher number than this. The outcomes of this goal are very important, and they are at the core of our existence as a program, and that's safety of our community and relieving the pressures of law enforcement. We will increase our community outreach in 2026. We're going to do this through workshops, info sessions, community events, and more presence at VIU. We will increase our volunteer mentorship numbers from 3 active volunteers to 15 active volunteers. This will help us increase the number of successful restorative justice cases while promoting pro-social behavior and reducing recidivism. We will create a new volunteer mentorship program which caters exclusively to adults. We'd also like to offer volunteers training to facilitate restorative circles. This will help us to build program capacity, sustainability, and long-term impact on our community. This is a percentage breakdown of our budget for 2026. As you can see, The staff wages are up over 80% of our budget. Now, that is meant to help us achieve the goals that we've just laid out for you. In summary, with your help, we will increase our community outreach, grow our mentorship program, strengthen our community partnerships, and enhance our program capacity. Together, we're building a safer and more resilient community. I've included some references here that we used to prepare this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to thank you for your presentation and thank you for your work. When I was connected with Growing Opportunities Farm, I saw a few youth come through the program, and people had made mistakes, but were actually really good people. They came from broken homes. They needed some direction, they needed some mentorship, and they needed some forgiveness and a path forward. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing, and wish you all the best, and continue to ramp up what your services are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. I articled 46 years ago at a law firm called Strongatharm Curry that doesn't even exist anymore. It disappeared in 1989, and Ted Strongatharm was one of the active members of the then John Howard Society, and I think probably counts as one of your founders locally. I have enormous regard for the work that's done, and I rarely try and speak on behalf of Councillor Armstrong, but I know that she is a huge supporter of restorative justice. Having said that, and thanking you for the work you do, as Councillor Manley has indicated, the reality is the work you do will save, and I'm talking just about the monetary aspect of it, society a whole pile of money that would otherwise be expended dealing with someone who stays on the wrong path. Having said that, you talked about increasing the numbers on the restorative justice from 25 to 50. Is it currently a lack of capacity to handle more? Are you not getting the referrals you need? Is it some combination thereof? What's the explanation?
I believe it's some combination thereof. There's a lack of capacity in former years due to our staff abilities and the staff presence. So now that we've ramped that up, we're working with program, with local services, RCMP, and have actually increased our numbers already this year. So I'm confident that we can continue to do that into next year.
Okay. Councillor Armstrong.
Yes, thank you. Has there been any provincial increase in funding?
We received provincial grants, so there hasn't been an increase, but it has been steady. We get the CAP grant, and we are going to be applying for the civil forfeiture grant in the next couple of weeks, which we hope to get about $40,000 for 2026.
Yeah, but you have to apply for it, so there's actually been no increases from the provincial government, I don't know how many, the last 10, 20 years?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other questions. Appreciate your attendance this morning, and thank you for the work you do, all three of you and the team.
Thank you.
The next is the Catnap Society. Ms. Mercer, going to say anything, or should we just...
You can just go introduce the.
We have Kathy Broza and Shannon Obradovich. Pronounced it
Good
correctly?
morning, Mayor
Good,
Crowe,
thank
and
you.
council.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you again. Thank you for having us. So yes, we are happy to be here to speak to the funding that we received once again from the city for our work. And I'm just going to quickly start with reviewing our services that are part of the funding agreement, just for an overview. The organization will respond to public calls for assistance with stray and abandoned semi-feral and feral cats, trap them humanely, arrange appropriate veterinary care for illness, injuries, and spay-neuter to prevent future unwanted litters and potential abandonment. The organization will also vaccinate, microchip, and treat for parasitic burden of worms and fleas. For adoptable cats, the organization will maintain a network of foster homes who care for and socialize the rescue cats until they are ready for adoption. The organization supplies all food, litter, supplies, and medications during foster care. For feral cats, the organization will return them to their original colony location following sterilization, trap, neuter, spay, release. where there is a caregiver who provides food, water, shelter for them. If a feral cat is unable to return to the original trapping location, the organization will seek out relocation opportunities. So this year we received $25,000 in quarterly installments as part of the 5-year term, and we continue to be very grateful to Council for its support and the ongoing monetary assistance to us in our operations, and to help us do the work we do for the homeless cats in our city, and that will help support continued services. And it helps us maintain our financial health, and which is always very important for the 100% volunteer-based organization that we are. There we go. So our summary of achievements for this year, year-to-date, for the first 10 months of the year, we have rescued, helped 434 cats. That's on par for standard numbers for us of approximately a total of 525 rescued cats per year. We had one very high year of 697 cats, but that was thankfully one-off. It's a little bit more manageable for us to handle less than that. Our TNR trap neuter / spay return program is very important because not all rescued cats can be socialized for adoption, and they are assessed after a period of time in care to know whether they're just fearful, semi-feral, and are able to need some decompression time, or if they're a true feral whose behaviors demonstrate that they're better off returned to their trapped location with a caregiver who provides the shelter and food and water daily. If they're highly stressed, that forced socialization process is not comfortable for the cat or the volunteers. So they're returned back to the only home that they've ever known and feel safe in. And the caregiver takes care of their daily needs, and we continue to take care of future medical needs. Our adoption, I should speak to the 17 colony locations. So those are multi-cat projects. We receive daily calls for assistance for the one-off. Someone's found a cat that's given birth under their deck, or they've been feeding for a little while, and but these larger colony locations are multi-cats. Probably 5 and up. It's not always known how many we're dealing with until we start the trapping process and bringing them into care. And to date, we've adopted 291 cats and kittens through our adoption partner locations in the city. We have 4 of those. And as well, we do some direct from foster with meet and greet opportunities for those cats that might not fare as well to be in an adoption center location. Our summary of achievements to date, we are happy to report we have a new intake space, commercial lease. That was a goal of ours last year. Reassure you, it's appropriately zoned for the work that we do. And we're quite excited about it. We just acquired the space in early September, and it's been hugely beneficial. It affords us a centralized space for us to manage our operations and deal with the needs of the cats in a more efficient and effective manner. And as well, it's helped remove that intake space that was formerly scattered between some of our volunteers' homes, which is obviously not ideal for a number of reasons, and not only their personal space, but the time involved for the volunteers. So that's been extremely helpful to us, and it's been a boost to volunteer morale and help us better manage our rescue work and increase our rescue capacity. And then following the initial vetting and addressing of the medical needs from that intake space, then they're sent to foster home, transferred into foster homes for the socialization pieces until they're deemed adoption ready. We also acquired a new veterinary partner, which is always helpful to us. And for the first time, this partner reached out to us to partner. So we're quite excited about that, and it's normally up to us to approach clinics to work with us. The expectation of most animal rescues is that we are able to receive discounted services for vetting, and so not all clinics are willing to do that, but it was a really nice surprise and validation of the reputation we hold in the community and the work that we do, and they wanted to be a part of that, so that was really, really great. Now I'm going to turn it over to Shannon to speak to the next few slides.
So the operating grant from the city in 2024 helped return the organization to a financially stable position and ended our temporary halt to rescue operations that had been initiated due to a lack of revenue. The continued support from the city in 2025 has contributed to maintaining that financial stability, especially considering, especially considering that regular business and individual donations to CatNap were lower in 2025 than in the previous year. But CatNap had an exceptional fundraising year. Our volunteers worked really hard to contribute to improving CatNap's financial well-being. Ongoing annual fundraising events increased in scope this year, and we had several new events added, both from within the organization and from our community of supporters. Actually, speaking of our events, our annual craft fair is happening this weekend if anyone wants to come and meet some of these amazing volunteers. Importantly, being in a financially stable position helps reduce stress for the organization and for the volunteers. So this year, similar to last year, we allocated the city funding to two main areas. $20,000 went into direct cat care expenses, which continues to be CatNap's largest expense, 84% of our total annual expenses. Vet care accounts for 78% of that 84, and supplies, including food and litter, account for 6%. The city supported 10.2% to date of our expenses, and also was 7.5% of our revenue. $5,000 of the grant went to occupancy costs. As Kathy mentioned, we recently set up a new intake space, and these funds were allocated to supporting the monthly rent, but also in outfitting that space to be appropriate for cat care and intake. Again, it allows for us to have a dedicated quarantine space to prevent spread of communicable diseases between the cats and to standardize cat care across the volunteers. Importantly, it also removes the cat care from volunteers' homes, which improves prevention of volunteer burnout and improves volunteer retention in those cat intake positions. So to further illustrate why the largest portion of the operating grant use and CatNap's expenses is cat care, let me introduce you to two of the 434 cats that came into care this year. This is Zamboni and Peanut. A big friendly boy, Zamboni was estimated to be about 8 to 10 years old when he was rescued. He needed extensive medical care, including amputation of a badly broken and injured tail, dental work for painful teeth, specialty treatment for benign tumors around his eyes, and an eye surgery to restore pain-free vision due to a condition called entropion, where his eyelids were rolling inwards on his eyes, causing his eyelashes to rub against his eyes. His estimated expenses were about $7,000, and that's in addition to just basic veterinary care for neutering and vaccination. Peanut was part of a litter of sick kittens that was found under a woodpile. Peanut and his siblings were estimated to be about 6 to 7 weeks old, but extremely malnourished, and Peanut was about a third the size of his litter mates. Dehydrated, hypothermic, and listless, he was recommended by the vet for supportive care, but he wasn't expected to survive that night. But a volunteer worked to warm up little Peanut and hydrate him with drops of diluted kitten formula, 1 drop at a time, every 15 to 20 minutes all night. Next slide. Unfortunately for Zamboni, help came too late. He wasn't able to survive his much-needed medical treatment, and his loss was heartbreaking for volunteers, and particularly for those that worked directly with his care. Peanut, on the other hand, did recover and has been adopted into his forever home. But without rescue, his story would have ended very differently, as many of the kittens born outdoors do not survive the first few months. As just 2 of the rescued cats this year, Zamboni and Peanut's cases illustrate the significant pressure of cat care on Catnap's finances, as well as the demands on volunteer time and impacts to volunteer well-being. The city can be proud that their support of Catnap's operations helps alleviate suffering for cats like Peanut and Zamboni and puts Catnap in a position to sustain the Trap, Neuter, Spay, Return program, a program that does not generate revenue to support itself, but is one of the few proactive measures available to reduce the stray and abandoned cat population in our city and reduce the number of future Zambonis and Peanuts that will come into care.
So our 2026 outlook, our biggest challenges, we have a number of cats still in care, 170 year to date. And the reasons why they remain in care are varied. They're either awaiting vet care as a new intake, or they need to have substantial medical needs addressed or socialized, which can take a significant amount of time until they're deemed adoption ready. And for ferals that are not able to be TNR to their original location, they might be waiting for alternate placement. Pardon me. We have a number of larger multi-cat rescue projects that are waitlisted, and that's due to lack of intake space to bring the cats into care. Although our capacity increased with our new intake space, there's always a higher demand for rescue work than we have the ability to take on at any given time. Another big challenge is the number of owned, unspayed, and unneutered cats, and I spoke to that last year. It's an ongoing issue, unfortunately. We all know that the new animal responsibility bylaws were put into place into 2021. There's still challenges with compliance for spay and neuter, particularly for cats, and it's evident by the calls for help that we receive and the numbers of litters of kittens to surrender. And there's a number of reasons why we feel compliance is low. Some of it is because the cat owner may be in a lower income bracket, and therefore vet services and fees are cost prohibitive. Other reasons are that people feel, well, I have a male cat that's not at risk of getting pregnant, but of course that cat is impregnating unfixed females. So regrettably, there may be some apathy on the need to fix male cats. Catnap assists, there is no low-income spay-neuter program available that was being operated up until 2023 with some funding by the SPCA, and that was discontinued in October 2023. And so we try to help by accepting surrendered litters and then asking the owners to help put a contribution towards getting their mom cat fixed or their male cats to help address the problem on a cost-neutral basis. The other challenge is volunteer burnout. Being 100% volunteer-based, it's a large issue for us. Many of us are volunteering the equivalent of full-time job hours plus, in addition to our own personal employment commitments. So often our people resources are spread pretty thin. So our plans are continued recruitment of new volunteers. Thankfully, we have people applying to be part of our organization every day, almost weekly at least, and that's extremely helpful. Not all of them can dedicate a substantial amount of time, but even if they just help with doing some fundraising or baking for craft sales and such, it's hugely helpful. And we are trialing a low-cost neuter clinic with a veterinary partner of ours that's going to be happening in early December. It's just a small amount of cats, of 30 cats. Spays take much longer for surgical time, so we're just trying to address the neuters, which can be done fairly quickly with a short recovery period of time, and targeting our rationale being targeting unfixed males from the perspective if we can help take more of the males out of the equation, then it's fewer litters even for an unfixed female. So we hope we can do more of these. We had a huge response to this event with a very large wait list. So the vet clinic is donating all their staff time and vet time, and they're just charging for the supplies and the anesthesia costs for the owners. So hopefully that will help in small ways, and we hope we can do more of that in future. So this concludes our presentation, and we're happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you. I'm a dog owner, and the thought that you are rescuing over 500 cats a year to me is absolutely shocking, because just the fact that these animals are left out there to suffer and be starving and sick, and so I just congratulate you for the incredible work that you're doing. I'm wondering if you ever take in any exotic cats that we see, some of the Bengals, some of the Cyrils that we're hearing about. Do you see that kind of animal coming through your operation?
No, not as a rescued cat. We see a lot of Siamese crosses, which are as close to what we get as purebreds. We do get requests for, and quite frequently, for surrendering for various reasons. We don't have the capacity to accept surrenders. We do it on a very rare basis. We try to refer them to other organizations such as the SPCA, any SPCA on the island, and there are a couple other organizations that might accept them.
Okay. Well, the fact that you're rescuing 500 domestic cats.
That's our priority.
Don't deviate from that. That's a good one. That's and the only other question I had is that you said that you're taking care of approximately 170 cats. Is that in your commercial operation, in the commercial business that you've got right now?
No, not exclusively. Okay. That's between the intake space. Approximately 50 cats are there, and the rest are
fostered
throughout our foster network. Good. So we have a very high number of foster homes. We can always use more because people need breaks and have time away, but we're very fortunate to have a number.
Okay, now I want you to brag a little bit. Tell me about this event you've got this weekend, just so everybody hears about it. What's going on? Because I've not heard anything.
So it's our second annual craft and bake sale.
Where?
It's a wide variety of handmade items for cats, but a lot for people.
Okay. And where is it?
It is at the Meredith Court, so 2109 Meredith, street parking only. Okay. Lots of volunteers there to meet. That will energetically. Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 2.
Got it.
Get some treats for the holidays. I don't have a mother that bakes anymore, so I rely on all the catnap grandmothers.
Good. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you. And thank you for your work and your presentation. You mentioned that you had 4 adoption partner locations. Where are those?
PetSmart in the north, Bosley's on Bowen Road, Bosley's in Southgate, and Bosley's in University Village. The Bosley's in North Nanaimo works with a different rescue that's based out of Nanoose Bay. So, yeah.
Okay.
We've had long-term partnerships with all of those pet stores.
And then just gathering from this, your total budget's about $250,000, $250,000. The city contributes 10%. How can people donate, and do you have like a website where people can reach you?
We do. Do you want to speak to that at all, Shannon?
Sure.
Or I can?
So you can donate through Canada Helps. You can donate directly through e-transfer if you contact us, text through mail, cash at events, also PayPal.
Yeah, and our social media, Facebook, we have a donate button on Instagram as well. And that goes through the PayPal Giving Fund, and they don't charge charities any fees. And so 100% of the money that comes through the Giving Fund comes to us.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your work. I have friends who own cats thanks to Catnap, and they love them. And
thank you.
Yeah, it's amazing when you can rehome these feral cats. Can you just remind me again what the 2026 ask is for Catnap's funding from the City of Nanaimo?
Yes, we have a $25,000 annual the first year of our funding agreement, we received 36,000. We were a little bit in a financial pickle then, so pardon me, that's why we asked for more for the first year. And then the successive years up to 2028 is 25,000 annually.
Okay, thank you. And just one other question. Do you think, have you taken a position on no pet policies in buildings? And do you think that that impacts the issue with unhomed cats?
Do you mean of cats coming into our care because there are no?
Yeah, or potentially volunteers who may be interested but can't because they live in a no pet building?
Yeah, I'm not sure how many individuals might be looking to volunteer with us that have that situation. For adopters, we ensure through their landlord or the property management company that they're allowed to have cats. Sometimes they sneak them in there and it's not really permitted. Yeah, I can't really speak to how many volunteers that we're losing out on because they aren't permitted to foster, for an example, in there.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I was just curious if that was something that comes up for you at all. So appreciate your perspective and your work. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
A couple of questions, please. Firstly, compliments. If I read the statistics correctly, 434 cats rescued and helped, and of that total, 291 were adopted. That's better than 2/3 success rate.
Yeah.
That's quite impressive. And I hate to bring up a delicate subject, but given the concerns around our flying friends, the more cats that are cared for properly, the less damage to the bird population. So this has a significant contribution to the city's ecology, so compliments. One thing I wanted to ask, the cost of neutering, can you give me a rough idea of what you're looking at?
For a regular client fee, like if just member of the public, I would say it's about $450 for a neuter. We're fortunate our vet partners charge us substantially less than that.
Not looking for any secrets here.
Yeah, we won't give any secrets. But for the little neuter clinic that we're doing for the 30 cats, the vet clinic is only charging $100. And so that is why that was huge response to that. Spaying is more, I think, about $650 on average for a member of the public to have their cat spayed. And that doesn't even include the vaccines or parasite control or anything else that's done, microchipping. So some people, we get pushback from, adopting a kitten. Our adoption fee is $450. That's for the vet, for the surgery, 2 sets of vaccines, the microchip, the defleeing, the deworming. They're saving probably 60% off the regular cost to have all of that done.
Thank you very much for all the work you do. Councillor Hemmons has a question, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you both. Great presentation. I'm curious about that vet partnership and the pilot of the 30 neuters. Would that allow you to go to other veterinarians in the community and kind of give them a cost breakdown and a staffing breakdown? And
we hope so. That would be our plan, is to say, hey, our vet partner is offered this. Would you be willing to do something similar? And yeah, we've got plans to approach it on a broader scale when we can. There was also something called a spay and neuter cruiser. It's a mobile veterinary service, and that service, I think, that has ended now, but they recently worked on the West Coast with a First Nations community there and did 125 cats mobile in over the course of 4 or 5 days, and we sure wish there was an opportunity for us to do that as well, but we'll see.
Wonderful. Thank you for your work and congrats on a great year.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, both of you. The next is the Van Crown Regional Library. We have Eileen Gillette and Jamie Slater, not unknown to council. Nice to see you back here.
Get your hands off. Hands off. No,
Councillor Hemmons just said hands off.
Yes, when I arrived here, I just hear about how great Jamie is, so I agree. But, yeah. Good morning, everybody, on this rainy, gray day, but it's Friday. Thank you for having us here to talk about Vancouver Island Regional Library and our 2026 budget. Oops. There we go. Next year, we're turning 90, which makes us one of the oldest service providers in the region. We're a public library that serves one of the fastest urban growing areas, like here in Nanaimo, but also some of the most rural and remote communities in the country. We're really unique. And I look forward to sharing with you some of the impacts your library is making directly and indirectly in your community. And there's a perfect picture of Tails, the whale, at our massive branch there. We're a very large system, and I always like to start by saying public libraries are inspiring places where everyone is welcome. It's a radical mandate, right? And one of the key pieces is that we have 39 branches with 38 local governments, and we operate on the territory of 53 First Nations across a 42,000 square kilometer region. So all the way from Haida Gwaii, and I can drive all the way to Sydney and Souk, Hornby Island, Tofino. So I often bring this map when I talk about the expanse of our services and the work that we do.
And just as a reminder to the folks who may be watching and listening, and we are separate from the Victoria Regional Library System. Yes,
yeah. So yeah, Greater Victoria Public Library is 12 libraries compared to 39. Our collective services are in continuous demand and continuous pressure. And public libraries are having similar conversations that I'm sure that happen here often in this room. We face many challenges and opportunities in our communities, such as economic diversification, climate change, affordability and livability, the toxic drug and opioid crisis, along with low literacy rates. So according to Decoded Literacy, 45% of British Columbians aged 16 to 65 have difficulty accomplishing some daily tasks due to limited skills. So think about filling out applications, reading forms, doing your taxes, all of these key things that maybe many of us take for granted when we think about literacy. And when you look at these areas in the work we're doing, we found it difficult to define our impact through numbers just alone. So we recently developed an advocacy document called Library Lights the Way, really articulating our mandate, such as we defend the right to know. We are welcoming spaces. We champion literacy and lifelong learning. So you'll hear more about that in the coming year. And the next slide here. Huh. Look at that. Okay?
And you serve senior citizens.
Yeah. VRL is an impact organization in an impact sector. Libraries have an important function for the community building and making life more affordable. In Nanaimo, a third of the population have an active library card, and there are 3 branches, Nanaimo North, Nanaimo Harbourfront, and Wellington. We often have a lineup out the door just before we open, right, in all of our locations, and that's not something you see every day. And in 2025, we expect to reach over 500,000 visitors. We're also an important place where people connect and gather and have really important conversations. We're a democratic institution. So one of the examples is earlier this year, Nanaimo Harbourfront hosted a CBC Ideas with Nala Ahad. That brought over 170 people in our building, right? And to have a really important conversation about the housing affordability crisis. And this was held in partnership with the Samira Center for Democracy, and of course it was aired nationally as well. Your Libraries in Action. At VRL, we offer a range of programs and services which were attended by over 11,000 people, and we have 17,000 people in our meeting rooms alone, just meeting, gathering, having conversations, school groups, you name it. We often joke that we know there's a story time happening at Nanaimo North because I can't find a parking spot and I have to drive up the road, which is good for me. I need my steps, but we're busy places. In August, Fresh Start, we held its 11th annual event at Nanaimo Harbourfront where we partnered with the 1950s Barbershop, Downtown Nanaimo Business Association, and the City of Nanaimo. The result was over 160 students gearing up for school with haircuts, backpacks, and a free book to take home. Burrow's collection remains one of the largest in BC, with 57% of users preferring physical formats and 43 opting for digital. So what this tells us is that people like both. A lot of people kind of say, oh, is it one or the other? No, what we're seeing is, people like using audiobooks and then reading a book at home. We have over 1 million resources, both physical and digital. And my favorite is the Libby app, where you can download it, audiobooks, ebooks, but also magazines. So I'm trying to transfer and read magazines instead of scroll my Instagram. But we also have LinkedIn Learning, where you can take a range of different courses. In Nanaimo, 28,000 public computer sessions so far, and this doesn't include people coming in with their devices, right? A lot of people have come in and said, we can't afford Wi-Fi at home, but they appreciate being able to come into the library and use that resource. Now the important fun stuff. As a regional library, we're governed by the BC Library Act, which ensures consistent high-quality service across our service area. Funding is shared among our 38 member local governments. And our budget tells an important story about how the library demonstrates its values through day-to-day operations. Every year, our budget exemplifies that people are the most important part of the library, the individuals and communities we serve, and the staff who design and deliver our programs. Our 5-year financial plan, which was approved on September 20th by our board, but it was 8 months of a process. We started in March, and it went to our Audit and Finance Committee in May, in June, and July. It was a completed full review of the plan, and then of course went to the board in September. So before handing it off to Director Slater, I'd just like to thank Burrell AFSC Committee, our Executive Committee, of course our Board of Trustees, and Chair Hemmons for all her work behind the scenes and getting us here today. So thank you. Now over to you, Judy.
Perfect. Thanks, Eileen. I am happy to touch on some budget highlights. Don't worry, there's not a whole pile of slides and not a scared face in terms of the budget presentation to come today. So as mentioned, our budget process does start early. We started in March. We always start our financial plan preparations right after essentially the year-end audited financial statements are completed. And like the City of Nanaimo, our budget and our financial plan goes through a lot of different iterations, a lot of different committee meetings. We change things, we have great discussions. And so adoption of our budget did happen on September 20th of this year, approved by the Board of Trustees, so that's always fantastic news. And passing a budget in September is beneficial to all of our member municipalities and member regional districts because, of course, they need our levy information to be able to incorporate into their financial plans. So as you're having your financial plan discussions, you've already got the information presented from the library. Today, I'm here to present the 2026 budget figures, which thankfully provide some good news. Is this forward? Is this forward? Perfect. So our overall board-approved levy increase is 4.6%. The good news is that that's the lowest levy increase that we've been able to present in 4 years. If you're looking at the City of Nanaimo specific levy amounts and noting that City of Nanaimo's levy increase is actually 5.81% for 2026, don't worry, I can explain why. Usually when you pass a 4% levy increase, one would think that you just take the budget amounts from last year, increase it by 4.6% for everyone, and that's just how it would work. But regional library systems are actually different than that. And so according to the Library Act, there's something called an apportionment calculation, and it's a mandated calculation that we do and it determines how we share the costs among our member municipalities and regional districts. And so that calculation is based 50% on population and 50% on assessed values. And so if you look at a community and if it's growing and if it's thriving and if the population is increasing and if the assessment base is increasing, what you'll see is more of the levy being attributed because of that calculation to communities that are growing And if you have alternately, if you have a community that's maybe the population is staying somewhat the same, assessed values are staying somewhat the same or even decreasing, then you might see that their levy increase is slightly underneath the 4.6% average. So that's kind of an in-depth discussion of the apportionment calculation, but it is a calculation that exists in legislation. It's included in the Library Act, and so that is, of course, the calculation that we follow. We receive the information each year from the province. They provide figures for us, the population statistics, the assessed value statistics, and that's what we use for apportionment. Moving on to budget highlights. So what are we going to do with the levies that we do collect for 2026? Essentially, this slide is a one-page summary of everything that you're going to see happening for us financially. We have an operating budget of $33.5 million, a capital budget of $4.2 million, so overall we're approximately $38 million entity. You'll see that our cost drivers are very similar to municipal cost drivers. And so if we're looking at our operating budget percentages, 62% comes from wages and benefits. The second largest cost driver for us would be facilities, the branch cost, having our buildings, all of the asset management that goes along with maintaining buildings, everything that has to go into them, furniture, equipment. We've got lots of shelving, books, physical collections, things like that. But the good part is that if you look at the slide, it's a visual representation of where all the money goes, and it is exactly where you would think that the money should go when you're providing library services. It's essentially all about our people. It's all about the facilities and the spaces that we're able to provide for people, and it's all about us creating those spaces so that our library staff can do all the good work that they do in libraries. So thank you very much for having us today, for the opportunity just to present operational budget highlights. We appreciate the opportunity to talk about libraries and the work that we're doing in the communities. And yeah, lots of great examples. They're all over the place. I will admit, when I first came to the library, I thought, how busy can libraries possibly be? And I can tell you, they're busy. It's like, I don't know what the correct term is, but it's bumping at the North Nanaimo Library. It's bumping at all the libraries that I've been to so far, so I'm glad to see the usage is there and people are enjoying the services that are being provided. So,
thank you. Much appreciated. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Worship. I just wondered how many staff are there throughout the whole operation? How many staff are there?
There's approximately almost 400 folks. So we have librarians, professional library staff, administrative library assistant, pages, which are more the younger workers.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
I can remember a few years ago when the digital movement was really coming on strong and people said, you don't need libraries anymore. Wow, were they wrong. Mm-hmm. Just so wrong. So good work.
Yeah, thank you. It gives me also, when I watch sci-fi shows, there's always a librarian and a library there.
That's right. Thank you so much.
Councillor Manley, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, thank you for the presentation. I'm curious about the capital budget. Is that mostly like asset management, or is that like new builds, new facilities?
Mm-hmm. Oh, for sure. Great question. Through the chair. Our capital budget, it actually changes a lot year on year. So depending on whether or not we have a larger capital project happening, more of the capital levy might go towards a new build. So we just finished the construction of our Massett branch, and of course that was a significant amount of capital investment for us. So we saw a lot of our capital levy going towards that particular project. Now that project is complete, and we've got a renewed focus on asset management, a lot of our capital levy is going to go towards contributions to reserve funds, making sure that we've got enough funds put away into reserves to be able to appropriately asset manage all of the buildings and investments that we do have. And so what we're going to see with future capital plans too is a lot more investment in replacement of furniture and existing infrastructure and upgrades and updates.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the work that you do, and actually it's interesting to see the numbers, the people accessing the library, and I know there are more people with low literacy skills in our community than most people would imagine, and so you guys provide a really valuable service to the community, and I think appreciate the wider community appreciates what you do, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you both for being here. I just want to congratulate Ms. Gillette on being appointed Executive Director at our last board meeting. Well done, and Ms. Slater has been a tremendous addition to the team, so thank you both for your leadership. I also want to take a moment and thank Council for supporting me to be there, to do this important work. I want to remind everyone, one of my missions at UBCM this year was to remind government that in 2009, provincial funding fell by 25% to public libraries and has remained frozen since then. So the library board is very active in the engagement space to talk about that and to talk about the financial pressures that municipalities and regional districts are facing when we're talking about such a growing, amazing service. I think we would be hard-pressed to find another public service in this city that touches a third of the residents on a regular basis, and that is a statistic that we know in Nanaimo. A third of our residents are active library users, so that really speaks to that piece of how busy our libraries are. I run the meetings at North Nanaimo branch, and we start our meetings at 9 before the libraries open, and we're kind of behind this black curtain, and then at 10 the curtains open and all the kids run in, and it's just the most amazing feeling in the whole world. So thank you both for your work, and thank you, Council, for your support.
Thank you. 39 branches, are any of them owned, or are they all leased? What's the breakdown?
Oh, sorry, that's okay. Your Worship, we have approximately 8 branches that are owned, and the rest of them are leased.
And where are the owned ones, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, okay. So Nanaimo, we would own the branch in North Nanaimo. Nanaimo Harbourfront. Souk, Was, Masset.
The reason I'm asking is, I mean, you know, there's always been a great, I remember the days when government owned everything and hardly leased anything, and then the shift changed, cut costs, et cetera, but it strikes me over the years with rising real estate markets in various communities that owning is a good thing in the long run. So I take it the number of leased premises has increased over the years and the number of owned premises has diminished. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, we're constantly looking at the balance between lease and ownership. So we are seeing lease, like of course the costs are increasing within the spaces that we increase, but also when you look at ownership, you know, HVAC systems and roof projects. So it's finding that balance, and it's really looking at the community and the opportunity within the opportunity, like that comes with it at that time and place. So I find that often we have a lot of conversations at the table of how to find that balance and what's the best fit for the system as well as the community. Yeah.
Definitely, it's constant lease versus buy.
Councillor? Nope. All right, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for the presentation this morning.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, both of you. And the next is the Van Carlin Conference Center. Ms. Mercer, do you want to introduce Mr. Lowen and Mr. Milne, or just we're going to...
Yeah, Mr. Chuck Lowen, the general manager of the conference center, and Lucas Millen, who is the director of finance and human resources, are here to present all the good news about the Vancouver Island Conference Center.
Mr. Lowen, good morning. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mayor Krogh and Council. Yes, I just wanted to point out to Lucas Millen there. He's the financial director and HR director. And he's obviously very instrumental in putting this entire plan together and managing the business from a financial standpoint to come up with the results that we're going to present today. So thank you for the invitation to present. Just the green button. And a lot of these slides may be familiar from previous presentations, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone understands that we're required to have our budgets into the city by August 15th, which is pretty early, and we don't have all the information for year ends, but presenting now, we're going to have very close year-end projections for you folks on 2025 and show where we're going for 2026. So we have to present a business plan and budgets, an annual marketing plan, and a capital plan, all contained in this small 72-page manual, which the finance department loves to go through. As background, again, Nothing new here. The background is not new to you folks, but serves to remind us of who we are, what we are, what we do, and why the conference center was built. And it's important to remember that the city invested $74 million into this project back in 2008, and that included the conference center, both wings of it, the retail space below, the parkades below, as well as all the infrastructure in the streets. So that whole project was $74 million. It's important to remember because when we look at economic impact or the ROI on this investment, it'll be quite staggering. So just as a quick overview, the Vancouver Island Conference Center is a hub. I should have made those black letters instead of white, but these are all the organizations that we interact with and partner with and engage with, these agencies and organizations from tourism, Nanaimo, the airport, the accommodators, the Greater Nanaimo Chamber of Commerce, local transport providers, local hospitality operators, Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation, City of Nanaimo, and of course the Downtown Nanaimo Business Association. So we're in the middle of all that, working with all these folks to bring in events and providing an economic impact for the City of Nanaimo. Our role in a destination, as is any conference center, is to create positive economic impact, stimulate growth for the city, and provide for the cultural enrichment of the community. And we have quite a symbiotic relationship with the hotels, with the tourism activities and services, and between all three of us, we're like cogs interconnected, turning and churning the economic impact and delivering these three purposes. Overall, from an management and standpoint, we are a third-party management company, Oakview Group. We started here, we won the contract in 2017 and have produced some fairly significant numbers over those years, which you'll see. We also have outsourced departments. We have Compass Levy from a food and beverage standpoint, and we also have Sound Waves Event and Technology for our AV and our trade show components that event organizers can use for their events. The income sources for that, we have only 3 income sources, and that's space rental. We have food and beverage commissions, and we have AV commissions. Commissions that we don't have, or that other convention centers have, are lease space incomes, parking incomes, sponsorship incomes or revenues, naming right revenues. Those are all what we don't have that might bring us up into a black situation. But we look at our budgets and we look at improvements to the budgets and what we can give back to the city on an annual basis, and that's how we run our business for the city. We have had traditionally competitive challenges with other convention centers through destination sales and marketing. We never had that here for about 6 years. Hotel room density and room block to space ratio, we didn't have enough for the first few years. And CVB incentive funding, which is CVB is your Convention Visitor Bureau, or in other words, our DMO, which is now Tourism Nanaimo, we didn't have the incentive funding, but we do have now. So in other places where they would have the DMO provide incentive funding to bring in larger conventions and conferences, we did not have that incentive funding available here. We didn't have the additional rooms. We have them now. We didn't have the destination sales and marketing. We have that now. And a lot of it is done collaboratively. But those competitive challenges have fallen by the wayside, and we're moving forward. Excuse me. So the key factors in our continuing success boils down to 4 items, quite frankly. The Tourism Nanaimo Society, best thing since sliced bread. Just a great void was there from 2017 when we got here till 2022. We now have a Tourism Nanaimo Society with a destination central sales office that was doing both sport tourism as well as meetings and events and conference sales and marketing. That now has split into 2 offices. So we have a sport tourism sales marketing side, and we have a convention side. And the budget has increased annually for conventions, meetings, and business tourism since 2024, which is fabulous. Also, the tourism collaboration, business tourism collaboration. We really, truly work together as a team, Nanaimo, in developing convention business together with the DMO, Destination Marketing Organization Tourism, with hotels, tourism stakeholders, and of course with us. And that collaboration has really, really driven some business in here. Downtown accommodations, we have increased density downtown. It attracts larger events. We have partnerships with hotels. So when the destination central sales office goes to market with our sales manager, they are able to attract larger events because we've got that density downtown. So it's been a great, great increase. And of course, one of the biggest thing, and you'll see it later on, is the event type and mix strategy. We have totally refocused our business for the last 3, 4, 5 years towards more multi-day business, more multi-night, and fewer single days, and putting our efforts into the more profitable parts of our business. And you'll see in some of the charts and graphs on how much that profitability has increased. I love this chart. I love updating this chart every year. I would like council and mayor to concentrate on the orange bars, the blue bars, and the green bars. I think they're in there somewhere. Maybe they're a different color up there. On the orange bars are actually our sales revenues, our gross revenues for conventions and conferences. The green bars are banquets, and the blue bars, sorry, it's almost a peacock blue instead of a green for the banquets, okay? And the more blue are the special events, and most of those are multi-day and night events that have overnight stays. They have food and beverage attached to it. They have AV attached to it. So those are our 3 most profitable sectors. And when you look at 2017, the orange bar there, we did about $375,000 in conferences and conventions that year. We're projecting in 2026 to be close to 1.9 million in conferences and conventions. 2025 projection right now is bang on $1.8 million. The entire gross revenue in 2017 was about $1.4 million. We're exceeding that just in conferences and conventions. Our budget for 2026 is about $3.7 million in gross revenues. So you can see the growth that's happened since 2017, and that includes those 2 COVID years there in the middle, that trough. But we were still busy. We were still making some economic impact. So that's how the mix has changed, and it's absolutely gratifying to see the growth in conferences and conventions, which is our largest producer by delegate and by attendee in the city for economic impact, and of course the banquets and the special events. I'm going to take you through a couple of these slides that shows dollars and mix for 4 categories. We're going to throw meetings in there as well, but we're going to concentrate on these special events, the banquets, and the conventions. In 2024, we had $1.5 million in conferences and conventions and regular, and we did 49% of our business was in the form of conventions. Remember, 2017, we didn't even do 1.4 million, so 1.5 in 2024, just conventions and conferences. In 2025, year to date, we're looking at 1.7 million this year at 64% of the business. Now, the percentage is skewed somewhat. we're basically finished with, these, our numbers are up to date for the October month end. So our biggest months of conventions, conferences are May and October, and then we really taper off and get into the banquets and other special events for November, December. So that percentage will drop over the year, but just in just so far to date, conventions are at $1.74 million and 64%. We project now, this is our projection, so we're over that 50% barrier. Conventions will finish at 53% of our business at 1.8 million. I just received a report from Convention Centers of Canada. They do a statistical data every year, and they just sent a report this morning, coincidentally. And the convention business overall is 49% across Canada in all the units. We're going to be at 53 this year, which is just very outstanding. And of course, banquets at 17%, special events at 12%. That's a lot of business just from those three categories. And then our budget. We have a budget, and again, we produced this budget for August the 15th. We did budget at that point almost $1.9 million for conventions, almost $700,000 for banquets, and over $300,000 for special events. So that's our budget the way it sits right now. It will change and mix as we go through the year, but we have a very good year starting already for 2026. We have about 24, 25 conventions already booked, and about, I think, almost 200 events booked for 2026. So we're on a very good start for 2026. We're also booking 2027, we're booking 2028, and with Tourism Nanaimo, who's sitting in the back of the room there, we're looking at 2030 events right now, and some 28 and 29 events as well. So very exciting to see what's coming up ahead of us. Our achievements, I will just continue to say our expanded collaboration and integration with tourism, with downtown and city accommodators, the DNBA, and the arts and culture sector, and we've really gone a little further with the arts and culture sector for 2026. We've partnered with the Port Theatre, as well as the Nanaimo Museum, and as well as with Tourism Nanaimo, to bring in next year a 6-week immersive exhibit, Van Gogh. So this is a fantastic event, attraction. It's a 6-week long event in a time of year when we don't do business generally. And we signed the contract 2 days ago. We sent the wire transfer yesterday, and we're on the roll. And like David Warburton said from the port, well, it was a good suicide pact, but let's do it. So very expensive. There's some risk involved, but from the research we've done, we expect to get 25,000 people attending, and could be up to a $5 million economic impact just for those 6 weeks in the city. It overlaps slightly with the FIFA World Cup. So we're looking at a lot of promotion with Tourism Nanaimo in Vancouver, also Victoria, bringing package deals in, partnering with their transportation partners and hotels to bring them into Nanaimo, not just for the attraction, but also to spend some time here as well. So that'll be a big boost for us. And we're looking at this as a pilot. So this isn't just a one and done. Every year in the summer, we intend and plan to bring in another attraction, a different attraction, whether it's another immersive exhibit, whether it's Lego, whether it's Titanic, whether it's dinosaurs, whatever. Every year we're looking at this so that we can maintain a new attraction every summer and actually build the destination that way through Tourism Nanaimo. We also have well eclipsed our pre-COVID business, over 40 conventions this year, 32,000 delegate days, and almost $13.7 million in economic impact. Last year was 11.3. This year we're projecting 13.7. I apologize to Laura Mercer because I said tried to get to that 14, but we just couldn't quite crack that one. But 13.7 is outstanding, and that economic impact is based strictly on conferences and conventions, not anything else that we do in the building. And of course, the greater event mix shift, I don't have to go over that. You saw it on the charts, what the big impact was. And the other achievement is that we continue our financial success, and we're projecting a refund back to the city from our budget funds of $200,000 this year, which you guys would get about February or March. But so we're not asking for more. In fact, our budget asked for less than last year, and we're also going to give you a refund, which I think we're extremely proud of that fact that we've been able to do that on an annual basis. Here's from 2017 to 2025, the impact to the city. In delegate days, if you look at the far right-hand side, the estimate, we're at 32,000 for 2025, 13.7, of course, million for the economic impact. Participant days is basic turnstile, how many people come through the doors to attend whatever they attend, is 70,000. And the economic impact from 2017 is $71 million. The economic impact since 2008 is $124 million. So that is the value of what this building and venue is all about. This is why it was built. This is why you continue to fund it, because it brings that impact and that ROI, that return on investment of that initial $74 million, as well as the ongoing capital investments. So the other thing I wanted to point out, if you look at the total at the end, over the course since 2017, you've provided just over $9 million in budget. The actual budget, actual use of that investment is $7.5 million, and the investment reduction has been $1.6 million, and we refunded you, or will refund after this year, almost $1.6 million back to the city over that course of time. There was only 1 year where we couldn't, and it was 2020 in the height of COVID, but we still managed it to a very, very reasonable $49,000 over budget. And but that's all included, so $1.6 million back to the city over that period of time. Our considerations for our budget and our opportunities are similar. Working with the Courtyard by Marriott, Hello Ferry, the DMO central office expansion and specialization, which I mentioned earlier, where it was the sport and meetings, business meetings, sales office has been split, so there's two factions, two funding areas, and that has been outstanding as far as driving business. Thank you, Gina. And continued downtown revitalization. I don't believe there's any projects for this year, but following there could be some. I know that there's still about 4 or 5 revitalization projects in line, which are being worked on through the various years of the budgets, but that's still a consideration for us. All the other opportunities that we see, we see a huge opportunity of partnerships with the Indigenous peoples and groups. Our business has really started to skew towards the Indigenous groups, which is great. We do a lot of business. It's not only in our conference center, but BC-wide and nationally, it's a growing target market for us, and we appreciate that. And of course, we've added the artistic and cultural partnership to bring in an annual attraction, which I talked about already. Numbers, you know I love numbers. So we've got the 5-year projection here. I've shown the 2025 budget, the 2025 projection. So the net operating revenue or loss, if you look at the bottom of the 2025 projection, it says 878 versus a budget of 985. So back in October, we were about $110,000 ahead of budget. Now when we're projecting out to the end of the year, we're at 200. So we'll probably look at somewhere in that 775 range to come in against a 985 budget. So that's, but I didn't want to change the slides from what the presentation, sorry, what the plan showed, the plan book showed, but that will be a better number. Our budget for 2026 is a reduction by about close to 40,000 compared to 2025. We're looking at 948, and rather than going up every year, we're actually looking at decreases every year in budgeting right through the 2030 projection to a 927. And so we've always looked around that $9 million, $1 million mark, but we are looking at moving it down as we did with our presentation last year as well. So rather than looking for more or asking for more, we're working with less and we're providing more at the end of the day for the city as far as the refund goes. So the annual operating investment, I call it investment, it's not an expense, is 948 from an operating budget, 100,000 contingency budget for non-capital improvements. The capital project plan is 119,000 for 2026, and over the next 5 years, the asset management and asset management analysis and funds, not funds, but charts and reports are looking at 12.6 million in capital. Most of that is for replacement of a roof and replacement of 39 rooftop units to be done together in 2030. And that's, I think, $10 or $11 million just off the top of my head. So that's a major part of that, the roof and the rooftop units in that capital. That $100,000 contingency budget for non-capital improvements for the last couple of years has been used primarily to keep our heat pump plant in operation. And a decision will have to be made at some point on whether we keep a heat pump plant going or we change it all to rooftop units to see what the best economic impact is or the best return on investment is. But that's what we'll work with the facilities, asset management, and finance people on before 2030. And our we have key performance KPIs. All of those KPIs we report on a monthly, quarterly, and annual basis to our stakeholders as well as to the city. I'm not going to go through them all. And we are aligned to the strategic plan till 2026 that Council has put forward back in 2023. And our key initiatives, again, new and ongoings are accelerating circular economy. We partnered last year with Synergy Foundation. We continue partnering with them to become more sustainable, a more circular economy in our building. And we've also added Second Harvest to distribute, say, usable leftover food from our catering business goes through Second Harvest to Loaves and Fishes, for example, and other organizations, but primarily Loaves and Fishes. We continue to work with downtown and with the hotels and the CSOs on safe, secure, sustainable streets. We also have our other strategic priority. We haven't been able to crack it yet. We've been in talks, and hopefully at some point we'll be able to expand our walls and include certain city facilities for certain large conventions and conferences that we can't accommodate all in our building. Just like the Nanaimo Museum and the Port Theatre can't accommodate the Van Gogh exhibit in their building, they partner so we can hold it in our building, but they'll get a share of the profit as well. So we'd like to open our, what we've been doing, and it's been really gratifying in the last year, opening our doors wider where we partner with Parks, Rec, and Culture. They're holding certain courses in our facility now through the new community rates. We have community groups that we are attracting more, and also nonprofits and annual summer attraction. So we have a community rate now for the last 2 or 3 years It makes it affordable for different, for example, the Nanaimo Canadian Federation of Artists put on a show for 4 days, 5 days in our building. They got the community rate. They're able to hold the event, make some money for themselves, and fund themselves. They get the good rate, and they're able to do it. We have Literacy Circle, which teaches literacy to elders that didn't get the opportunity because of the residential schools and day schools. They get a rate, actually a very good rate, to hold those literacy classes there. We have jazz groups that come in. The International Film Screening is a community group that started last year. They've had a very successful start showing films here in the Auditorium. So that's how we've been opening up the doors wider. Truth and Reconciliation is another goal, partnering with Literacy Circle, as I mentioned, as well as expanding our Indigenous business. And of course, we started and we launched our West Coast Indigenous Inspired Fusion Culinary, where we partnered with the Indigenous and our food and beverage levy to launch in 2025, and we're expanding that in 2026. So these are some of our key initiatives. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present. And if you have any questions, I'd be delighted to answer them. If I can't, Lucas will.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lowen. First out of the gates, Councillor Eastmere, and then Councillor Perino.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. Especially excited to hear about the artistic and cultural partnerships, and have really loved seeing the local art shows come through. And I know the Literacy Circle really appreciates the ability to host events in here, and it's starting to feel more like a community amenity space, which I think has been part of our goal all along. I wanted to ask about the Van Gogh immersive exhibit. That's really cool. And maybe just mention how cool it would be if it was open to holders of the city's LEAP passes. That's our leisure economic access passes, which grants them free access to a lot of city parks and rec facilities. And it'd be
Yeah, and that's administered through Parks and Rec, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We can discuss it with them. That'd be great. The other thing is that we've also talked, because we've had them at the table as well, while we've been in our task force as we've been going through analyzing this event. They're also looking at, with their summer camps, because we're not holding this during the school year, through the summer camps is having that part of the summer camps for a trip to see Van Gogh. They now go to the museum quite often in their summer camps or the art gallery, different things like that. So we're looking at having all the kids come as well to see the Van Gogh exhibit.
That's fantastic. I'm really happy to hear that, because it'll welcome more people into the facility, and I think that would be something that would be really enjoyed by the LEAP access holders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino, then Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through you. First of all, I just want to thank you for being the chair of the Tourism Nanaimo Society. It's such a stabilizing, positive force. I'm just thrilled that you're there. Thank you so much. The question I have for you is, when you think of the entire business of the VICC, what brings in the most amount of money but the least amount of work? I think I know the answer, but I just wondered.
A multi-day, multi-night conference or convention. Because theoretically, we set it up once.
Yes.
And then just straighten it around.
Yeah. Amazing.
So it's not a set-up takedown every day.
Yeah.
We do have food and beverage every day, which is great. We also have audiovisual rentals every day. It's fantastic. We actually have confirmed for next year, right after the VIAA Summit, so the end of October going into November, a international convention conference, 10 days, 700 people.
Wow.
That'll be huge, absolutely huge. So that's next year.
Isn't that something? So you think of what you're doing here, but also the hotels, the restaurants, the shopping, all the downtown. I love it, love it. Can't wait for Van Gogh, can't wait. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. It's really good to hear that the convention numbers are going up, the multi-day events, and that's fantastic news about the international conference next year. I think it's important for revitalizing our downtown core and getting people here. shops and restaurants, etc. I'm just curious about a couple of things. I know the CVIMS had a multicultural festival here. Would that be considered a special event or a community event?
Probably a special event.
Okay. Yeah. And so it's about 1%. Community events are about 1% of the current usage, and that has gone up, I guess, since the rates went down.
Yeah, the community events definitely have not only because the rates have gone down, but also because we've been out there promoting it,
right,
trying to get more of the groups coming in. And so it's a combination of us promoting it and getting communication out there to let people know or let groups know, as well as a reasonable rate that they can afford.
Yeah, that's great. I think it's just been positive to see like the film festival here and the jazz festival here and other community groups able to use the facility when it's not in use for its primary purpose, which is conventions and,
right,
and banquets. But really appreciate that, and thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gesselbrook.
Thanks so much for the presentation. Yeah, I'm coming here from the ether. I just had a question regarding, that's great that you're partnering up with Synergy Foundation. There was a great report that they'd done sort of with the Circular Economy Business Accelerator Program and working with Coast Bastion, I believe, and just efficiencies that were found there. I think reduced Coast Bastion's operating by about 13%. But I know too with the new mandatory source separation bylaw in the regional district about having to separate organics, recycling, and garbage. It's a lot of logistics. When you start to consider the operations of the convention center, and I'm just curious, what type of programs with Synergy specifically have you guys started to look at?
Well, one of the main ones was actually getting more organics out of the landfill and into people's stomachs. And that's getting food to people that really need it. So by working with Compass Levy, we have a program where we were able to divert good food, not wasteful food, good food to through Second Harvest. We already have a complete, we were about 51%, by the way, when they did the study with us. So we're 51%, which is very good to begin with. Because we do the separation, we do the organics, we do the recycling, we've done all that. So that was the other thing. One of the major ones. We do have alternate energy systems on the roof as well, solar, and we are potentially looking at additional energy for solar. Right now, solar just heats the water for use in our kitchen and our facility for that. But we know that we may be able to convert it to other uses as far as energy goes. So, and even add panels. We'll take a look at that. That's a long term. That's not a short term goal. But we have a whole list of short term actions, midterm actions, and long term actions that we're working through. I can't remember all of them, but we have quite a few. And like I said, we started off at 51%, which is a good place to start, but we can only get better from there.
Great. No, that's exciting to hear about that. It'd be wonderful to see the convention center as one of the examples being used across the province. And I know there's some neat stuff that Tourism Victoria is doing around, the different players in the tourism sector working together on shared procurement and other different initiatives to keep the waste diversion down and hopefully find efficiencies that ultimately will save some money. So yeah, I look forward to hearing about further progress. So thanks so much for your work on that front.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Lowen, it strikes me with the increasing amount of convention business, congratulations. Is it time for some smart investor to be thinking about building another hotel downtown, given it's going to take several years to construct it? I won't hold you to your opinion and won't be sued by anybody.
I think we've got a couple of years before we can go for another hotel. David McQuinn and myself, we were pretty close in discussions. And on hotel capacity downtown, and we're at that point where the two hotels, or sorry, where the newest hotel was added, they're starting to come up with their occupancy rates. I think they started off somewhere 25 or 30% down when they both opened up, but they're starting to balance off, and maybe in a couple of years we can start looking at it, or maybe look at it now for starting in a couple of years. It would be great to get another hotel in there from a convention standpoint, but I know that the existing properties, they have to be able to live through the impacts of what another property does to them when they come in.
Are we missing any conventions that you can think of, and specifically, and I don't mean just generally, that would, how shall I say, fill the center to capacity, the convention center, but we don't have the hotel rooms downtown to manage that kind of group?
We have not. We've lost a couple more based on incentives provided or buyouts provided by hotels on the mainland. So they'll say, come to our hotel, you'll get everything free in the convention center, but they know that they're going to get all the rooms. So we've lost one or two on that. And a misunderstanding on how accessible Vancouver Island and Nanaimo actually is. And that's a whole education piece. And I know that Tourism Nanaimo is doing a big job in promoting that accessibility with the various transportations that come in here. And Hello Ferry has been excellent. We actually, Hello Ferry actually helped us fill a couple of conventions where they actually, most of them came by ferry from Vancouver. And helps them out, helps us out, helps get and it's good.
Thank you very much. Very, how shall I say, impressive and pleasing presentation this morning. Much appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, we are running a bit behind. Morning break. We'll reconvene at 11:05, if that's all right with everybody. Thank you.
Starting up a short-term rental in the city of Nanaimo? From marketing to pricing to your business platform, there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. One piece that you won't want to miss is your short-term rental business license. Puzzled? We're here to help. A short-term rental is the rental of a living space for a period of less than 30 days back to back. By following the guidelines of the Short-Term Rental Operators Guidebook, short-term rental operators may qualify for a business license without hurting the long-term rental market in Nanaimo. It's also about being a great neighbor. By getting a short-term rental business license, it's like saying, hey, I promise that my guests will have a dedicated space to park in and that they won't be too noisy. This is, after all, a very respectable establishment. To learn more about the City of Nanaimo's short-term rental guidelines, or if you need a hand getting started with your business license application, connect with us. We're here to help.
This is the 2018 redux of the lighting at Nanaimo's historic bastion. I've had the pleasure of being part of the relighting project on this amazing building in downtown Nanaimo. So what we did is we replaced the original high pressure sodium lights, which basically did an okay job of lighting up the bottom 10 feet of the building and replace them with modern LED lighting that has the capacity to change color. We can run through a number of different colors that we have pre-programmed here in a pink, a purple, a green. Probably my favorite on here is Rainbow Chase for Pride Week. It'll actually run all the way around the building all the time.
With this new technology, organizations can now request that the bastion be lit to promote their cause by going to the City of Nanaimo website and following the instructions. Go to Your Government, Bastion Lighting Requests, complete the lighting request form, and submit. You will hear from us within a couple days if your request has been approved, and the bastion will be lit in the colors that you have requested. If you have any questions, please contact the Mayor's office at 250-755-4400.
So the next time you're in downtown Nanaimo at night, come on and check out the new dynamic lighting at the Bastion.
The breath of autumn. I stand atop a hill on an early morn and hear your beacon call. Your breath, as you whisper sweet nothings to the stately pines and conifers. You fly with your invisible cape, rustling through their slender branches to make stately willows dance and sway. You gently rise, your breath soft like a lullaby, as you transform maple trees from green to ochre to a flaming red, setting hillsides ablaze with the fiery plumes of cedars. You ascend to the gray sky to make wispy clouds play hide and seek with the setting sun. You send ripples through still waters of ponds, making them glisten like 1,000 prisons bathed in the brilliance of a fall morning. Come dusk, you blow harder, and the leaves of the sprawling oak tree pirouette and glide in the air like little ballerinas, then sink onto the ground below. A family of furry squirrels scurries down the rugged trunk of the old dogwood tree to nosedive into a pile of crinkled yellow leaves that were once skittering down the cobbled sidewalk. Welcome, autumn.
This is a City of Nanaimo storm drain. This is also a City of Nanaimo storm drain. The only thing that goes in this is rainwater. Anything other than rainwater ends up into the ocean, which ultimately affects the marine life. There's many different styles of catch basins. These are just two, but they both collect rainwater. One has a fish stamped on it. That's telling me that it's unprocessed and it goes directly to an environmentally sensitive area. This is the outfall, so anything that you put in that catch basin is ultimately going to end up into the ocean. If you have any questions about where to take your unwanted wasted products, such as paint products and petroleum products, you can contact the City of Nanaimo at 758-5222. You can also go onto our website. You can also download the Nanaimo Recycles app. Please do not throw material down the catch basins.
is fall. Cloud-mottled sky, shadow-flecked Mount Benson, silver-spangled Long Lake, silent creeks echoing shrill cries of a golden eagle that resound far and wide. Sparkling streams meander lazily, their mercurial waters networking the lush green fabric of a city called Nanaimo. Come summer, bushed heavy with blueberries and blackberries, skirt trails that wind through forests of oak and age-old cedars. Ducks and herons play hide and seek among the tall, swaying bulrushes, pock-marking still waters of a pond. Daisies smile and nod through overgrown ferns and nettle, all silently waiting, an expectancy that hangs in the air, a yearning for something new, a new season, a new makeover of nature. It is fall.
Named after one of Nanaimo's most notable celebrities, Diana Krall Plaza is an open public space in the heart of downtown Nanaimo. The space is one with plenty of potential, but most days it serves as little more than a space to pass through or to access the credit union or public library that have entrances that face the plaza. In essence, Diana Krall Plaza is a space that has yet to find its heartbeat. However, one event does make great use of the space each Thursday evening throughout the summer. The night market along Commercial Street brings food trucks, artisans, vendors, and entertainers in, transforming Diana Krall Plaza into the lively destination it was always meant to be. As downtown Nanaimo is reimagined, the goal for this key plaza is to carry the energy of the night market forward in a way that sees the space used well throughout each day and every season. Diana Krall Plaza was established in the late 1990s when the Port Theatre, the Harbourfront branch of the Vancouver Island Regional Library, and the Harbourfront Parkade were built. The plaza sits atop that parkade. This was a new approach to open space in Nanaimo, but the problem? The plaza was, and typically still is, empty. As the roof of a parkade, the plaza suffers from structural load limitations. The plaza can't support big trees or heavy features. Blank walls on adjacent buildings and minimal art leaves the space feeling uncomfortable and uninviting. Over the years, design ideas were brought forward, but none were realized. That, however, is about to change. In 2020, an advisory committee of volunteers, businesses, Vancouver Island University staff, and students, and the City of Nanaimo came together to re-envision Diana Krall Plaza. Their goal? To create an actionable vision for the plaza that will lead to real change. Building on this groundwork, a project team held community workshops, a design charrette, and put in many hours of volunteer effort to create realistic ideas that would animate the space and make it feel inviting. Features like warm lighting, intriguing art, comfortable seating, and shade will bring the vision to life. The renewed space would also be a multi-purpose and ready for outdoor patio usage, informal play, and many different events, big and small. Now armed with ideas to greatly improve both the physical and social character of Diana Krall Plaza, the design development for the first phase is underway, and with it, a new rhythm is being created for the heart of downtown Nanaimo.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Whoa! Yeah, buddy!
Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Cheers. Oh.
Reconvene, please.
This will just be a refresher. You guys were just here.
All right, the next presentation is the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation. Ms. Mercer. You're going to introduce Mr. Stansfield, not a known person in this place?
Yeah. Mr. Colin Stansfield is here to present all the, all the great facts about the Nanaimo Prosperity Corporation for 2026.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stansfield, good morning, rather, rushing the day.
Good morning. Thank you very much. So it feels like it's been a little while since I've been here. Back in October, I was away when there were some updates, and so if you'll indulge me today, I'm going to take a little bit of extra time just to provide some of those updates that we haven't. And so what I'll do is I'll walk you through NPC's progress this past year, our program priorities for 2026, how the budget supports that work, and without any additional ask from the city this year, just to get that out right at the front. It's of course important to acknowledge that our work takes place on the traditional territories of the Snuneymuxw Nation. We are grateful for their stewardship and really very proud of the leadership that they're providing in economic reconciliation and economic development. I mean, they've gone from 0 to 100 in these last years, and it's a real story of inspiration. As you're familiar, we have a mandate that is simple. It is intentionally practical to implement the city's economic development strategy to adapt as conditions shift, to stay nimble enough to seize opportunities when they appear. We have a mission that calls on us to be abundant in our thinking, responsive in our actions, generative in how we support growth, and proactive about the long-term well-being of this community. A strategic vision to serve as a catalytic force for transformative economic and community development, not just this year, but for decades to come. And so if we start then, before we get into sort of looking ahead at 2026, the programming that shapes our operating budget, I do want to just ground us in what we delivered in 2025. First up, moving from a startup to a fully operational agency. In 2025, we moved from building NPC to fully operating it. We put the right people, systems, and governance in place so that we could stop thinking like a startup and start behaving like a stable organization. That maturity is what now allows us to tackle multi-year and interagency work with confidence. We modernized how Nanaimo shows up, and that meant building real communications and CRM capacity, sharpening our narrative about who we are, and engaging investors and businesses more proactively. That gives Nanaimo a clearer voice, a more credible presence, and in every conversation that matters. So that matters when we're competing for attention, for capital, and for talent. On the front of coordinated business intelligence and support, on the business side, we created something Nanaimo's needed for years, a coordinated approach to understanding what local companies are facing right now. Through the breakfast table and shared intelligence, we're seeing trends earlier, aligning partners instead of duplicating them, and coordinating responses faster, In terms of research, trade, and investment readiness, 2025 was also about building the evidence and readiness needed for the next wave of growth. We completed foundational research on industrial land capacity, supply chains, quality of life indicators, strengthened Nanaimo's investment readiness profile, and deepened our positioning in regional trade and logistics conversations. It's the groundwork that makes future investment possible, not speculative, but evidence-driven. We also began building the Living Systems program, which includes the Compass Initiative, pattern mapping, and the first elements of the Living Systems dashboard. Think of this as a civic R&D department, a practical way to understand the city as a whole and to design smarter, more resilient solutions. The objective is to turn complexity into clarity. When we look to our priorities in 2026, if 2025 was about sort of getting the engine, 2026 is about steering it in a good direction, steering it with purpose. First off, building economic security and industrial resilience, 2026 is the year we shift from reacting to economic pressure to shaping conditions our industries need to stay competitive and resilient. Our focus is protecting and optimizing industrial lands, strengthening local supply chains, advancing enabling infrastructure like servicing and transportation, and positioning Nanaimo as a testbed for BC's industrial resilience and clean growth initiatives. Bottom line, economic development will be about durability, not just growth. Communities that guarantee reliability around land, labor, logistics, and leaderships are the ones that will win. When we map this onto the IAP, the Integrated Action Plan, these actions advance key directions by strengthening economic capital through industrial land readiness and logistics planning, catalyzing brownfield development, and reinforcing our collective investment attraction posture. With the Living Systems Lab, the priority is about moving from ideas to experimentation. In 2026, we will launch the Living Systems Dashboard, host design challenges that bring institutions and citizens together, and apply developmental evaluation to learn fast and share insights with partners. This is how we move from talking about systems thinking to testing it, producing the evidence senior governments value and that they fund. It's not a think tank, it's a test kitchen is what I'm telling folks. In terms of connecting this to the IAP, The work fulfills the IAP's call for innovation and technology development, strengthens the city's monitoring strategy that you'll be hearing more about today. It supports climate adaptation and community well-being, and it embeds systems thinking across departments and partners. It's the backbone of outcome-based decision-making. In 2026, we'll be aligning institutions through the Nanaimo Accord, and this is where Nanaimo shows up as one region. In 2026, we will operationalize the Accord through a small number of high-impact investable projects. We'll coordinate working groups around priorities like circular manufacturing and workforce housing, and we'll translate shared values into action. The Accord isn't just a document, it's how we unlock multi-year, multi-partner funding opportunities that the province and the federal government increasingly prioritizes. This work strengthens interagency collaboration. It enables coordinated action on major IAP priorities like logistics, housing, and climate action. And it advances truth and reconciliation partnerships by embedding Snuneymuxw as a core partner in regional initiatives. When we think about engaging and supporting the business community, this is where we deepen support for local businesses by building a system that anticipates challenges and mobilizes solutions. Our work includes involving our breakfast table into a coordinated intelligence network, activating a business solutions table for rapid issue solving, and producing mini briefings that synthesize real-time business insights for municipal and senior government decision makers. Think of this as building sort of the nerve center for Nanaimo's business ecosystem. These actions directly support the IAP directive to reestablish a full BRE program. They strengthen business development efforts across the city and improve the city's ability to respond quickly to emerging economic issues. Finally, with shaping the narrative and strengthening institutional capacity, the final priority is about how Nanaimo shows up, because in an era of competing narratives, confidence is a competitive advantage. In 2026, we will tell a coherent story about Nanaimo's ambition, built on grit and growing with vision. We'll participate in policy dialogue with BC and Canada on regional development and clean growth, and we'll ensure that NPC has the internal structure needed to steward multi-year economic initiatives. Confidence is contagious, and clarity attracts investment. With respect to the IAP, these activities power placemaking and investment attraction. They support the objectives around economic leadership, values-aligned budgeting, and they strengthen public-facing reporting needed for transparency and accountability. Which then brings us to aligning the work and the resources. We've covered the vision, the priorities, and the work, so let's turn to the slide that everyone jumps to first, the budget. And what you can see here is that the headline is that there's no additional ask from the city in 2026. The increase you see on the revenue side is almost entirely from external grants tied to strategic projects that Council has already endorsed. On the expense side, the growth is primarily from staff we hired in late 2025, bringing core capacity in-house instead of contracting it out. And the reason program expenses don't drop is because we're expanding our investment attraction work, and most of those costs are directly tied to and offset by the grant funding we're pursuing. Administrative costs remain lean at roughly 5%, and just to be explicit, we take on external funding only when it expands our impact, not our baseline objectives. So this is a stable, responsible budget for an organization that's young, but maturing exactly as our foundational documents have envisioned. And with that, I will thank you for your continued support. NPC is here to help Nanaimo navigate complexity with clarity, and this time I'm happy to take any questions, but also welcome you to reach out anytime that you have questions, concerns, enthusiasm, or encouragement. We are here to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Himmons, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to say how much I love that phrase, built on grit. It's fantastic, perfect embodiment of Nanaimo. It's been really interesting being on the board of Prosperity. I'm definitely appreciating the level of conversation there and everybody's spirit of collaboration. I appreciated how everyone showed up at the VAIA Summit this year. I feel like Prosperity is really getting its legs, which is really wonderful to see. I have a question that's kind of like meat and potatoes economic development, and that's that as we're in these uncertain economic times, we are seeing businesses closing, businesses losing employees. What is the role of Prosperity in that space of business retention? And I want to preface it by saying I know business recruitment is a big piece of what you do, and just last week we were all invited to this Defense Consortium Gala that was unbelievable. The work that's going on in the tech sector in Nanaimo is unbelievable. I'm so grateful to see it, but we're also closing Toys R Us. So could you just kind of tease out for me a little bit about how Prosperity does or does not support local businesses in kind of their goals. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And let me start with a pitch, because December 1st through 7th in BC is BC Buy Local Week. And so if today is Black Friday and there is no one in charge of Amazon that needs your money, thinking about how we spend money locally, promoting those opportunities is really important. And so yes, Toys R Us disappearing from your community is a challenging indicator, but Pumpkin Spice, I'm sure, would love to host anybody who's looking for kids' gifts right now. And so there are opportunities that exist in town for locally owned independent businesses. And to answer your question more directly about how we support businesses, we do that in partnership with others. And so BRE programming is something that we do in collaboration not only with existing capacity inside the city, but with our Chamber of Commerce, with our BIAs, with partners like Community Futures, Work BC. There's a whole host of organizations that are business serving. And so this year has largely been about making sure that we are all meeting regularly, that we are exchanging information, understanding whenever one person gets a call from a business, we know how to ask the right questions to say, what is it that you're struggling with? What are the resources that you're looking for? Let me reach out through our coordinated network to find those. And so BRE is something that isn't us showing up alone, and it isn't us even necessarily showing up in the front. There are those organizations that is their primary mandate. For us, we try to think about those enabling conditions for which business is strengthened, but it is certainly something that we're looking to develop more next year, because we are seeing some of those challenges that we don't anticipate are going to be changing. And if this was a year of, like I said, being a bit more responsive and trying to figure it out, now it's about being very deliberate in that response.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. In order, Councillors Armstrong, Manley, and Prino.
Thank you. What are some of the limitations that you're finding in trying to attract new business or new resourcing to Nanaimo?
Some of those limitations come around in industrial land and access to land, and the varying levels of permitting exist at multiple levels of government. And so there's complexity that is involved in that, and that complexity seems to be shifting constantly at every level of government. And so what you hear from businesses is that certainty is what allows them to be most profitable. And so in that planning process, that's the challenge. And the challenge is they'll show up, and sometimes they don't know where the barriers they're hitting exist in terms of that stack of government. And so tremendous working relationship with city staff and being able to do that wayfinding. When it gets into the province and the federal government, we work through regional supports that exist, but it becomes a lot murkier and more challenging. But certainly it's trying to give them better visibility and certainty around how they're going to be investing here. But other than that, I mean, people are loving the idea. We have such many great assets here in Nanaimo. Our proximity to the city, our shipping lane is a massive competitive advantage for us. And so people are eager to get here. We just need to figure out how to help them get it done quickly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Hammonds hit on one of the meetings or the presentations we were invited to last week with Shift, Seymour Marine, and members of the Nanaimo Marine Division were there, and I was very impressed with the work that they're doing, and they talked about some of the challenges. Some of their needs actually are access to water, and they were talking about a kind of a campus for these companies, high-tech robotics, autonomous marine devices, and the space that they're growing into. And one of the things they were talking about was One Port Drive, and I know you mentioned that in there. Are you consulting with staff about and with industries like that about the potential for creating the synergies that we need, like access to water for these kind of companies?
Yeah, I mean, the short answer is yes. The longer answer is that yes, we do that in collaboration with Coast, which is the organization that was hosting last week's event.
Yep.
And so that's sort of the West Coast corollary to, I think it's called COVE out on the East Coast, Canada's super cluster. They get great acronyms for these ocean-based marine economy initiatives. But working with Coast to figure out where are those spots up and down the island where these industries need to be clustering, because different types of water and different types of water-based activities preclude participation from other organizations. And so we recognize that having a strong marine blue economy on the island is something that benefits the entire island. Figuring out where each of those opportunities exist up and down the island is something that's being coordinated through Coast with participation from groups like the South Island Prosperity and ourselves.
Okay, great. Yeah, I think there's huge potential here, and that's the kind of industry we want to encourage and see more of, that kind of high tech and high paying jobs.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. Innovation.
Thank you. Oops, sorry, hit the wrong one. There we go. Oh. Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. And
Councillor Hammond.
thank you for the presentation. Councillor Armstrong asked a lot of what my question would be, but I'm wondering, now that you've been in this job now for just over a year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just over?
Yep.
Are you running into any walls that we can help to support you with?
I think figuring out how we work well with our surrounding communities is one of those places. And so given that we are focused on the city of Nanaimo, we look at so much of those industrial land opportunities that exist in the regional district that will create direct benefits for residents and businesses inside of Nanaimo. How do we take that conversation to a regional district table where there are some areas who might not have as much industrial land, might not see economic development as a key priority, but we recognize it's the kind of thing that will raise all boats. And so how to take that conversation into something like the industrial land survey that is happening at the regional district. That's where NPC will look to you as sort of the great stewards of that message at that table.
Okay, good to know, yeah, because we want to make sure that we give you a wide berth to do the work that you need to be doing for us, so that's good. Thank you so much.
Mr. Sansfield, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much for the presentation this morning. Appreciate the work you're doing. Give our best to the team.
Thank you.
The next is the Tourism Nanaimo Society. Ms. Mercer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Paraboom is online, so she will be doing her presentation via Zoom.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Ms. Paraboom, welcome. I understand the sympathy is in order given the the health of you and your team. I much appreciate you taking the time this morning.
My small and mighty team at home are busy at the front watching TV and have promised to be quiet for this session, so thank you. If my voice breaks up too much, I apologize. Next slide, please. Are we going to next slide? Oh, thank you so much. I would just like to acknowledge this past year working with the Sinamic Nation and the Petroglyph Development Group and really what that meant for us in community. And it's definitely been a privilege to work alongside the many elders when it comes to language revitalization and welcoming folks into the community. We've collaborated and supported many events this past year, messaging, marketing, and imagery, and have collectively shared a story about community alongside the nation. Sinamic Nation has had an incredible year of growth and reciprocity and has demonstrated certainly how to celebrate connection to place and community. And we are always grateful for the ways we're able to work alongside them and what we learn in doing so. Next slide, please. Today we're going to have a quick review of our mandate as Tourism Nanaimo. We're also going to review budget allocations and the overview of efforts that we're doing to ensure that Tourism Nanaimo, as the administrator of the MRDT, is directed with strong governance and oversight. I've kept this as high level as possible as the 50-page plus annual plan was attached to my package for further reading for you all. The next slide, please. As we reflect on the progress and challenges of the past year, we are encouraged by the strides we've made in positioning Nanaimo as a prime destination for both leisure and business and sport. I would say that when it comes to the mandate that was set before us as an organization, that we've been ensuring that we hit these marks annually. As a quick overcap, we were asked to develop and guide an implementation of a 5-year destination strategy, and 2026 will mark the second year of this 5-year plan. We were also tasked with creating a destination brand that celebrates Nanaimo's uniqueness and appeals to targeted groups of visitors and increasing positive resident sentiment. And this continues to evolve and has created marketplace recognition and is something that it seems community is incredibly proud of. We've been asked to support and invest research to ensure that we have a sustainable tourism industry, and our decisions are certainly based in data at all points. We were asked to increase overnight visitation in Nanaimo, invest in destination development initiatives, and to provide visitor services. Next slide, please. 2025 was certainly a strong year for Tourism Nanaimo, and with much of the progress I've shared with you over the quarterly updates, I look forward to presenting in early 2026 the final year-end numbers. But to put today's highlights into context, tourism is a major economic engine for BC, employing over 125,000 people and generating over $22 billion in revenue annually. For Nanaimo, MRDT revenue for 2025 is projected to reach a record of $1.25 million based on the accommodation reporting that we have to date. And the OAP portion of the visitor tax is expected to contribute approximately $270,000 this year, which the city continues to leverage to support housing initiatives across the community. When we look at Nanaimo's hotel occupancy, we saw a 2% growth this last year compared to last. We also saw an average daily rate increase 7.8%, and the revenue per available room came up to 10.1% in growth over last year. The hoteliers put a 30,000 additional rooms on the wall and set that as a goal to help us stabilize the downtown core and to increase ADR across the city. We reached 26,000 additional rooms this year, and we will continue to work towards ensuring that we hit targets. There are opportunities for a variety of properties with fulfilling niche needs in sport and in medical travel, and we'll be continuing to explore those avenues as we progress into this next year's tactical plan. I did make a mistake here on this slide, and so I'd like to correct that. I put the 2023 figures in when I did this and not 2024. So in 2024, we had 19 events that were hosted to 49 events in 2025, which is a 158% growth rate that we've seen there. And with robust forecasting and lead generation for next year, we're already confirmed for 45 events, 12 of which are provincial, 6 national, and 1 international. And as Chuck mentioned previously, this is done with the Team Nanaimo approach. The VICC, the hoteliers, the downtown BIAs all make this work possible and certainly impactful when we're putting in bids and putting Nanaimo forward. When we look at the visitor economy, total visitor spending in Nanaimo year to date at the end of August came in at $267.4 million. This is representing 1.38% of the provincial tourism spending and also generates 8.8% of the jobs in Nanaimo. And through our DBC resident sentiment research, we know that 80% of residents in Nanaimo are positive towards tourism and agree that visitors contribute meaningful to the local economy. Certainly, looking at these numbers, and they're not all in yet, it's an encouraging momentum as we keep looking ahead. We're focused on growing and diversifying our visitor economy, attracting new markets, extending seasons and expanding tourism offerings, and increasing conference and sport activity within the city. In 2026, we'll also be leveraging global exposure from FIFA, World Cup, and we'll work with partners on month-long activations and host major provincial and national events that'll be driving additional visitation in sport. Next slide, please. All the sources listed here to collaborate to ensure that MRDT remains viable and aligns with the Ministry of Finance requirements for this program. Collected from visitors by the accommodation sector, the MRDT supports tourism growth and helps attract additional funding and partnerships to maximize this impact. Our budget is made up of $1.3 million in MRDT, $750,000 in city funding, and $273,000 through industry and provincial partnership programs. We begin building our budget out in the summer, knowing newest hard costs, and then finalize allocations in the fall after industry engagement confirms priorities and the deliverables as part of our 2-year plan. The Tourism Nanaimo Board approved the balanced 2026 budget of $2.3 million on November 20th, and this was supported by stable MRDT forecasts, community investment, and rising demand and secured program funding. Next slide, please. This slide is really speaking to how Tourism Nanaimo's 2026 plan directs investment into the activities that benefit mostly residents and local businesses, but really the broader economy in Nanaimo. The plan builds directly from the progress made in 2025 and keeps us aligned with the 5-year strategy and the direction endorsed by the board and council and industry partners. Our largest allocations support the areas that drive measurable visitation and spending. For marketing, we're spending $772,000. Our multi-season campaigns and research-driven promotions and packaging. Meetings and conventions is $626,000, bringing high-value events and year-round demand. And destination development and experience at $434,000. This is activation planning, accessibility, industry training, and citywide event support. PR and industry development is in at $185 and supports earned media and industry capacity, while visitor services is $204, ensuring high-quality frontline services for both residents and visitors. I did want to mention that Tourism Nanaimo's staffing ratio is 28.2%, below the industry average for comparable DMOs, which typically range from 30 to 45%. So certainly running on a lean operation and ensuring funds are being directed towards the programs that matter, although we can't do that without a strong team. Importantly as well, our administration and governments remain 10% of the total budget, with overall allocations supporting sustainable visitation growth and reinforcing industry and city strategic priorities and ensuring that tourism investments create community benefits across Nanaimo. Next slide, please. When building out the annual plan, we always go back to the pillars of the work that was identified in the 5-year arching plan. Being a strong ally means acting as a connector and collaborator the industry has asked us to be. Better together means aligning partners and sharing information and reducing silos. And building out the real Nanaimo is about authentic, inclusive storytelling rooted in local identity. Elevate the destination focuses on quality, reputation, and resident sentiment, which we monitor regularly. Next slide, please. This slide is just a quick overview of tactics, and when delivered as a unified effort, these actions create a vibrant, inclusive, and resilient destination, one that supports local businesses, reflects community values, and elevates the cultural identity of the city. Generating sustained economic impact across all seasons is the goal. We'll continue to move into department priorities, so next slide, please. And I'll skip this one. Next slide, please. Marketing. As mentioned previously, it holds the largest allocation of budget. It is our primary tool to drive overnight visitation, which is the core purpose of MRDT. And in 2026, we're focused on converting interest into actual trips, especially outside summer peak season. Our campaigns are structured to deliver return on investment through DBC co-op programming, supported by year-round marketing always-on efforts that keep Nanaimo visible when people are making travel decisions. FIFA 2026 will create significant compression in Vancouver, and our strategy is to position Nanaimo as the quieter coastal base camp, an affordable and accessible alternative, and an added bonus game day excursion. This is not a hosting spend, and it is integrated demand generation within campaigns. We're working closely with Destination British Columbia on that, as well as our transportations locally, and we're having a meeting about this in mid-December with the province to figure out exactly how we're going to do this transportation corridor for this event. We also invest in arts and culture amplification, Indigenous co-marketing, and air and ferry travel partnerships with media fams. We are focused on BC and Alberta and Washington for this next year. It's clear that the data is showing us that 2026 growth will be overwhelmingly domestic and close to home, and these markets generate the strongest yield for us. Their travel patterns also align with the ferry and air capacity that we currently have, and this approach supports shoulder season performance and reflects current market conditions. Next slide, please. Meetings and events and sport. This is a strong and measurable economic return category for us. Business events and sport tourism are the top drivers of midweek and shoulder visitation, and our greatest economic opportunity really runs from October to May. We have a strong RFP pipeline with 45 opportunities in play currently for 2026 and a proven Team Nanaimo model that brings partners together to win bids, deliver exceptional hosting experiences, and ensure that we're putting our best foot forward. Our sales strategy for this next year is focusing on provincial and national groups. That's really going to be our focus in the coming year for 2027 bookings. 600 people per event seems to be a great spot for us. We've seen major growth in conferences, increasing 158% over 2024, and our sport and tourism program is targeting 4 to 6 million economic impact. This budget in particular supports national trade shows, hosted buyer programs, bid development, sport hosting grants, and the incentive tools needed to attract high-value events. As Chuck was mentioning earlier, the incentive programs become increasingly important when we're trying to procure certain bids. The return on investment is immediate in these actions. In 2025, we saw clear increases in confirmed events, and lead times average under a year. The room nights compound as events return or grow into citywide opportunities, which we will see in 2026. Nanaimo can't compete head-to-head with larger destinations like Vancouver, Victoria, or Whistler, so our strategy is focusing on where we excel: the right-sized events, strong value, and unforgettable hosting that we do only in partnership with the many businesses and other organizations throughout the community. These investments ensure that Nanaimo has a real presence at the table when national and provincial entities are making decisions about where they're going to host. Next slide, please. Destination development really is the core of ensuring that we move in the right direction. This investment is protecting our long-term social license by ensuring that Nanaimo is a welcoming, accessible, and culturally aligned with our residents and partners. Events like Pride, Luminous Paths, and Beyond Van Gogh act as anchors that generate overnight visitation and create new packaging opportunities for local businesses. We're actively seeking new destination experiences and business investments that strengthen Nanaimo's product mix and allow us to build more immersive packaging for leisure business and sport visitors. Our partnership with Snuneymuxw First Nation remains a core priority in advancing storytelling, language revitalization, and authentic experiences on Such Island, and supporting events like we did this year with Snuneymuxw Days, and when the opportunity arises, Coast Salish Games as well. Accessibility is now a market requirement. Visitors increasingly choose destinations that demonstrate inclusive design and accessible experiences. The data backs this work, with Pride delivering strong overnight performances. Luminous Paths is showing an opportunity to increase its impact with its continuance, and 3 years of visitor survey results excuse me, show that inclusive brings clear economic advantages when accessibility and inclusivity is brought to the forefront. These initiatives are not standalone, and they are contributing to the year-round vibrancy, not only for our resident satisfaction, but also in the reputation that aligns with the community's values. Looking ahead, we'll also be pursuing international DMAP accreditation, which is a rigorous program that strengthens governance, accountability, and credibility expected of a modern destination management organization. Currently, there are only 100 destinations that have this designation, and we would like Nanaimo to be one of them. Next slide, please. PR and engagement in the industry. This is $185,000 that we're investing into the industry training, and this is also inclusive of our data programs like STR and Destination Laser, which allows us to track visitor spending. These provide the intelligence needed for us to make informed decisions in terms of long planning. We're also investing heavily in bringing industry together for packaging, travel trade, and media hosting, and there'll be ample opportunity for industry to come together to identify opportunities and create packaging throughout this year. These meetings will also capture industry intent over a longer period of time so that our 2027 plans are informed by their engagement. These investments directly improve industry readiness for meetings, events, and crews, and build the community capacity that we need in the destination as we continue to look for growth. This aligns with the pillar Be a Strong Ally and Better Together by supporting inclusion, cultural stewardship, and accessible resources and community collaboration. Next slide, please. Visitor services. They are increasingly on the ground, and they are the pulse of our visitor economy and connecting directly with residents and visitors and our downtown partners directly. This year, we've serviced 10,488 folks. This was a 12.4% increase over last year. This frontline work really supports the major demand drivers: cruise arrivals, meetings and events, cultural festivals, and peak season activity, while keeping our ambassador team ready to respond and assist. It's also a key tool for downtown activation, helping guide people into local businesses and enhancing safety, wayfinding, and overall experience. Visitor services is our main interface between residents and visitors, and it plays a direct role in improving satisfaction for our Net Promoter Score outcome, and it also influences the resources we create in messaging and promote based on what we learn from folks that are visiting the city. This past year, we've completed a refresh of the visitor center space with new artwork with Snuneymuxw artists, lighting, thank you for that, and retail elements, and added waterfront kiosk as well, which expanded our reach to both travelers and residents. Together, these improvements have strengthened the city's capacity to welcome visitors and support community-aligned experiences. Next slide, please. This slide is really just speaking to the action that we're taking to ensure Tourism Nanaimo operates with strong governance and financial accountability. These steps support strong audits, solid financial controls, effective board oversight, and ongoing readiness for DMAP accreditation. This work also strengthens our ability to coordinate community communications and maintain MRDT compliance, which is critical for both the city and the province. We monitor MRDT performance quarterly, and if needed, we adjust pacing on campaigns, defer non-essential assets, we realign grant programs, and will scale back travel and trade shows if needed while protecting staff stability and core commitments. This is a disciplined approach that keeps our financial risk below 5% and ensures the spending matches real-time revenues that we're seeing through the MRDT. Our operating reserve is an important safeguard and one we will try to grow year over year. It allows us to respond to wildfires, market slowdowns, funding opportunity shifts, large-scale event support, or staffing transitions without disrupting our community commitments. These governance functions and structural necessities are for a growing MRDT, but also for the DMO to ensure long-term stability and the organization within the community. Next slide, please. Tourism supports over 8.8% of jobs in Nanaimo. Visitor spending reached $267 million in 2025 at the end of August and is continuing to grow. I bring those up again because it's impressive to see how much the sector has impact in our local and circular economy. Short-haul travelers choose Nanaimo because it feels authentic, inclusive, and welcoming. We hear that again and again online and in person. And residents benefit when visitors spend money in restaurants, shops, cultural spaces, and events. Tourism Nanaimo's 2026 plan is about building on value, not volume, and we're focused on strengthening the city's identity, supporting local businesses, and building a vibrant, sustainable visitor economy that reflects the community's values so that it doesn't take away from residents' quality of life. Intentional planning is really what guides our work, and the 2026 annual plan puts that into practice, moving from strategy to implementation with clarity, discipline, and the community benefit at the forefront in whatever we do. Next slide, please. As always, I am grateful to be before you all, city staff and community at large, to share the wins and ways forward for the local tourism economy. Nanaimo is a place we should all be profoundly proud of. Myself and our entire team take pride in our work, in supporting our partners, and continuously learning and listening and adapting in an industry and city that is forever changing. I'm happy to take any questions or feedback on the submitted 2026 plan that accompany this presentation, and thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. First off is Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Worship, and to Carly Paraboom, I know you're feeling rotten, so thank you so much for being here and giving us this report. It was great. I just wondered if you could talk just for a couple of seconds about the relationship that we see with cross-border to the United States and so forth, and the struggle that relationship is for many Canadians. Do you feel that that's helping our tourism sector to be as strong as it is today?
I would say that the domestic sentiment towards U.S. travel continues to be one where folks are looking toward either Canadian travel or they're looking toward Europe. There are some challenges going further abroad as different conflicts continue. So we do monitor that closely with the travel restrictions that we see that are put forth by the government. And we are monitoring resident sentiment, but no more importantly, national sentiment when it comes to traveling. Our dollar also is not very strong, so folks are going to stay closer to home because of that. So certainly we're seeing the benefits of, I would say, the global economy around tourism and the way that people are considering travel right now. Absolutely.
I just think too that, as many people as we can get into the area, regarding tourism will help them to come back over and over the years. So thank you so much for your work and get well.
Thank you, Janice.
Thank you. Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you for the presentation, and thanks to the work that your team is doing. I really like the look, and I think it's positioning Nanaimo really well, and I think playing into our strengths. So thank you for that. I wanted to ask about the marketing dollars. Are we able to see like a breakdown of how that money is spent? And Like, I'm mainly curious about how much of that is maybe going into platforms that are Meta-owned versus into local organizations, for example, like newspapers and things like that.
That's a really great question. It's broken down usually per campaign. So in the overarching annual budget at the beginning of the year, we'll say that spring campaign is going to be this much, fall campaign is going to be this much, in winter. This last year, we've really tried to diversify to make sure that we're supporting local publications that reach the regional. We're careful not to market too much internally in our own city, because realistically, we're looking for those visitors outside. We've moved a little bit more toward, if you look at like the BC Ferries tabletops, we've really taken those over. We like being on the sky trains and billboards in different communities and areas back east and also in Vancouver. Places where we're seeing the interface of regular, I would say everyday commutes, and also where they can see messaging about us. And then that generates through a QR code. There is always a, I would say, ethical question at this point with many media buys around what do you do in Meta, how much do you put towards Google, and how much do you put into traditional. And I would say that we're really trying to ensure that we're doing a good mix of traditional effort at this point, because those spaces are changing. And it would seem that the more new platforms that come about are quickly bought out by then Meta, which makes it incredibly challenging to keep moving in the space and pivot. But we are very conscious of making sure that we support local suppliers where it makes sense, and also British Columbia owned suppliers where it makes sense.
Thank you for your awareness and consciousness with your marketing dollars there. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Mr. Lowen, you wish to add something? Please.
Yes, I just wanted to mention, as chair of the Tourism and Nanaimo Society, as well as having worked with the tourism for the last 3 years or so very directly in my current position, I just wanted to acknowledge the fantastic work that Carly and her team do for us every day. And 3 of those team are at the back of the room watching, so I'd like to acknowledge their contributions as well. Thanks, and thank you, Carly. Thanks.
Thank you very much. That was very gracious of you. And yes, most of us noticed them quietly sitting in the back of the class here, being very respectful. Thank you. Much appreciated. And as I say, particularly given the circumstances, are there any other questions for Ms. Paraboom? Seeing none, thank you very much. Continued success. It helps the city, and that 8.8% total jobs in tourism is a pretty impressive figure. And I'm sure with your continued work, it's going to get to be an even higher percentage, and that's wonderful.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you. The next matter is reports, and the first is A, Progress Report, Council Priority Actions. Mr. Holm, I suspect we're not going to get through the full report, but we'll maybe get started before lunch and then break.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll keep it brief, and we'll do our best to get through. And I'll just maybe say a couple of words. Ms. Brinkman, Lisa Brinkman, Manager of Community Planning and Acting Manager of Sustainability, will introduce the next 2 reports. These are, as Council's aware, supporting documents to City Plan. The 3 City Plan, the Integrated Action Plan, and the monitoring strategy are an integrated planning framework. Award-winning, I'll add that. Well recognized, and don't let the brevity of the first report, Integrated Action Plan, fool you. There's a lot of work and effort that goes into that across the organization, and hopefully it's important information for Council in budget discussions and considerations. That's the library of actions, priority actions. Ms. Brinkman will speak to that. The monitoring strategy, obviously, Council's aware that's the tool, the strategy that Council uses to assess progress towards achieving the City Plan goals. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to Ms. Brinkman. There's a cast here that is available to respond to questions as we go through this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brinkman. Good morning. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. Also, I have very brief presentations for both, and like Mr. Holm, represents a huge body of work, so feel free to ask questions. But so the progress report, this will be the second annual of Council's priority actions. So of the integrated action plan, Council selected 203 priority actions. And so last year we presented our first kind of progress report towards those, and this will be the second. And the progress is to help inform your budget discussions and decisions upcoming. And so to date, there are 40 actions complete, 96 are in progress, 43 ongoing, and 24 not started. And so we're happy to answer any questions about the actions, and we have representatives from each of the city departments to help with that.
Thank you. That was fast. Councillor Himmons.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Your Worship. I agree. This report embodies a ton of work, so thank you. So good to see it all in one place. This is a bit of a question out of left field, but it's related to item 44 under recreational trails. It's ongoing. It's related to the Westwood Lake Park trails, user groups, mountain bike clubs, etc. I had a question from a resident about the trail maintenance around Westwood, and particularly related to a bridge. Could I just have some context from staff about how we work with the Nanaimo Mountain Bike Club and trail users to ensure that the amenities are appropriate on the trails? I'm sorry, I really should have told someone I was going to ask this question.
Yeah, through the chair, if Ms. Osborne could join us.
Ms. Osborne, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Council. Councillor Hammond, through his worship, would you mind just rephrasing again your question so I could know exactly what you're asking?
So I had and I apologize, this is out of left field. I had a question from a mountain bike user who uses the trails regularly, and a question about, it was the width of a bridge. And if I could just have some staff commentary on how we work with the mountain bike club and how we work with the trail users to ensure that we're getting as many people on the trails as possible, that would be great.
Okay, so I'll attempt to try to answer this, although Ms. Davis would have been a better person to speak to it. However, she's away on vacation today. We do have an agreement that we work with our local mountain bike organization to maintain and develop the trails. We do try to work with the different standards that are required to ensure for trail safety. I am aware of the bridge that you have identified, and I know that staff are in the process of going out to take a look at that bridge and ensure that it is within the requirements. It looks narrow, but I can speak to the trails that I've been riding myself, and that some of the bridges, the standards are quite narrow, and that is the technical attempt to provide a variety of different levels of intermediate and advanced for different riders. And I know myself that in those situations, the attempt is that there be a side path so that people don't have to fulfill the whole bridge, that they can cross in a different way that's less difficult. So we are working to ensure that the mountain bike clubs and the different organizations we work on that build trails work to the standards, but there are different road groups out there that build trails, and we do have to follow up with them and ensure that they are built in a safe manner. I hope that answers your question.
That answers it perfectly, thank you. And I just want to commend staff. So a resident who rides bikes indicated that a bridge wasn't to her standard, and it went through staff, and staff and I are going to look at it. So I just
Absolutely.
think that is incredibly responsive, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for letting us know about it.
Council, is Councillor Hemmons going to be the only one with a question? We're not that tired and hungry, are we? So thorough. The urban tree canopy management strategy, conduct a tree canopy assessment. It's located on page 95. It's item 16, marked as in progress. How far along are we? If you can give me an estimate.
Please, can you repeat the number? What number?
It's item 16 on the Integrated Action Plan Progress Report.
Through the chair, if I might, as Ms. Osborne comes up and we do not have some of our staff here due to vacation, some of these questions we can certainly respond to in more depth than what we're able to provide today. Thank you. Through the chair, we will get you an update because Ms. Davis is the one who has the most accurate status of this project. Thank you.
The only reason I ask is and I'm not being disrespectful, I'm being complimentary in the significant amount of material. It seems to me there's a figure we dropped from 42% to 37% urban tree canopy. It's mentioned somewhere, unless I was having an hallucination in the middle of the night and confusing the facts. And I'm just wondering, is that accounted for, I presume, by further development? But at the same time, I'm also conscious of the fact our tree bylaw requires replacement. So I'm kind of looking for comments on this. Mr. Holm, please.
Sure. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll do my best. I think you're referencing information that is contained within the monitoring strategy, which is up next. And it does. So there was work by our GIS team. Really interesting work using computer modeling to look back in time and actually assess how our tree canopies changed over time for the time period that we have the information to be able to do that, which is pretty creative and interesting work, and it's really informative. So we do have a target for overall tree canopy within neighborhoods, and there's obviously more or less in different neighborhoods. Downtown, obviously, you're likely to see, or Woodgrove, you're likely to see less tree canopy coverage, obviously Protection Island, much more. Yeah, there's been changes over time that we've been able to assess, and that information is going to help us look at the policy approaches that the council might choose to take through the urban forest strategy. Part of the urban forest strategy review will also there'll be a follow-up component to that, which will be the tree bylaw, the management of trees bylaw, and we'll look at how we manage trees and the removal of trees through development, and as well as other aspects of. We have obviously a tree rebate program that's been quite successful. We plant trees in parks and in streets as well. There's different approaches that we'll look at through the urban forest strategy that can help us achieve additional tree canopy over time, and some of this work through the monitoring strategy will help inform that. Hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you very much. It is. Councillor Himmons.
Thank you. I have one more. Number 99, conduct a research project into barriers which may inhibit participation in community well-being programs and identify actions to reduce barriers. This, to me, it's not yet started. This sits very naturally with the Akai committee. I'm curious how this would differ from the LEAP program and the work that was done on that. Maybe well-being programs doesn't necessarily mean parks and rec programs.
Through His Worship to Councillor Hammonds. As you noted, we have not started to work on this research project. I can anticipate that we would certainly be working with the Accessibility Committee on Inclusiveness and to identify where some of those barriers are currently impactful. And we will also be looking at such things from inclusiveness in terms of age, finances, and proximity, transportation, the number of different barriers that limit people from being able to participate in our programs. But certainly we would want to do this in conjunction with working with our Committee on Accessibility.
Wonderful, thank you. I've just noted some really good work in this arena, so I was kind of curious to see that we haven't started it yet, but obviously this work is ongoing and actually great. I'm referencing is it Swim to Survive, allowing kids to fill out the forms in school rather than bringing them home. Like, I feel like we're doing this really well. So it's nice to see that there's future work about it, and I just want to commend staff and the Akai committee as well for diving into that and doing it well. Thank you.
I might want to add to that that it would also need to include an inventory of what we're currently already doing. Because you're right, we do every day try to look at our programs and services through the lens of inclusivity and accessibility.
I think Parks and Rec does a phenomenal job of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to go to Councillor Gesselbrock and then Councillor Manley.
Thanks. No, I really appreciate this report being brought forward, and just just thinking about the overall process of being able to track progress on key action items and just the overall framework of our planning process. And I just had a question in terms of like being able to fit this in to assess sort of our resourcing and our and to take into account or assess our ambition to what is actually feasible doing. And there is a few areas, like these are all in the 0 to 4 years timeline, that items that are in progress in the blue, and there's quite a few that have been in green, but just ways that council has the opportunity to ask about each items, but even like a percentage of like how much completion are those ones in blue, to be able to assess, do we need more resourcing there or not? And my question is just for staff, tracking this, is it a useful exercise to be able to sit back and look how well different areas are resourced and engaging, our effort in different areas?
Mr. Lindsay.
Your Worship, yeah, maybe I'll just start certainly from staff's perspective. I think this is an extremely useful document in terms of making sure we're aligned, not just with your policy documents, but with your strategic plan, and ultimately council's direction on your priorities when it comes to this time of year, and we're talking about your budget. So yes, it's important. We could probably go back in and look at, if that was important to council, a percentage, but I would say this is a living document, so we're always updating it every year. To put a percentage on it, I think we'd be a little bit guessing on some of them, and I'm not sure, if it would be that reliable when it came to decision making. In terms of using it as a document, I think it is helpful to look at what's being done in different areas when considering resources, but some of the resources are not just staff time, often they're budget considerations. It's a cost issue of which priorities go above other priorities. And I would say what doesn't get mentioned enough is these are council priorities, but every once in a while we get thrown a curveball and there's new priorities, such as what happened. I would look at specifically some of the policies and action items that were identified around housing were very much put on pause and delay while we turned our minds to the direction that the province asked us to do over the last year and a half around housing. So sometimes it's not just a matter of resources, it's a matter of other priorities that come up throughout the year. But yes,
absolutely, yeah, and it is an interesting exercise to be able to like compare sort of what the sort of official community plan priorities and actions items are, and then all these emerging things that come out through the year, and see it all at once. So us as council can have a broad picture of like all the different draws on staff time, and to be able to resource accordingly. So thanks for this. And I guess like in terms of staff capacity, in terms of complete, doing up one of these, I know it was mentioned that it was like the second time that it was brought before council, and I do recall something maybe 6 months ago or something like that, the reporting on it. And I guess, doing it once a year is more than sufficient, I would say. And the timing of that, potentially in September, this comes forward, just before budget comes in, so that we can have like a thorough look through. And, if there are areas that we identify as we'd like to resource more, and in comparison with everything else, we have that runway to be able to, make that commentary so that it can be entered into the budget process. And not to say that we do have ample time now to look at it and do it, but just, even just a bit earlier, I think would make it even more effective. But thanks so much for bringing this forward.
I must say, from a practical perspective, 203 wishes is a hell of a long list. Even the most ambitious child at Christmas wouldn't expect this. Mr. Holm.
Sir, Your Worship, can I just respond a little bit to Councillor Gisselberg's comment there on timing? And I think it is important. We do endeavor to bring it forward so that you have it in time for budget consideration, but we certainly hear and understand the comment about wishing to see it a little bit earlier. So we've put it in our actual work plan for next year. We expect to actually be able to deliver it to you at the last council meeting before you get into your budget deliberation. So we will have it to you a little bit earlier next year for sure.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Holm, and then Councillor Manley.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was just going to add to Councillor Gesselbrick's question or observation about recently receiving information around the Integrated Action Plan. It's possible that Councillor Gesselbrick's referring to the neighborhood priority actions, which is another input into this process as well, and the timing of that is probably around when you referenced when Councillor Gesselbrick had referenced receiving information on that. So there are multiple inputs that we try to line up to ensure that it's before council for in time for budget consideration, and the neighborhood priority actions is another one. So thanks.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Manley, then Councillor Perino.
Thank you. My question's around item 179, One Port Drive, and we hear from people about what the plan is. I know that our master plan is kind of dated now, 2018, and I'm just wondering what staff can share. I know there's been discussions with Snuneymuxw First Nation, also 180 kind of related. Hearing at VIA and then at the Blue Economy open house last week, talking about industrial space for clusters that are in this field. So I'm just curious what staff can share about where we're at with One Port Drive going forward.
Mr. Lindsay, please.
Yeah, Your Worship, certainly this has been something on our work plan for a number of years. The next steps are to bring forward a rezoning application. Certainly, as Councillor Manley mentioned, it's obviously an important site. It's a known historic site, village site for the nation, and it's important to work closely with them, talking about any development in the area. So those discussions are ongoing, continuing, but hope to bring something to council in the near future. In terms of the validity of a plan, I know 2018 now sounds like a few years ago, but if you look back through all the different neighborhood plans and area plans that we have, sometimes they get older than that as we have an opportunity to roll through. Right now we're doing the Woodgrove area plan, but we'll be looking at the other structure plans. I would say from staff's perspective, the 2018 plan still remains valid and still does meet the broader objectives of growth of the downtown, our primary urban node. So,
okay, thank you for that. And then Stewart Avenue, any kind of update on how things are unfolding there with the Port Authority and development along Stewart Avenue? Again, I imagine a lot of this stuff is happening behind the scenes in camera, and there's limited amounts that you can share, but
I think the Stewart Avenue one is challenging, just given the nature of the titles of the lands down there. I think a lot of people drive along Stewart Avenue and see these large tracts of property and wonder why they're not redeveloped. But the truth is, many of those properties have very narrow actual fee simple property. In some cases, they're measured in feet, where most of it's filled foreshore water lease that's managed by the Port Authority. So it does create opportunities when they're looking at marinas and marine uses, but really does create challenges when looking at what people often think should be there, which is condos and hotels and those types of uses. It's somewhat more difficult given just the land tenureship. The waterfront walkway component through that channel is heavily reliant on the Port Authority, and I don't think they get enough credit for the work that they've done over the years connecting sections through there, because it's all on their land, but it's really dependent on when leases are renewed or when the developments of those leases come up, that the Port Authority works with us to get those remaining sections connected. But it's been slow, but it is only with the partnership of the Port Authority that we've been able to get as much as we've been.
Okay, thank you. One more, if I may. Just to follow up on Mayor Krog's questions about the tree canopy, and I had a conversation with Mr. Holm about this earlier about item 16 and about the fines that we levy, because we get complaints from people about trees being cut down, and it's kind of like, you know, cut first, ask permission later, pay your fine, and walk away. And I'm just curious about whether the update to the tree protection bylaw is going to be looking at that fine process and people's ability to pay and what they actually gain by clearing trees that should be protected. Because some people, it's, you know, a $10,000 fine or a $50,000 fine to a bag of peanuts. Thank you very much. I got what I wanted. My view.
Through your worship to Councillor Manley, I'd say yes, the bylaw, any bylaw we bring forward, major bylaw, especially regulatory like that, we would look at obviously the enforcement provisions and how they have been working and what tools are available. And there are different approaches that we can take to you know, appropriately I guess putting in appropriate measures to deter inappropriate behavior. So, and we've done successfully, I think, through some of the removal of trees without permit. There's different tools that we have, but we've often had success in gaining a consent-based penalty payment that reflects the actual the facts of what took place through investigation and analysis, and rather than proceeding to court, we've had success in consent-based resolution, and some of the penalties have been significant enough, I think, to deter others from doing the same. Yeah, any bylaw review, we would be reflecting on all of that work and the successes and opportunities and how that's worked out. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I do admit, when I look at this report, the first thing I did was go to the greens because they're the completed projects. I wanted to see what we had done. And I just have a question about number 176 under the Prosperous Nanaimo. And this is implement the actions of the Mayor's Leaders Table Infrastructure Ask, which lays out inventory of the infrastructure ask. And I'm just wondering if you could explain that just a little bit further. I just wasn't entirely sure what it meant. Is there an actual report about all the asks, and is it all labeled out? And what does it have to do with the mayor's table versus other areas? Was there something unique there, or?
If I may jump in, and then we'll get the best answer from staff.
That's okay.
It's a work in progress. The Mayor's Leaders Table, as you know, is comprised of a number of what I will call leading citizens in our community. Mr. Stansfield touched on much of the work today during his presentation.
Yes.
And obviously I won't call it as something as simple as a repetition of the Yes Committee and its coordination, well, gosh, a couple of decades ago now. I hate to say it, Mr. Sims is nodding. I think I'm right on the timing, where Nanaimo got together, so to speak, the leading organizations, including the university and the airport and the port and everybody else, and said, look, these are the things we need and these are the priorities we're going to go to government and ask for. Okay. But it will result in a similar kind of approach.
Good. And you did put the hospital at the top of that
Now let staff get the best answer, including the patient tower. Don't worry,
yes,
Councillor Perino.
Good.
Thanks, Your Worship. As you know, the Mayor's Leaders Table was founded sort of coming out of COVID.
Yes.
And, you know, ultimately, after a couple of iterations in, I believe it was, I'm going to get my timing wrong, I think it was 2022, that there was a presentation to council, and with a long list of projects that the table felt were, you know, very important for the community to thrive. Okay. It was really within the same context as we saw a city plan. And it had, you know, 4 or 5 very high priorities, and I think everyone acknowledged certainly the health-focused projects were right up there.
Yes.
And so the reason this is this work actually does continue with the current iteration of the Mayor's Leaders Table, as His Worship mentioned, And as Mr. Stansfield mentioned in his presentation, it continues to evolve with the intent that there's a community sense of strength around speaking to industry, federal government, provincial government about what's important to Nanaimo as a community, not just what's important to one entity.
Excellent, excellent. Just what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right, Council. We've managed to get ourselves into the lunch hour, which is a good thing because an hour is much more time than we need for lunch. So we will reconvene at 1 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, I'm recycling.
And I'm wish cycling.
Wish I've got a surprise for you.
I love surprises.
Last week, I swapped out your old blue card with this new high-tech one.
It's beautiful. What does it do? Does it take itself to the curb?
Nope.
Oh, does it whistle while it rolls?
Ooh, I like that, but no.
Oh, is it remote control?
Sort of. With a click of this button, it will reject anything that can't be recycled at the curbside.
That's fantastic, but there's no contaminants in my blue card, only packaging and paper products, PPP.
You sure about that? Looks like you have some closed-cell extruded polystyrene foam in there.
Oh, but that's packaging material.
More like packing material. Polystyrene foam like this can be recycled, but not at the curbside.
Oh. What about styrofoam egg cartons?
Nope.
Oh, well, at least they're reusable.
Seems to be jammed.
Technology, eh? Let me have a look.
Yeah, those definitely shouldn't go in the blue card.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's reconvene. First item is 6B, the monitoring strategy update. Mr. Holm, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll turn this over to right away to Ms. Brinkman, who will present this item for Council. Thank you. Committee.
Ms. Brinkman, thank you. Please.
Hello, good afternoon. So, very brief little introduction here. So the monitoring strategy was endorsed by Council in May 2024. And there was a process in the creation of the monitoring strategy, selecting indicators that were meaningful to bring the city towards their 5 goal areas. And so after it was endorsed by Council in May 2024, since that time, staff have been working towards gathering the data that's necessary to help us make decisions based on those key indicators and supportive indicators. And so this report is really the first time that we can now look at our sustainability scores in relation to our goal areas based on the data we've been gathering in the last year and a half or so. And this is an approach we'd like to take each year to bring to you the sustainability scores for each of our key indicators and other indicators. And as part of that, too, we're reaching out to the community to introduce the monitoring strategy. So this was the first year that we've been starting to do that as well. And so this report also summarizes our engagement event from November 5th, and that was with key interest groups. And then in 2020, and we'll do that annually. And then 2027, we'll do broad engagement with the full community. So just an introduction to what you have in your agenda package today, and we're happy to take any questions.
Councillor Eastmere, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I enjoyed the monitoring event. I couldn't stay for the whole thing, but I thought that the conversations were great. You had really good community partners in the room for it. And I heard feedback that people were really interested to see the breadth of work that the city was doing. And you brought in folks who were really kind of focused in one area, but they got to have a sense of what's happening in the other areas. So I thought the event was really valuable, and maybe next year a bigger room, because it was noisy in there, but I think that's a good thing because it just means we had a lot of folks and a lot of really good conversations happening. So thanks to staff for organizing that.
Thank you. Councillor Himmons.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, staff, for this report. I'm noting under the title Empowered that key indicators for an empowered Nanaimo are currently under development. And I feel like, I just want to note, they've been under development for some time. And however, in the paragraph devoted specifically to empowered Nanaimo, there's a couple of things in here that I actually think would make great indicators. One is voter turnout. I think that's a great indicator of an empowered citizenry. Also noted is providing grants to community organizations. I think that's a really great way that the city empowers its nonprofit agencies and providers to support our residents. The one that I think, and I'm going to go back years now, but the Community Engagement Task Force that was all about an empowered citizenry really talked about the interface between council and residents, and really simple things like communication, like how functional is the website? How easy is it to navigate? How often do we send out our newsletters, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to throw those out there, knowing that we've been working on this for a while. I haven't seen anything tangible come up, but I think we're close, and I think what's been discussed here is a great start, and there's a few more things that we could maybe pull from the Engagement Task Force work. Thank you.
Maybe in response, thank you for the comments. So what the staff report really just focused on key indicators, but also in the background is the supportive indicators. And so on the display board, I know Natalie was asking, the Reconciliation, Representation, and Inclusion display board, there is showing scores for supportive indicators. So they are part of the data. And the monitoring strategy, once you are in the website, looking at the scores and all the data that's there, the key indicators, supportive indicators, you can go down quite a rabbit hole. There's quite a lot of information there. And that's why the staff report just really focused on key indicators, but really in the background there is a lot of supportive indicators as well that could be brought forward maybe next year more clearly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. Just want to say thanks to staff for all the work. I know there's a lot of communities nationally and internationally that are paying attention to the work that's being done here. And I think ultimately, it's a lot of work to get the indicators together and the monitoring strategy. And I know, we've been working hard on that. And I think ultimately the whole purpose, for I see of this process, the monitoring strategy and the action plan is for our city's accountability to the goals that we set and to bake that into the decision making, and so that we're reporting out to council and also to the wider community. And so I'm just curious, we're early stages putting it all together, but would we foresee the process going forward annually and then probably a bigger one every 4 years when we do a major update with the targets and the action plan? Is that there'd be a council presentation, like at a council meeting, on where we're at with our targets and indicators with the monitoring strategy, followed by a review of where we're at in our action plan, the progress report, and that would be timed just before we get into budget, just so that we're going into the budget process with all this stuff in our mind when we're allocating resources. That's a question.
Ms. Bopel-Singh, Ms. Brinkman?
No, I'll let Ms. Brinkman start and then, and I'm just jumping in, and I know this is just to compliment Ms. Brinkman. The intention was that this whole process is to help you and to help us see if some of the things you're investing in are being effective and whether you need to pivot your resources to achieve a different outcome. And then use that timed with either the 5-year OCP update, but even before that, you have a chance to, and one of the hard things about key indicators is whether they will show you trends over time. And that's why some of the supporting indicators don't always give you that tangible, measurable year after year. So what our hope was, and it is a very labor-intensive process, and that's why very, very few local governments ever get to this. They talk about it, but they don't actually get to what you've seen staff do here today. And so the idea is that even before every 4 years, we're giving you the opportunity to assess or reassess the effectiveness of what you've invested in, and to then pivot and say, okay, you know what, we need to try this a bit longer to see if the results will happen in whichever indicator area, or do we need to stop this particular investment, try something different to see if we attain the goals through another type of a project. And so I'm not sure I'm answering you exactly, but the intention is absolutely to do that, whether it's every 4 years in a more deeper dive, but every year to give you that. And as we get better at it, give you that information so it informs your investments. So every year you're reviewing, going, yep, let's stay on track. We want to continue investing in X, Y, Z. Or no, we're not seeing that this is, over this span of time, showing the results we want. Maybe we'll pick something else and elevate that for staff to focus on, or investments. So through the chair to Councillor Gaspard, does that help?
Absolutely, and just to follow up on that, I think, you know, I went to the monitoring strategy engagement session, and from what I saw from the people there, they're very interested to see sort of the indicators and the targets and where we're at on it, and it was just very informative, one of like, what is the city actually trying to achieve and where kind of we're at. And understandably, like, some of these targets or these indicators aren't going to tell us much in a year to year, but over a 4-year period maybe. But I think it would be very useful on an annual basis before the action plan is presented, update to council, to give a summary of where we're at, knowing that, you know, there might be not a lot of motion on a few things, but the, you know, the 15-20-minute summary that was given to the engagement group, but in a forum like this where it's being broadcast to people watching council and for the media, and then getting into the action planning. And I guess that's what I'm kind of hoping for, that, you know, we'll do on an annual basis, because yeah, there's a lot of neat information there, and like, even, I mean, we don't have time at this particular moment, but to give a 15-minute presentation like we do and stuff on our current targets and monitoring strategy, and that, I think people would be very interested in.
Through the chair, Ms. Brinkman, I think, has some more information for you.
Okay, great.
Thank you, and this is a great discussion and great to hear your comments and feedback. I do want to give a shout out to the finance department too, though, because as part of the budget process in the last 2 years, you'll see in the department business plans, which finance leads, you'll see the actions related to the integrated action plan and city plan, and all the reference there to what each department is doing to move towards these 5 goal areas. So I think, you know, the city plan, integrated action plan, monitoring strategy, it's a new process for making decisions, and our finance department is integrating that. And, you know, over the past 3 years, we have melded those together, and we'll continue to do so.
Your Worship, can I just on terms of the timing, and just like the earlier question today about the integrated action plan, we will be bringing those next year. We've heard the comments about timing, and we do want you to have those in time that you can consider them as part of your budget. So we'll bring them to the council meeting prior to getting into your budget deliberations with finance and audit. So you'll have that information, and there'll be an opportunity for a presentation if that's what's desired. So we've heard that. We'll make the adjustment.
Councillor Manley, please.
Thank you. I wanted to thank staff too. I went to the Monitoring Matters event with the different nonprofits and stakeholder groups, and I thought it was an excellent event, and I think the reports are a really good report, and just appreciate all the work that's gone into doing this, and look forward to an expanded event, like bringing the community in, and getting some maybe reports from some of the nonprofits who are directly involved as well in doing some of this work, and that we're supporting through our action plans. But I think that, yeah, the more the community understands what we're doing and what's changing, how it's creating a positive impact for the community is important. So thank you.
Not seeing any further questions. So that's it with the monitoring strategy update. Thank you very much, everyone. The next item is C, options for implementing the Health and Housing Action Plan and other related council priorities. Ms. Bhopal Singh, please.
Good afternoon again, Council. So the report you have before you is following up on Council's direction on November 3rd to bring forward a report to the Finance and Audit Committee, so that as part of your 2026 budget process, you look at what options you may wish to consider to assign the work task to the Nanaimo Systems Planning Organization Society for implementing the 2021 Health and Housing Action Plan work, and also other council priorities. So the report before you today is for information, and it contains 3 options for you to consider. And then your decision point will come during a presentation by Ms. Fuller later on in the agenda. I think it's item number 5, where you can make a decision on how you would like to allocate what is essentially 2022 carry forward funds that were not spent by the Nanaimo Systems Planning Organization. So I'll briefly run through the 3 options. I won't get too much into the advantages and disadvantages. They're all there in the report. And then if you have any questions, myself and our CEO and others are also available. So the first option, and I might ask if staff might scroll up to it for the community to see, is for council to consider staffing for a temporary staff position for a 2-year term. This would not result in any increases to taxes and would use the majority or a good portion of the carry forward. The second option would be, so that would be a 2-year staffing position in the, and I should just let you know, if you are puzzled in the report by a department called the Social Development Department, we have pivoted, and the department that you would have known as the Social Planning Department, we're now calling the Social Development Department to reflect community needs. And so the position titles that you see here are related to that. So Christy Wood, who is behind me, is the Manager of Social Development. And it just reflects how we have evolved from social planning over the last 3 decades to looking at more upstream, midstream, and downstream solutions for the city. So the first option, as I said, was a temporary 2-year position, which would allow us to assess how we move forward on a range of council priorities. The second option would be a permanent full-time position for a staff member within the Social Development Department. And the difference between a 2-year temporary term position and a full-time, as council will likely be aware, would be the second option for full-time would have some tax implications going forward because it would be a new permanent position. The first would be an option to assess for 2 years and then look at potentially whether you continue that in a longer term. The third option would be no new positions, but reallocating the 2022 carry forward to a range of direct service type projects. And so the advantages and disadvantages of that, again, that would not give extra capacity to the social development team, but it would give bandwidth to a range of potentially other council priorities. So I'm going to pause there. Those are 3 options. You can obviously consider those or consider directing us to look at something else. And I'll pause there and see if you have any questions. Thank you.
Councillor Manley, please.
Thank you. I'm curious about the financial considerations between option 1 and option 2. Option 1 says it will take the money from the current SPO budget, but option 2 says that it'll result in a property tax increase of approximately 0.08% in 2026. Would we not be using that SPO money for 2026 and 2027?
Through the chair to Councillor Manley, I'm actually going to turn to my esteemed finance colleagues to explain how we allocate things that are permanent operational versus carry forwards.
Okay.
Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Manley. So for option 1, we still have that money that we carried forward from prior year. So this is a short-term expense, so we would use that funding for that. When you're adding a permanent position, there's an ongoing expense, so we don't recommend using short-term funding because you're just pushing the property tax increase into a future year, because eventually we would need property tax money to fund that position.
And then what would happen to the carry forward money? Would that be used to reduce the tax load this year, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Manley, we would be looking for council direction. So there's a few different options. You could do option number 2 and option number 3 if you so choose. You could, if you did option number 2, you could use that funding and allocate it to something else. You could use it to reduce property taxes in 2026, but then again, keeping in mind that does mean that we'll have a property tax increase in 2027 because it is one-time funding. You could put it into a reserve like the Special Initiatives Reserve, where we have put surplus in past years to use for initiatives that come up during the year for the unhoused. So you could do a similar thing with this carry forward money, put it there for when something comes up in the future that you would like to move forward and need funding for.
Okay, thank you for that. I got comments, but I'll wait until others have asked questions.
Through the chair, if I might also respond to Councillor Manley's question, depending on how you direct us today, we would be coming back with a report on options to look at how that carry forward is addressed with more details.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perino, then Councillor Gesselbrook.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through you. On option number 3, you do not see this as needing to hire another person, but to literally take the programs that we currently have and basically be able to do a bit more. Through the chair to Councillor Perino, this would have an impact in terms of staff having to, that's what I wondered, distribute that funding, but it depends on the council's decisions. Some of those could be internally managed projects, or some of it could be granted to externals to carry out. Okay, and then my only other question in regards to that is, are the programs that we're currently doing for the health and housing, are they running short financially? Through the chair, I do have Ms. Wood behind me, but yes, and I might actually, with due respect, have her come up to speak specifically to that. So, because I guess I want to know, when I look at the 3 options, the third one interests me because I just feel like we're doing so much already, but we're running short. And I'm just wondering, am I wrong? Is it that we're running short of funds, and so, you know, I'd like to see the funds used in that area? Through the chair, before Ms. Wood speaks, yes, I'm wondering if why we give you these options is not necessarily that we're running short. No, I know. Okay. No, yes, no, I know what you mean. It's just that, you know, if you can supply, just off the top of my head, if you can supply 100 shelter beds, but suddenly you've got this extra funds so you can supply 150 shelter beds. Do you know what I'm saying? Is that basically how the extra money would be used? Or is the programs that we're currently doing running tight to the point where this would just help us to be able to continue on with them?
Okay. Ms. Wood, thank you. Welcome.
Through your worship. Good afternoon, Councillor Perino. Thank you for the question. You know, I think part of the plan, just as a kind of precursor, is to come back with a status quo on things that have been implemented through the Health and Housing Action Plan. So I just want to put that there as well. But the other programs and kind of services that the city is supporting right now that is related to health and housing or other council-related priorities would be things like the shower program, or even the funding that we're providing to the hub. So those are the types of programs that, council might consider putting those funds into. Because this is more of a one-time funding carry forward, it would be really hard to, say, expand a shelter program because that would be an ongoing expense, but it definitely could be used to support some of the other programs that I've given examples of.
Yeah, just exactly what I was hoping to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Hemmons.
Thanks. I know it's not a recommendation here, but I mean, it's very possible to be able to fund a permanent full-time person and pay for the first 2 years of this individual through the carryover funds that currently exist. Like that is something that we can technically do.
Through the chair to Councillor Gesselbrock, yes, you could fund the first 2 years, or you could fund until the funding from the carry forward runs out for the position, but you, as I mentioned, you would be then putting the property tax increase into the year that the funding runs out.
Exactly. So it would be 2027. We'd have to then start taxing for that position.
Yes, because once we hire someone permanently on, then we would just have to incorporate, once we run out of carry forward funding, we'd incorporate it into our base budget, and you would see the property tax impact at that time.
Absolutely. I'd like to put forward a motion.
Well, Councillor Hemmons is up, and Mr. Lindsay wishes to say something.
Your Worship, can I just jump in here a bit on the recommendation? You notice this is an information report. There's no recommendation here, but later in your meeting, you have the decision slides that are going to be introduced. And in those decision slides, you'll see that's where staff recommendation exists. So staff do recommend option 1, recommend using the funds for the short 2-year term. It gives us the opportunity to implement and evaluate before we commit to an FTE. But we didn't have the recommendation here because we're trying to get everything to the decision slides, which you'll get introduced to later today, with a final decision coming next Wednesday. So.
Highly sensible approach. So anyone who tries a motion, I'm going to deny it. Councillor Hemmons.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to indicate I have a strong preference for option 1 on this. Option 3, I'm dead set against, and the rationale is that when we did all of the health and housing task force work and we created the SPO, the idea behind that was to have a coordinating body, a strategic focus, so we weren't just putting little bits of money in different pots to try to do a lot, but we were actually really strategic. So I'm not a fan of option 3, and I'm not a fan of option 2 at this point, because we don't know what work is coming to us from the SPO. So I think a temporary position as we sort out who's doing what is probably the best approach. So that's just my preference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If no further questions, we'll get to decisions later. Thank you very much, Ms. Wood, Ms. Bhopal Singh. The next is other business. A, consideration of deferred discussion re Loudon Park improvements, additional preliminary options. Ms. Bhopal Singh, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Council. So this is bringing back a report that was deferred by Council on November 3rd, or I beg your pardon, November 19th. And so I have with me my team here. Rather than reintroducing the whole report, I thought I would focus on the slide on page 12 of the PowerPoint, if I could ask staff to bring that up. And that slide goes through the summary of the 3 options. And I think what we'd like to emphasize today for Council, this is, I think I was quoted as saying, pick your own park adventure. But this is about Council thinking about the uses and giving us direction to come back with more detail and what you want to consider in terms of an investment here. And so if I could just briefly, for the benefit of the community who may not have watched this, and some of you who may or may not have attended Council last week, we've come back with basically 5 options, technically 4, but with 1 option C with an amendment. And what we did is we brought back to Council options A and B, recited on lands purchased to expand Loudon Park. All of the options include the reciting, and while Council is aware of that, some of the audience may not know that was to ensure a range of other park uses, including the preservation of trees. So you'll see that there is a high cost estimate given. In the report, it gives the lower range, but for council's decision-making and consideration, we've safely given the higher estimates because more refined costing is needed. So what you'll see with option A is that a high total building cost estimate is 11.5 million, and then option B, 8.1, and then C, 10.2, 9.4, and 9.3. The key difference between the options are the amount of community space, and the costing is really based on the cost per square foot of the different uses. So we don't want you to get ideally distracted by things like accessibility and bathrooms. That will be in any option should council pick one. And then the other piece across all options, you will see in the bottom of the chart above you a total project cost that builds in an amount of 1.3 million that bundles in other park improvements. So that would be improved trailway, playground area, picnic areas, etc. And so we've broken it out to give council choices within that. But right now we're focused on the building function, and things like an accessible, user-friendly dock that goes with the building function with flat water uses. And also, I might point out that there might be concern that the existing fishing dock that was invested in to be accessible, the intention is not to move that and to keep that in its ideal location because it is in a good spot for deep water. So I just wanted to assure community members who might be concerned that a new dock might mean removing that. It doesn't. So with that, council, without giving you too much more information, I thought the best thing is for you to ask us questions so we can support your conversation. Thank you.
We do have 4 delegations, so if council has some questions now, please.
Just a very quick question, if you don't mind, Your Worship. Option A versus, say, option B, C, or D, you have the building operations considerably larger in the A option. And I just wondered what goes into the building operations and why does it's quite a bit larger in A, and I'm just wondering why.
Through the chair, what we've done is we've taken the original design that council did direct us to go into quite some detail with. And to my left, I have Darcy Osborne, Mike Bryson, and Mike Strain. And Mike Strain, I believe, may have the background on why the operational space in that case was substantially larger than the other options in terms of the mechanical and so forth. So over to Mr. Strain, please.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Through the chair, through to Councillor Perino.
Yes.
I believe part of the reason for that is the design of option A included like a bit of a curved roof to it, and there was a mezzanine level up on the second story, and that was where the mechanical room was placed.
Okay.
So it was a bit of a larger area to begin with there, and it was basically space that was taken advantage of for that purpose, essentially.
Okay, so for example, in the option C1, it drops down to 71, and compared to the 159 meters. So you can do the mechanical operations in that lower space because it'll be on the lower floor. Is that right?
Yeah, we basically re-reviewed the space requirements following for this exercise.
Right.
And 71 square meters is what we determined as being adequate for the space.
Okay, good, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff before we hear from the delegations? Councillor Eastmere?
Yes, thank you. Through you, a question I've received from the public is about the percentage usage and capacity of our current community centers and like facility spaces and amenity rooms as opposed what is the current usage, and when we're saying that we need more community space, is there a way to present like a table of how many hours the rooms are filled and if there's any space to grow in our current facilities and to help better demonstrate the need for more community space?
Through the chair to Councillor Eastmere. I don't have with me specific statistics or percentages to share with you at this moment, although I most definitely could pull those figures for you and for council. What I can say very comfortably is that the current community and activity center community space that we have available is being used at a very high level and a high capacity. You have to think well in advance to book facility space, and we have a lot of regular users who have regular reoccurring rental space. We most definitely could utilize more space in our community, and we have undergone the loss of community space with Departure Bay Activity Centre, and for example, the Harewood Activity Centre moving to search and rescue. So over the years, our capacity has gotten lower with a higher demand and a higher population.
Thank you. And another question was about how we would fund this project. And it feels like we're having a conversation about wanting to pick an option and then talk about where that money would be coming from. And I think that there's a desire from the general public to understand the potential like property tax implications or where the money for this project would be coming from, which I think is really part and parcel to us being able to make an informed decision.
Through the chair to Councillor Eastmere, you'll see in the options that our finance team have outlined where the money could come from, and maybe I can, if it's something Councillor would like, Ms. Fuller could walk us through that in a bit more depth, if that's helpful, through the chair.
I personally think that would be really helpful and would help to better understand the implications of just picking one of these design options.
And through the chair, before we go to Ms. Fuller, I would like to speak to the allocations of space that you see in the two options you considered before. And again, just like the washroom spaces, the operation spaces can be amended. So when I look at option A or any of them, because we haven't gone to detailed design on the new site, we can absolutely up the space for community in one and reduce building operations space. And in this case, we did that reevaluation. So again, those details will come as we're able to work again with the community and depending on what you choose. And then lastly, in terms of the funding, I think you'll recall before I came back, in February, Council had allocated 11 million towards this, and maybe Ms. Fuller can speak as well to where that was allocated at the time versus what we're suggesting now. So over to Ms. Fuller, thank you.
Ms. Fuller.
Sure, I can walk you through some of the funding here. So currently in the budget, so this includes in 2025 and 2026, we have $4.9 million. So 131,000, so this is talking current budget that's in the plan, not how we're going to fund the additional funding. So currently we have $131,330 from our sewer operating fund. And then the general fund, so the 4.7, almost 4.8 million, the rest comes from general funding sources. So we have currently $4,136,444 from our Community Works Fund. We have $290,158 from an operating reserve, which is our prior year carry forward reserve. We have 200,000 from our Special Initiatives Reserve, and we're using 150,000 of PILT's money. So that's how the existing 4.9 million that we have for the project is broken out. All of the options before you, so all 5 options, fully recommend using the money from the Special Initiatives Reserve that we have remaining, so the 2,675,000. So last year we used, we put 4 million from the 2024 surplus into the Special Initiatives Reserve for you to fund a project or a priority that was a council priority. So you used a portion of that funding to fund moving forward with the South End Community Centre next steps in designs. So that remaining money right now is 2,675,000, tongue-tied today, remaining. So all of the options would use that up. Then for, depending on which option you picked, the balance would come from your strategic infrastructure reserve. And of course, the amount that comes from there depends on which of the options you pick. So none of the options impact property taxes. What it more comes down to is choices on your projects, and it impacts funding choices you can make on other projects going forward. So it depends where this sits in your priorities.
Always good to hear you've squirreled away the money. Thank you. Done? Councillor Gesselbrook, please.
Thanks, Mayor, through you, staff. Just curious, are we able to borrow money for portions of this? Say if we don't want to draw from some of these reserves?
Through the chair to Councillor Gesselbrook, borrowing would be an option. If council wanted us to look at that, we could look at either short or long-term borrowing, and that would have an impact on property taxes funding the debt servicing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I may, through you, before we hear the delegations, a question, I think probably to Mr. Bryson. I'm just curious, and I was going to ask this last time we discussed this project, but all of the options that are in front of us today and in front of us at last meeting are presupposing basically the same area of usage for different components of the project. In other words, the building is always going to be in this general area, the playground's always going to be in this general area, referring back to that, what I call the balloon picture. Correct? I think that was the answer I got last time.
Through the chair to Councillor Thorpe, the buildings that were proposed do have slightly different locations on the park, as you can see on the different options we have there, but different configurations of depending on the size.
Right.
So that's.
Thank you. But basically, that's the layout that we're working with.
Correct.
And I guess my question is through you, Your Worship. 6 months ago, Council at one point approved to proceed with this project with quite a different layout. And I wondered, and because it is 6 months ago, Council would have the option to bring that back to the table. So I'm asking through the mayor if any consideration was given to some sort of modification of what 6 months ago was option A.
Okay. Through the chair, if I might take this one, and could I have staff bring up slide 4, please? I think that would help. So through the chair, we responded to council's direction to purchase the 2 properties. And so this map here, which was high level tested with some of the community, the options, you're right, we did give you were to make use of council's purchases of the new land and to meet a range of different values that we were hearing from the community. And so you're correct in that all of the options before you picks the red-ish area as a proposed building site. And through the chair to Councillor Thorpe, might I ask if the clarification is that maybe what you see in the diagram showing the red for the building site might be modified into another area? Is that your question through to Councillor?
First of all, I'm not arguing against this general layout, and I think the options in front of us are all worth discussion. But I'm just curious that none of these options really reflect what was originally proposed on the site.
Okay.
And I'm just asking if any thought was given to re-examining that original proposal and layout and dealing with that. And I recognize that since then we've purchased the properties, which is great, and hopefully they can be accommodated into our plan. So I'm not arguing against that. I'm just curious.
Yeah. Through the chair to Councillor Thorpe, staff looked at the whole site when coming up with this high-level bubble diagram. And so that was used as the framework for the options, including reciting option A versus leaving it in the position that we did. I might ask staff if you could go back to the slide, I think it's 12. And I realized I was remiss in pointing out that one of the options includes the reuse of the existing washroom site. So if you look at option B that council had seen before, that was a reuse of that particular site to do 2 buildings instead of 1. So that's the new building part is relocated, but the washroom obviously is in the same footprint. And back to your question, in terms of looking at the whole site, when we looked at it as a whole with the addition, we felt in order to meet some of the directions we were getting from council and the desire to look at some of the space use of the whole park, including the preservation of trees, that reallocating on the 2 newer properties was, we hoped was meeting what council is looking for. If council wishes to see something different, then we'd be happy to go that
No,
way.
I just wanted to be, I just wanted to feel comfortable that staff with their expertise, which I acknowledge, had basically looked at everything involving the overall use of the land and come up with the best options in their opinion. And as I say, I'm quite happy to debate amongst the 5 that are in front of us.
Through the chair, if I might also add, and this is more for the benefit through Councillor Thorpe and the chair, that one of the things we also looked at was where existing infrastructure is. And so again, when you look at servicing a new building, and the costs of where you're running things like access, water, sewer, and those things, that was also a consideration, as well as the functional use of the building in relation to the water, given that this is a building that part of its value is also the proximity of the water and how you unload and load different equipment was another factor. So we did consider a range, and I actually have to say, I just want to acknowledge and thank the team to my left and right, because we got this done very quickly, including Ms. Fuller working evenings and weekends as we pivoted constantly on numbers. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you very much. Knowing that we were purchasing the properties was one of the reasons I did change my vote, because I thought this could address some of the concerns we heard, which was the retention of trees, et cetera. But my question is going to option D, when we're looking at one new, one renovated. Would it be fair to say that, you know, we're not going to really know what the renovation costs are, and when we're renovating an old building, we could start getting into more and more cost year after year after year. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Councillor Armstrong, I think Mr. Bryce and I had another conversation about this, and actually I also had it with Mr. Sims. There are many unknowns with trying to convert a building that was designed for residential to another use. And the considerations there are, in addition to those unknowns that we could explore if it's council's will, is that typically a renovated building, you have to consider also the operational costs. And so one of the factors in designing a new space or retrofitting is not just the upfront costs of the capital, but the ongoing costs of maintenance. And that's
good, thanks. I just wanted to say that renovated buildings can cost you a lot more than the new ones in the run.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any further questions at the present time, so we can move on to the delegations. And the first is Lana Fitzpatrick, Wellington Action Committee. Ms. Fitzpatrick, good afternoon. You'll have 5 minutes, and when there's 1 minute left, I'll let you know. If you can just introduce yourself for the record, please. Thank you.
Do I have a click? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Hi, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Lana Fitzpatrick. I'm a longtime resident of the Wellington community. I'm a member of the Wellington Action Committee, and I was involved in both the 2010 Loudon Park Improvement Plan and the Save Loudon Park campaign this last spring. I've listened to a lot of residents and public users over the past 20 years. The Loudon Park redevelopment plan is not just important to the boat clubs. The residents and public users want to protect and improve what we have with this small park. Loudon Park has a unique history, and Long Lake is an ever more popular public destination, especially with the rapid densification all around the lake. Now, here's a surprise. Thank you very much for purchasing the 2 properties adjacent to the park. This will increase public access to Long Lake, and although it adds a cost to the total project, it solves a lot of problems for our tiny park, so thank you. The proposed site layout diagram also solves a lot of problems by saving the mature trees, playground, and beach area in a cohesive way that allows for easy public access and maximum use. We thank you for that, city planners. The only other important public issue is easy access to washrooms and an outdoor shower. I point out that there are some concerns about the distance to washrooms in the building plans, all except for, I think it's Plan B, which would have the washrooms in the current place. Most residents and public users I've listened to, they prioritize the following things: easy access to trails, easy access to the lake, and easy access to washrooms. They also mentioned that a modestly priced building for the boating clubs would be a good idea so that this project does not place an undue burden on taxpayers. So if the proposed site layout is allowed, then a lot of our concerns are addressed. And here's just a list of them. Efforts will be made to minimize the loss of trees. Check that off. The landscape design will focus on native species. Pretty well good. Traffic and parking improvements aim to lessen the impact in the neighborhood. Well, maybe. And the scope of the project includes the Loudon Walkway and the Lakeside Trail leading to the boat ramp. Well, we sure hope so. Then convenient access for families from parking to the beach. Check that off. Shaded seating and picnic areas for clear views of the beach and playground for easy supervision of children. Check that off. Safe and practical bicycle parking for larger e-bikes and trailers. Yep, we hope so. And publicly accessible launch points for personal canoes and kayaks from the shore. Check that off. One last concern, that wheelchair accessible fishing dock. It was constructed in 2008 through donations from the community, the Nanaimo Fishing Game Club, the Freshwater Fisheries Society, and the Rick Hansen Wheels in Motion. It must stay at the current site for essential deep water fishing and wheelchair-friendly park access. It should also be solely used by the public and not by the boat club. They should have their own dock, because there is a bit of a conflict there. So in closing, although achieving full agreement is nearly impossible in this age, I believe that most residents and public users are generally satisfied with the updated plan for Loudon Parks redevelopment. I know I'm only one person, but I'm going to state that. What we seek are chances for outdoor activities such as walking, swimming, or simply enjoying Long Lake in whatever way we choose. These kinds of activities tend to have a much lower long-term maintenance cost compared to constructed facilities. Plus, the physical, mental, and social health benefits of outdoor activities are immense. So if money is an issue when recommending the best plan, please do not cut the $1.3 million set aside for non-building park improvements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm curious, you say you want year-round shade. You said you wanted trees year-round shade, and I'm thinking personally I'd prefer deciduous trees so that I was shaded in the summer and could get the sun in the winter. So I'm just curious to know why you're requesting that. Because we're talking about what will be planted, obviously, not what's there now.
Well, they provide more than shade, Mayor Krog.
Well, no, I appreciate that, but you referred specifically to the shade aspect of it, and that's what I'm getting at. I mean, you know, I've got a backyard filled with deciduous trees, and in the summer it's lovely and cool, in the winter the sunlight comes through, and I'm just curious as to why you wouldn't want to see more deciduous trees when the planting takes place.
Well, I'm just presenting what the public has said to me.
Okay.
And they're not everybody. I'm sure there are people who are like-minded.
Thank you. Not seeing any other questions. Thanks for the presentation today. Appreciate your time and contribution. The next is Isaac Morgan, Nanaimo Rowing Club. Mr. Morgan, good afternoon. I think you're familiar with the drill too. 5 minutes, and when there's a minute left, I'll let you know.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the Nanaimo Rowing Club. I'll focus only on new and updated information in my presentation as I go forward. First of all, we're tremendously grateful to the city's support of this project and wish to thank all of the staff and city contractors who've been involved throughout. There are 5 building options on the table for Loudon Park Boathouse at this point, and we're mainly focused on the improvement side ourselves. So now we're at a critical decision point here. Next slide, please. What I've provided in terms of a report to council, I've emailed a document that each of you may have seen. Effectively, we're taking one of the options and adding some slight modifications to it. And the reason for that is simply our many, many decades of experience with boathouse facilities. So similar to how if you were building a swimming pool, you would talk to the swim staff. If you're building, and so forth. A running track, talk to the runners. If you're building a boathouse, talk to the rowers, the canoeists, the kayakers. So really our only two changes here, we're seeking to have a 2-story option approved from the outset, as we think it's a very effective format. And secondly, we're seeking to enlarge the floor plan so it still falls below option A, but stack it on 2 levels, providing more community space, the most of any option, and more training space, the most of any option. So the Canoe and Kayak Club, the Rowing Club, the Flatwater Society are all united in this vision, and we think it's the best option for the city and for the public. Next slide, please. Here is a comparison of the options, and at the bottom is a ranking of the options. Primarily, the reason our option C1 is the best option is, again, the most community space and the most training space. All of the options retain the mature trees. Because of the stacked format, our option uses very little park space and actually takes part of the 2 new lots and puts it back into the park use for general users. We can come back to this slide if there's questions at the end. Next slide, please. So really there's 3 elements in our view that a successful boathouse needs to have, and it really needs to nail those three elements. And the 3 elements are community space, training space, and the structure of the boat bays. And I think all of the options really pretty much uniformly address the boat bay issue. It's really on the community space and the training space front that the differences arise. So here we've got, in our plan, we've got about a 2,500 square foot bookable community space envisioned, and it's on the 2nd floor, and it would have prime water views like this shown in the photograph here of another project. It would be a flexible public venue to supplement the city's stock of bookable spaces. Next slide, please. And in terms of training space, this is critical for the maintenance and growth of our programs in terms of high school rowing, VIU rowing, canoe and kayak for school children and so forth. And just in our climate, we really need this space through the fall and winter. And option A puts this space in the middle of the building with what I see as, no windows, no ventilation. So if we did go with option A, we would need a rethink of that. In our option, it shares the same qualities as the community space. So in other words, views of the lake, the potential for windows and ventilation and so forth. Next slide, please. And the third element is the boat bays, and we can get into the detailed design of this at the next stage of design, but really the measurements across all 5 options are very similar because they're derived from the existing boat stock of the 2 clubs. So we have approximately 50 boats to fit in here, a combination of rowing shells and canoes and kayaks, so it's quite a significant number. The 3 boat bay layout is the one that works. Next slide, please. And really here what I'm presenting, our option C1 is in green. The 4 other columns represent built boathouses in other locations.
I'm just going to interrupt and tell you, I think I hit the 3 instead of the 5. I don't think you've had 5 minutes. No, so carry on. Ignore the...
Thank you, Your Worship. So these are, the 4 white columns represent other two-story boathouse facilities, and in terms of what we've got that's common to all of them is unheated boat bays on the lower floor, heated finished areas above, and that's where you accommodate the training space and the community space. We're seeking to have these case studies guide the architect that the city engages at the next stage to result in a really excellent finished design. Next slide, please. And so just in conclusion, what we're seeking here in terms of a course of action is that Mayor and Council will adopt our modified option C1. And again, it's modified in that it is larger than the one the city staff has tabled. And also implement a two-story version from the outset. And we think those steps are appropriate. We're also looking for a concrete timeline. So in terms of developing the design through the spring of next year in terms of detailed design, costing, and building permitting, and the tendering process. So we're looking to have that done by the midpoint of next year, followed by a construction phase. So those timelines may be ambitious and obviously subject to change, but the point is here, we're not looking to put this into some future 5-year financial plan.
You've got about 20 seconds left. I thought you were finished when I saw a thank you pop up.
Okay, yes, thank you. So, very good. So that brings me to thank you, and please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to ask the first question. I take it from the recommendation for the two stories. It wouldn't have to include an elevator because you're basically talking about keeping boats on the bottom, and I'll call it the human activity upstairs in a sense. In other words, it's not going to have to be accessible in the normal sense where you want a facility where people in wheelchairs can go up and down. Is that a fair comment?
Your Worship, I'm not an expert in the building code. However, we do have an example of a design on Bainbridge Island in Washington State that addresses this concern. So it's 2 stories recessed into the slope of the land, similar to Loudon Park, and it has direct access, wheelchair access on the lower floor, and wheelchair access on the upper floor because of the slope of the site.
And that's what I'm getting at. It's not going to necessitate an elevator.
Through the chair, if I might.
Ms. Bhopal Singh.
Through the chair, just for council to be clear, there's still a lot of unknowns when it comes to the site. The site would have to be graded to accommodate that type of setup, and we also have building codes that vary in terms of the need for an elevator. So I'm wondering if Mr. Strain or Mr. Bryson might speak to that. Thank you.
Please.
There's potential that an elevator wouldn't be required here because you could treat each floor as its own, essentially its own building space. So you just don't have the connectivity through an interior staircase or an interior elevator, but you have access going around the building. The site has generally sloping topography there, so it could lend itself to that. There may be other accessibility requirements that come about as a result of treating 2 separate floors as 2 separate buildings, but that would need to be looked at a little bit further, I think.
Thank you. Councillor Armstrong?
Yes, you received a letter when people were asking about, that there had been a commitment to raise some funds by the rowing club, and we understand that part of the problems you had in continuing fundraising was the fact the decision hadn't been made. If this decision is made and a budget is found for that, will you be able to then start to do more fundraising to contribute?
Yes, the answer is very much yes. We've already actually relaunched our campaign.
Okay, and also, do you know if the Rotary, I know it was pulled because of the indecisions by the city, would there be an opportunity to go back to them and request it come back?
I think so. It was previously tied to their 50th anniversary project, I believe, and then the project delayed too long, so they backed up. But I think they would come back to the table as supporters.
With some, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Prino, Gesselbrock, and Manley in that order, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and a question through to Mr. Morgan. Mr. Morgan, this is the second time you've been here. I really appreciate you coming back and going through this with us again. I'm wondering, when you look at that C1, and we've had several people say that that's their preferred choice, the rowing area that you had showed us for the picture that you showed us for the training area, would that be part of what you see as the area for the boat and the equipment, or would that be part of the user group space, or it wouldn't be part of the community space, it would be part of the, I'm just trying to figure out where it would be.
Sure, absolutely.
Yes.
So all of the options contain effectively a square or rectangular
right.
boat, 3 boat bays.
Exactly, yeah.
And in our design, that's the lower floor.
Yes, perfect.
Next to the docks.
Yeah.
The upper floor is a little more interesting. That's where we've got, what we're suggesting is a fairly large community space.
Okay.
And then a rowing training space, a canoe and kayak training space, and offices for the 2 clubs, as well as washrooms. Obviously, this is a conceptual diagram at this point.
Gives us an idea.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, but the advantage here is all of these rooms have windows.
Yes.
And the training space and the community space have upper floor water views, as opposed to being locked in the middle of a building. And the option A, I mean, in addition to the training space being in the middle of the building, it also had a very large lost area to hallways and partitions and so forth. So we're seeking to improve on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Great information.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. I appreciated the report and also seeing sort of the concepts that have been built in other areas. And I think, what would be important for me, I mean, now really the issue is just cost and what's feasible with the rest of our priorities. But being able to have that lower floor, it's not needed to be heated. And I saw in the request, it doesn't need to be, glass glazed siding around it, and can be pretty, keep the boat safe and dry and away from UV. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. I don't know of the exact requirements in the building code in terms of heated, minimally heated, but basically it's an unfinished space to the standard of storing boats and not habitable space. Great.
Then the second question too is, in the designs that you had, I think, part of the concern is just, investment with the degree of space within the building that's not like, public accessible, which would be really the training space. Is there designs that can be accessible to the broader public at different times, or integrated with the larger community space and, being able to be partitioned or something like that? Is there possibility around that?
Well, Councillor Gesselbrock, I would say it is accessible to the community through the membership in the clubs. And it's a very affordable membership. It's around the price of a swim pass is the example I've used. So anyone in the city, anyone beyond the city, in fact, can join the clubs and avail themselves of the practice space. So, I mean, there are 2 parallel clubs serving different memberships and different sports, which is why we need an office to run each and a training space for each. And we are ambitiously looking to scale our programs in terms of high school rowing, in terms of university rowing, and then there's also the paddle sports. I think the space will be animated all the time, and I think it will be used. And we're not talking very large spaces here. I think the figure I cited was around 1,200 square feet between the 2 clubs for training space. So it's not, I would say, not an excessively large space. With respect to city staff and contractors, we were certainly consulted in October. However, I would think there's a bit of a mandate to find a middle option in terms of size, whereas here we're presenting a fulsome option that I think meets the present needs as well as some of the future needs for the community. And I think, the closure of some of these community bookable spaces, I think it's important to to have new options to absorb some of that demand. I went into the Oliver Woods Center and talked with the staff, and they said they're booked solid in terms of those bookable spaces.
Great, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Manley.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your report, actually. I was quite intrigued reading it, and like those, having the comparison to other boathouses and the two-story thing. I'm not sure whether the grade there will allow, like, I don't know what it is, 4 feet, 6 feet. It's not a steep grade, but there is a grade there that I think could potentially work with a two-story option, and understanding that basically the boathouse is a garage. It's a warehouse for storing boats and doesn't need to be fancy, and the upstairs is what the amenity space. I'm not sure about the lake views because there's trees in the way, and we'd have to be thinking about riparian zones and what are the rules around the provincial rules and our own rules around that area. I could see why you would want to have a view of the lake, because you have families spectating in inclement weather, may not want to be hanging out under a tent. I'm curious, what are the ceiling heights you need for the actual storage of the kayaks?
So the ceiling heights, if we could navigate to the second to last slide, please. So the ceiling heights here are presented on this slide in terms of the 4 built option, or the 4 built examples that we have. So uniformly, basically, there's 2 ceiling heights we're looking at, and I apologize, it's in metric this time. But on the lower floor, the boathouse height would be 14 feet. Okay. And three of the 4 examples have that. One has 16 feet. On the upper floor, we think that 12 feet would be a workable starting number, but that, of course, would be up to the architect and so forth. We're simply trying to get into the right conceptual zone at this stage.
And I'm curious why the kayak and canoeing clubs, why the 2 different clubs couldn't share the same workout space.
Well, they're fundamentally different sports. So rowing involves long oars on a pivot, and canoe and kayak are paddles. So the rowers have a selection of rowing machines. Also, we operate under 2 different memberships, 2 different financial structures, 2 different coaching structures. Often we're operating programs at the same time in 2 different sports. So having one shared space wouldn't really function well.
Okay, I'm curious about that. I mean, when we look at option C1, it's 72% of the building is actually club space and not public space, and that is one of the concerns we do hear from people. I can tell that you're very, very motivated, and so previously it was talking about $100,000 coming to the table, and I know we've had groups this morning. We were talking to Nault, who advocate for park purchases, and they came up with 25% of the Caudle Lake Park, and I think 50% of the Mount Benson project, and really went to town for us. Some of the money they got was from Mountain Equipment Co-op, which is now called Mountain Equipment Company, and they sell exactly what you're promoting. And as does Valhalla Pier, as does Canadian Tire, as does Cabela's. And I have bought boating stuff from them, and I've bought boating stuff from the Harbor Chandler. And I think that if you're motivated, you could raise $1 million for this thing. I think so. I raised $280,000 for a shelter in 8 months based on a fire order. And once we got the money rolling in and we could show that we could get matching funds, we ended up getting provincial and federal money for it. And so I can see your motivation, and I appreciate your enthusiasm for this project. So, and I actually appreciated your report. It shows a lot of work and diligence on your part.
Thank you, Councillor Manley. Did you have a question, or?
That was going to be my question, Mr. Morgan.
No, trying to understand. I'm sorry, not trying to be humorous, just trying to understand you.
Well, I did have a few questions, but those are my comments for you. I asked you about the ceiling height, and I asked you about the shared space. And are you motivated to go and raise $1 million? That's what I'd like to know.
Councillor Manley, with respect, I think it's pretty clear they're very motivated, and I'd be tempted to respond by saying, how much money did the swim club contribute to the building of the Nanaimo Aquatic Centre, or how much money did the local hockey clubs contribute to the building of the Nanaimo ice arenas?
Or how much was raised for the Steve Smith bike park? Because that was fundraised for by people in the community.
It's very, very good response. I don't want to get into an argument, but I don't want to pick on this particular delegation in particular out of the 4 that we have to hear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Jennifer McKenzie. I think she may be coming in via Zoom. There
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much for letting me speak today. I really appreciate it. Hello,
5
Mayor.
minutes, as you know, and I'll let you know when there's a minute left.
Yes. Hello, Mayor Croghan, Council. My name is Jennifer McKenzie. I have been a dentist and resident in Nanaimo since 1999. Thank you very much for hearing me today. I'd like to voice my support for the C1 options for Loudon Park as a community member. I would also like to make a point of thanking you very much for purchasing the 2 lots in order to expand this lovely park. In addition, I believe a 2-story option would allow the most advantageous design for both the clubs and the community members. I feel it would be a lost opportunity to build a new boathouse and community space without taking advantage of the slope and elevation of the newly acquired land. But any design that adds community space would be of great benefit to our city. I have spent a significant amount of time at Long Lake at Loudon Park and also on the other side at Avenir, enjoying beautiful views of the lake from the 2nd and 3rd floor. A 2nd level or 2-story design would allow for simultaneous, separate, and efficient use of the proposed building among multiple user groups. Community space could maximize the view on an upper floor, and canoe and kayak and rowing boat traffic could access the lake from the lower floor without interfering with each other's activities. The inclusion of a bookable indoor community space would truly allow the entire community to be able to use the park, not just active lake and trail users. It would open the park use up to those requiring indoor space to host an event regardless of weather or temperature outside. It would increase park enjoyment and use during cold, rainy days when currently it serves only the users of rowers, canoe, kayakers, and dedicated dog walkers on the most miserable and rainy days. Please consider option C1 for Loudon Park to address the needs of all the users and potential future users of Loudon Park. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? I'm not seeing any. You're off easy this afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to speak. Appreciate it. Sorry, pardon me. Mr. Lindsay, sorry.
Sorry, Your Worship, just before you turn it back over, or sorry, you're done with the delegation?
Yes, I know.
I'll wait.
All right. Thank you, Dr. McKenzie, much appreciated. The next delegation is Eduardo Rivas. Mr. Rivas, good afternoon. You've heard the drill. Introduce yourself for the record. 5 minutes. When there's 1 minute left, I'll let you know. Welcome.
Hi, everybody. My presentation is more on the broad aspect of this topic, not so much on technical data and details. So with that being said, my name is Eduardo Rivas. I'm resident of Nanaimo since 2001. I'm a proud Canadian since 2007, and I've been part of the Nanaimo Canoe and Kayak Club for many years, sometimes participating on the board of directors as a vice commodore and other roles. So after talking to both clubs, we've come to the conclusion that option C1 would be the most ideal, not just for our members, but for the community as a whole. With that being said, I want to talk to you guys and say why we think this is a very important project, not just for members, but also for residents of Nanaimo, but also, this might sound a little bit ambitious, but for Canadians as a whole. Let me elaborate and see if at the end you agree with me. Okay, so two things. First, I heard people referring to this project as a boathouse or boat storage. Well, this is much more than that. Okay, this is a community sports facility that it's open to the public, and it's just like the track and field. The track is the lake, so we don't have to spend money on the places where we train. The lake is where we train, where where athletes get develop their virtues of being an athlete, which is discipline, which is persistence, team building, and so on. So we don't have to spend money on the building, on the training facilities. However, the building itself, it's a sports facility. So that's where we build community. That's how we connect to the community. So the facility is open to all the community. So for example, throughout the programs of both clubs on the Leisure Guide, parents use the what we currently have as a child care after school through the programs. Those parents don't have to be members to be part of, to use the facilities. Those children spend all the time after school and in child care with, that provides sports, provides very active living for these kids. Seniors are welcome to come in there through the Leisure Guide programs. They don't have to be members either. So there's many ways that we connect to the community, so not just for members. So now, number two, why I think this can be beneficial not just for people from Nanaimo, but also for Canadians across the country. Let's talk a little bit about Ethan Katzberg. I assume everybody here knows Ethan Katzberg, great Olympian from Nanaimo, gave us incredible stories of that unite Canadians now that we need them more than ever. Well, those stories, that story would not come to reality if community and politicians didn't come together to build the facilities of track and field. Ian Katzberg talks about how he spent thousands of hours training in those facilities with his dad as a volunteer, and now we have that's where those stories are born. Well, the sports facility that we're talking about here, that's what it's all about. It's the same thing for rowing and canoe kayak. So this is much more than a boathouse and much more than boat storage. So stories like that can be born easily on this new sport facility. And so that's how I feel that this, the importance of this building can transcend Nanaimo by far. So to finalize this, I believe that as a community, we've done our part with thousands of volunteering hours towards this project. Over the years, thousands of volunteering hours towards these sports, rowing and canoe kayak. And so we believe we've done our part. So now I believe it's time for politicians to come in line with the community and make this a reality. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegation? Not seeing any? Thank you. Much appreciated.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Council, any questions for staff? I would welcome someone to move option C1, which seems to be the recommended one. Councillor Perino first moves, Councillor Thorpe seconds. Discussion on this. Councillor Gesselbrock. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lindsay, I keep forgetting about you. Forgive me.
That's okay. I'm used to it.
Could be your spouse, I know.
Apologies, Your Worship. I didn't mean to interrupt. I had, for some reason on my agenda, it showed 3 delegations, so I wasn't aware. I was missing the 4th, so my apologies. I just wanted to say before you got into the deliberation and discussions, I really appreciate, you know, the comments and people's desire to get into the detailed designs of the building and the questions around that. And I think if council picks an option to go forward with, well, absolutely the next step is to get into that process. I'd be really nervous today, and I would not recommend council get into picking one specific design. I think it's way too premature to talk about things about elevators and building codes, because even if, and certainly, I would say even if a building code said we didn't require an elevator, I mean, I think the city, this council has strived to more than to meet and beat the building code when it comes to accessibility and make sure we remove all barriers in our facilities. So if we're building a 2-story building, 99% chance we're putting an elevator in it. So it just is something to be mindful of as we go ahead. But I just think we're at a point now, if council picks an option, we will certainly work with all of the partners, all of the community, and come back with a more detailed design for in the next step.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Mayor, through you. I mean, these questions are maybe a little bit design related, but I think just important in terms of cost considerations. First, I think earlier on it was initially an architectural process that did the first, like the option A, and then it was kind of costed out from there. And from my understanding, I mean, there is a bit sometimes different ways of project delivery where you can design the building with the builder, and you can get a much more reliable cost estimate. It's a bit of more money on front, but it kind of takes out trying to fit some, building expertise to the architectural vision as opposed to just doing it in concert, so it's as practical as possible. It's like, for myself, there's no other real concerns anymore about this project other than the cost and the prioritization with the myriad of other investments that we have to consider. Is there opportunity to lower the cost by doing that different type of project delivery as opposed to what we've been traditionally doing?
Thank you. I'll start and turn it over to staff who are much more familiar with project delivery. But I would say, like any project, we start at, a class estimate that has a lot of contingency based into it. In order to get a higher degree of certainty, we spend money. We buy certainty by spending money. So the next step would be in the detailed design. We'd get a little more certainty in the cost. I think generally where you have, and this is where I'll look to the experts, but generally when you have that integrated design, it's when you have a very specific project at the end, like a public works building, and you can work with your consultants. I think in this project where you have a bunch of different community interests and priorities, I'm not exactly sure if that's the best tool here, but absolutely something that we could explore if council wanted us to. I don't know if the staff have anything to add to that.
Yeah, through the chair to council. As we noted to you, we were giving you the higher end of the cost estimates. Like there's a range when you look in the report, and we did that deliberately with the hope that once we do the detailed designs, you at least know the upper end of what you potentially could be looking at here. We would be looking to see, one of the things and why we're encouraging you to think more of the uses and the cost before we get into detailed design is that we would do our best to come back to meet all of the different needs with whatever direction you give us. So, and that's why in the report we give you blocks, because till we get into the detailed design, things like site preparation for a 1 or 2 story, all of those things drive up cost, potentially. The note about needing the elevator because we want to exceed our accessibility standards or might even be required to is a big reality. The other piece about the cost that we want to explore more is, and why we have people like Mr. Bryson at the table and others, is building operation costs. And if you do not factor in the long-term maintenance of a building, the lifespan, so you could start off with something that you think is more affordable, but then you add in certain components, mechanical ones like elevators, for example, and over the lifespan of the building, your costs may be quite substantially different. I look to Mr. Bryson, elevators.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you. Through, as Ms. Paul-Pelsing mentioned, costs will definitely rise depending on the size of the building and the complexity of the building. Having 2 levels increases your utilities and how you get them to the different areas of the facility. If there isn't an elevator that is required for this type of facility, if we go to 2-story and it does require an elevator, That again is another cost. The elevator itself is one, but then the maintenance, the service contract. So all those things have to be factored in as well as we get into, we understand what kind of facility we're looking at, what it's going to take to operate it year after year, as we do with all our other facilities. So that will definitely change depending on what we choose.
Great. Just a follow up on that. I guess where is the discussion to have on costs? Like for myself, I think functionality is really important. I remember the earlier iteration for option B 7 years ago when council was sitting around the table and we were like, we want this, we want that. No, we want post and beam, you know, this look with curved roofs, and all of a sudden there's glass all around, and like that costs. And where's the direction? It's like, okay, like let's build this thing so it's like optimum functionality that isn't going to cost a lot for operational, but we're not using up money that we don't need to, because it is a concern now. And the direction, at what point do we give the direction, is like, how do you do this as cost effectively in terms of process, but also in the way that it's, you know, how it's being designed.
Okay, through the chair, if we could pull up slide 12 again, please, so we have the options. I think one of the important things, and one of the important things why we didn't give you a recommendation, and we developed the other options, including C1, C2, and D, with our community, is so that you could hear from them about their desires for the use of space and other considerations. Essentially, Council, if you pick an investment and tell us that you want to meet, and really the key things in these options when you look at space is whether you're wanting to see that community space embedded or not. And if you look at B and C2, there's a red X that shows that the community space either doesn't exist or it's very, very small. In C2, it's just like a prep kitchen type thing. So we will work to make things work. We won't have those detailed costs that you're looking for until we're able to invest more based on your direction. And one of the reasons we came back to you quickly and did, with the help of the community, pivoting in October, was so that you could have a sense of which direction you wanted us to go in before we invest in further design. To date, you've already invested close to $500,000 in one of the designs. And so to be as efficient as possible, if we've got your direction that you want to support community space in addition to the other uses, you want to consider the non-building improvements. That then allows us to give you more in-depth design and to also meet the objectives of hopefully coming in at the lower end of some of the high range estimates that we've given you. And so it requires further details from the likes of Mr. Strain and the CapEx team and others. So some of the things you're looking for, we require more investment. That's why when you had the option A, quite a lot of time and money was spent to give you quite detailed costing.
Great, thank you.
Chair, I hope that helps.
Your worship, too, I think, if I understand Councillor Gesselberg's question, is like, is a motion required to ensure that staff are taking the best step forward to bring forward a reasonable project? And I would say, just without any further direction from council, I can say our focus will be bringing on you a functional, fit for purpose, appropriate building that considers your environment, your environmental standards, your accessibility standards. But the intent is to have a building that's functional for the site, and we're certainly mindful, and we'll take into consideration affordability as part of that. So making sure that we understand we're not going above and beyond in terms of design, but more importantly, delivering a building that'll be a long-standing part of our assets and appropriate for the use of at that site. Thanks.
Thank you. In order, Councillors Armstrong, Prino, Thorpe, and Manley.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy to support this option. One of the reasons I did change my vote last time was, as I stated, knowing that we had purchased properties and that a design could come forward that would, I think, and I do believe this has led to a great compromise before all good users and concerns. And very happy to see the extra community space. I know we were reminded by Mr. Lindsay that the Kin Hut is getting very old and we may not have that again since we don't own it. the loss of departure bay. So I think community space that's affordable for local groups is very important. So very happy to say yes to this one.
Thank you. Councillor Perino.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I just want to thank the presenters today, and especially want to thank Ms. Fitzpatrick, because the compromise that your group has come forward with, I really appreciate hearing that. And Mr. Morgan, you've just been so together with this and staying with us. So, you know, they've put up with 30 years of trying to come to a solution. So, you know, my biggest hope is that we get going with this. It's important that we all know that every year we wait, obviously the cost is going to continue to go up, so it's important to get started now. But for me, the real struggle that I've had with this is that we have done so much for our track and field facilities. They're amazing. Our ice rinks are amazing. Pools are amazing. But the one area that we really lack facility space is for our flat water sports. And this area, I mean, we could produce Olympic rowers, kayakers. I mean, we could, what this gives our youth is so important, and besides the community space that we desperately need, this is what families need. And if we want to have more doctors, more construction workers, more tech people to come to this area, they're going to want these facilities. And this is important for our youth. I just think this is such a win-win situation. And the most important thing we do now is get the shovel on the ground and get it going before the costs escalate even more. So I'm very happy to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not to prolong this, I also will be pleased to support this option. I want to thank staff for all the work they've done in very short order to bring these facts in front of us. To me, this is just a very, very long overdue improvement to a very popular community facility at Long Lake. It's a community gathering place, and it needs to be improved and spruced up, and the rowing and paddling clubs that are operating out of that facility, I think, deserve our support as well, and this accomplishes all of that. I appreciate that the community has come forward to indicate their support, the neighborhood community. The clubs have indicated their support of option C1. Everybody seems satisfied with that. It's maybe not ideal, but it's certainly the best compromise, I think, of the options in front of us. For me, the community space is a priority, and I'm pleased to see that this accommodates that. And I'm also pleased that C1 does allow for consideration of the two-story design, which I think is well worth considering. So all in all, well done by staff, and I'm hopeful that this will pass and we can proceed and move on with this. And I appreciate Mr. Lindsay's comment about not getting too much into the weeds. I recall a previous council where we wanted to debate the interior wall color of a fire hall, but I think those considerations will come to us in due course, and of course we'll want to be fiscally responsible. But let's, in the meantime, establish an option and move ahead with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm tempted to remark, though, it's too bad council hadn't paid attention to the door heights. Councillor Manley.
Thank you. Just a question for you to staff. What's the process we're going through with the public works yard? What was that called again? It's like where you're figuring out exactly what the costs are going forward.
Through your worship, the integrated design process is what it's called. So a little bit different than, there's this typical kind of model where you hire an architect to do a design and then you go out to tender and you get a contractor, versus a design build where you basically have that all as one tender, versus progressing to where we are today, which is really trying to get all of those people involved early, all of the contractors, all the different various components of a building involved at the early stage, so that they're involved in all of the decisions along the way, so that we come out of it with a good understanding of what the cost is to deliver the project, and much better certainty, rather than waiting to the end and going out for bid and hoping that you get something within budget. You build it from the start. So that's the process. The engineers probably won't be happy with my description of that, but that's generally the process that we're following for the Public Works building.
And is that a process that we can do for this building?
Your Worship, I think it's something that we could consider for all of our projects. I'm a little bit nervous about saying today, standing in front of you and saying it's the best option. I think it's something we can take away. I think as soon as we start into these buildings, whether it's a South End Community Center or buildings where you have other priorities or other parties that are involved in that discussion. It's probably an earlier step in design that involves input from more of those stakeholder groups before you get into that level of design.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, does staff know how much private funding went into the Steve Smith Bike Park?
Through the chair, I'm going to see if Ms. Osborne might have a response. No? Okay. Through the chair, we can look into that if that's something council would like us to respond to.
Okay. I just remember hearing a lot about that from somebody in particular who's talked about fundraising for that project. I'm very supportive of getting this project done. I think it's a great sport. I'm not a competitive kayaker, but I will tell you that when I do compete, it's against the wind and the waves and the weather. And I learned how to roll and self-rescue from a young guy that was trained at the canoe and kayak clubs. And he gave me the confidence to be out pounding the waves in the open ocean, battling the wind. And knowing that if I made a mistake, that I knew how to get back into my kayak and survive. And he was a smart young guy and a good instructor, and he was very well trained. So I appreciate that you guys are into the competitive sports. I'm not so much into that, but I do love getting out in the water, and I appreciate that it's a good opportunity for youth in the community for the rest of the community, and noting that we got an email today from somebody who lives their life in a wheelchair and has had access to the water through your facilities and through your work. So thank you very much for that. Thank you for your presentation. I am interested in this two-story option, but I really want to know what the costs are before we commit. And so if we're looking at option C, we're seeing a top dollar and hoping that I don't know whether we want to defer this any further till we get a more clear number, or we just move forward and get a report back on what deeper costs could be. But I don't want to spend more than that.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock, Hemmons, Armstrong, Eastern. Ms. Mercer, sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor Manley's question regarding Stevie Smith, we received about $133,500 in cash donations and $190.6 in kind, for a total of just a smidge over $334,000. Pardon? $654,000.
Thank you. Councillor Gesselbrock.
Thanks, Mayor. Picking out of the options, I like option C and C1 the best. I think that, if we can make it happen without overcomplicating it, that would be great. I genuinely am relieved that this is the direction that it's gone, and I appreciate everybody that took the time to slow the boat down and come to a better conclusion for the whole community. And I do feel there's a lot of community support for this. So thank you. I'm genuinely relieved. I've got to say, at this moment, money is tight, and there are competing priorities, and there's a few discussions that are going to be happening in the next couple weeks around potential investments that we'll be making. And I think with the motion how it is right now, committing the money that is committed with pursuing this option, I'm not prepared to do it today. I would like to have the other good discussions first before it happens, and so I definitely would support if others feel that way for a motion to deferral. But if not today, I'd be voting in opposition because I'd like a couple more weeks to look at different options. Thank you.
There's a motion to defer made by Councillor Gesselbrock, seconded by Councillor Manley. Any need for discussion on this? All those in favor? Councillors Manley and Gesselbrock, and those opposed? Councillor Armstrong, Councillor Hemmons, Mayor Krogh, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Perino, and Councillor Brown. And those in favor of the deferral? Motion doesn't carry. We're back on the main motion. Councillor Gesselbrock, is there anything further you wish to say?
Nope, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I think we've had lots of time with this, and I don't need to say anything that's already been said. I particularly appreciated the comments of Councillor Perino. Just gratitude to staff and gratitude for the community for being so vocal on this one. I'm in full support of C1. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eastmere.
Thank you. I appreciate the work that's gone into presenting these options, and I really appreciate the community that's reached out with support for option 1, or for option C1. I do feel like this is coming at a little bit of an awkward time because we're in the middle of our budget deliberations, and we do have other big projects coming down the pike, and so it is tough for me to support at this stage because it feels a little bit disconnected from other conversations that we're having about needs versus wants. And for me, all along at Loudon, my top priorities have been the public washrooms and safe and secure boat storage. And there was conversations earlier on when the paddling clubs were saying that those were really their priorities, and it's grown exponentially from there to include indoor training space and office space, and I do recognize the desire for those things. And we're looking to serve the needs of clubs that do interact with a lot of different local organizations and nonprofits and provide support and services to various groups and accessibility to the lake and to paddling, which brings a lot of joy and fulfillment to people. I will support today, but I know that we're going to have some really tough conversations ahead with projects that we don't have a choice on, and it's going to be tough to fund those things. Like, we're looking at a new RCMP station that the quotes for that are coming in around $250 million, and we know that our public works yard does need serious improvements. So those are going to be tough conversations, and when we have exhausted the money in our strategic infrastructure reserve for this project, it's going to be really tough. So it's not an easy decision today, and I really look forward to the paddling clubs coming with more fundraising, because the $100,000 commitment, that's less than 1% of this project, and I know you understand that that you're going to have to help us do some work on this, and I look forward to successfully applying for some grants to help us out with this. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brown.
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks for everyone for all their input, both today and previously. It's appreciated. I just want to say I fully support the option on the floor. I believe that we should continually pursue high quality athletic amenities for our community. I'm glad that we've been managed, it didn't come cheap, but we've managed to get to a place where there's a higher degree of comfort among a broader amount of folks with the project. So I think that's a big positive. And I really hope this project proceeds in a timely fashion with, obviously, I think everyone always says cost affordable, make it affordable and things like that. 100% support that, but I do believe, that's got to be in the greater context of a high quality athletic facility for our community. I would just say there's been a lot of those lately, and you can really see the payoff in dividends of like the amount of user groups using them, and the kids on the fields, the kids on the bike parks and all that. So I think that's awesome, and love to see more kids and people of all ages, but especially kids paddling in a great facility. And I was happy to hear a little bit about some ambitions there. So happy to support Your Worship, and I think we'll be able to figure out the rest of those projects. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate very much the delegations today and all the material that council's had before it from staff and others' advice on this. I'd be less than honest if I didn't confess a certain amount of surprise about the concept of deferring this for another day. It reminds me of what Justice Hutchinson said to council, and I was one of them in a trial once. He said it was time to fish or cut bait. If the performance of this and previous councils were any indication, the fish, the bait would have rotted a long time ago, the fish would be dead, and the lake would be dry. This is the time to get on with it with great respect. We have been told by staff that a significant portion, if not all of the monies, are available in monies that have been squirreled away by our very, very able previous councils with respect to those monies, and by our staff looking after the public finances very well, so that we now have an opportunity to finally build a facility on the lake, which, quite candidly, I must tell you, if it was available, I'd be going back to the lovely curved roof. I won't repeat the story about the old schoolhouse gallery, but I will remind everyone this is a public facility and it will be there a long time, and I'd much rather have an attractive building that people would come to Nanaimo and say, my goodness, this is a gorgeous thing to look at. You know, I look at the museum at UBC, the Museum of Anthropology. Lots of glass, lots of beams, lots of structure, and everyone wants to see it just for the sake of the museum, let alone its contents. So, having said that, I'm going to support this option because it is an important public building, it's an important public facility, and somewhere along the way, and I haven't heard it mentioned lately, although Mr. Eavis, I think, fairly directly approached it today with some of his remarks. Remember the list of user groups? The Child Development Center, the school district, Senamic, you name them, there's a whole pile of people. This is not some little facility for a small group of elitist rowers or something like that. And I must say, and I'm not speaking of what's been said today, but some of the stuff that's been sent to us, I have resented to no end the suggestion this is somehow a facility for elitists, as if someone who chooses to participate in a particular aspect of a sporting activity is somehow elitist. This is a good project. It needs to get done. It is time for some council, and I hope it's this council, to finally finish it. So, all those in favor of the motion? Councillors Armstrong, Eastmere, Hemmons, Mayor Crowe, Councillor Thorpe, Councillor Perino, Councillor Manley, Councillor Brown. Those opposed? Councillor Gesselbrock. The motion carries. Thank you very much. It is time for the afternoon break. We will reconvene at 3 o'clock.
Terminal Avenue is the gateway to downtown Nanaimo, and whether you're arriving from the north or the south, it's the first impression of Nanaimo's downtown. While the first impression isn't anything to celebrate yet, positive change is underway, growing from the efforts of grassroots organizations and the vision of Nanaimo's community. A better Terminal Avenue gateway is being created. In the early coal mining days, Terminal Avenue wasn't a roadway. In fact, it wasn't even land. It was a tidal inlet and regularly filled with ocean water. Throughout the coal mining days, the inlet was a depository for coal mining tailings. As time passed, the inlet vanished and new land formed. Through the 20th century, Nanaimo continued to grow, and along with it, the city's transportation needs. The corridor of new land became Terminal Avenue and a part of the Trans-Canada Highway, routing travelers through the heart of Nanaimo's downtown. Over time, more and more people came, more cars filled the streets, and we ended up with the highway-oriented Terminal Avenue that we see today. With the creation of the Nanaimo Parkway in the 1990s, a highway that bypassed the city, Terminal Avenue no longer needed to be just an auto-oriented streetscape meant to move cars quickly through the city, and new potential for the area came to light. In 2016, the Downtown Nanaimo Business Improvement Association, together with the city and the Ministry of Transportation, undertook Terminal Nickel Reimagined, a process that invited the community to help create a toolbox of ideas to improve the streetscape. Now those tools are being put to work, and that work began beneath the Bastion Street Bridge when it was given seismic upgrades. New art integrates with the bridge supports and adds a moment of color to the streetscape. Another step comes with the construction of a beautified streetscape and park spaces along Terminal Avenue between Esplanade and Commercial Street. Following that, a big stride forward will come with a new downtown transit exchange on Terminal Avenue, which will expand multimodal connectivity in the heart of downtown. And we're poised for a giant leap when Terminal Avenue streetscape upgrades are extended through downtown all the way to Stewart Avenue. Back in 2015, residents were asked to share their greatest fear for the future of Terminal Avenue. That fear? Nothing will change, and the challenge of achieving an active and attractive gateway to Nanaimo is insurmountable. Those fears were heard, and the challenge accepted. Today, we're reimagining Terminal Avenue as a walkable, green, and beautiful downtown street.
Hey, Tiana. Hey. This sure is the coldest rink in town.
Whoa! Yeah, buddy! Nice save, James!
Wow, your goalie is keeping you guys in the game. Cheers.
Oh, man, that's hot.
Sorry, that's the way I like it. Oh. Go, 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 go! Penalty shot!
Scalds from hot drinks are a leading cause of hospitalization for children under 5.
2 minutes, stand in the front, unsportsmanlike conduct.
Hot tea and coffee will cause serious burns to a child in less than a second.
Got it, kid? Use the lid.
This is a plug catch basin. We have 10,000 plus of these in the city of Nanaimo with over 600 kilometers of road. Maintenance staff can't be everywhere at once. So we don't ask a lot for the city of Nanaimo residents, but if they know that they have one of these catch basins, clear it off with a shovel or a rake. Do not use your hands. If this gets plugged, you could ultimately flood a neighbor around the corner, flood a road, which is prone to hydroplaning. And if you're lucky enough that you have a green bin, by all means, throw the compost into the green bin. And if you don't, throw it into a composting pile. It's just gonna make a lot of the roads much more clear once we have the debris lifted off. During a snow event, the catch basin can be plugged with snow. The resident knows the proximity of the catch basin. By all means, grab a shovel or a rake, don't use your hands, and clear it off again. This is ultimately going to save you from flooding, the road, or your neighbor. You know, as much as we want help cleaning the plug catch basins off, please do not assist us by trying to unplug a culvert. Call the city yard. They have 24/7 service. It's 250-758-5222. And also there is sandbags and sand available. Just bring a shovel.
While the future is promising, Terminal Avenue's rocky past has quite literally been holding it back. Over the years, planning documents and visioning projects have painted a promising picture of a Terminal Avenue lined with new multi-story buildings, shops, and residences. Unfortunately, the history of how this corridor came to be is the very thing holding such progress back. The story here begins beneath the surface more than a century ago, when Nanaimo was an active coal mining town. As coal was mined, other ore, minerals, and metals were extracted with it. The process that separated the coal from the rest of the material left behind a mix of crushed rock, metals, chemicals, and other waste. This byproduct is known as tailings, and these coal tailings needed somewhere to go. The solution? The tailings were regularly dumped in a tidal inlet, and there was so much material that the inlet disappeared. Over time, this corridor was developed and then redeveloped, ultimately becoming a highway lined with the aging single-story buildings and parking lots that we see here today. An overhaul of the area is needed, but the barriers hindering redevelopment and a more modern streetscape are threefold. Partners, including the Downtown Nanaimo Partnership and the City of Nanaimo, identified these barriers as the historic contamination, the highway-oriented streetscape, and the small, fragmented properties. In 2011, the former Downtown Nanaimo Business Improvements Association decided to start with the topic no one else wanted to discuss: historic contamination. Environmental regulations were tougher than ever, and that meant the contamination from coal mine tailings made new development too costly and too complex for any single property owner to address alone. The DNBIA brought together dozens of owners, and along with a BC Brownfield grant and a contribution from the city, they collectively funded a successful study on area-wide contamination. The results were brought forward to the province of BC, and effective changes to downtown development regulations were made. In 2014, an area-wide determination reduced the need to delineate historical contamination, and as of 2023, the province recognizes that a restrictive regulatory environmental standard does not apply to the corridor, removing the barriers that have been holding redevelopment back. While the city is actively working on streetscape upgrades, there is still more work being done in the background to reduce development barriers and create new incentives for developers. Indeed, a vibrant and appealing Terminal Avenue is on the doorstep of downtown Nanaimo's future.
There's a wing flutter of starlings, little specks that swoop low and then rise, gliding over cushions of air, like the gentle crest and trough of ocean waves, to fan out in oblivion. All is quiet and still again. You send ripples through still waters of ponds, making them glisten like 1,000 prisms, bathed in the brilliance of a fall morning. Come dusk, you blow harder, and the leaves of the sprawling oak tree pirouette and glide in the air like little ballerinas, then sink onto the ground below.
Chairman.
Yes.
We have the introduction slides. So these slide of the decision items for council that'll happen at the December 3rd meeting, so next Wednesday. But Ms. Fuller will walk you through each one of the slides that we have so far, and then we'll look for any other input from the committee and things to add at the end. So I'll pass it over to Ms. Fuller and she'll walk you through them.
Good afternoon. It's not the garden path or the Loudon path, but we'll go for it.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. As Ms. Mercer said, today is just an overview of the decision points. We're not looking for any motions today. We just want to introduce them all to you so that you have some time to consider the different options for a decision next Wednesday. And then, as Ms. Mercer said, at the end of the presentation, we will be looking for any direction for additional decision slides you would like us to add for Wednesday. So 2 business cases have been prepared and they are not currently in the financial plan. The business cases have been provided to you and they are also available on the budget page of the city's website for the members of public to have a look at. The first business case is for Luminous Pass Festival. Last winter, the city hosted Luminous Pass Nanaimo's 150 and Beyond. This free winter art festival animated Nanaimo's downtown during a typically quiet season and was the winner of the 2025 Creative City Impact Award for Culture Events from the Creative City Network of Canada. The recommended option is to add an annual winter festival with a budget of $86,000 annually with any sponsorship funding secured, reducing the overall cost for the city. For 2026, $12,500 in funding has been secured to date, so the estimated property tax increase of this option would be 0.05 in 2026 and 0.01 in 2027. Option 2 would be a smaller version of the annual event, and sponsorship funding would be used to increase the scope of the event rather than reduce the cost to the city. For 2026, as I mentioned, we do have $12,500 in funding secured already, so this would increase the budget to $62,500 for 2026, and the projected property tax increase is 0.03% for 2026. We also have a third option, and this would be to host the Winter Festival every other year with a budget of $86,000 with inflationary increases, and here the sponsorship funding secured would reduce the overall cost to the city. As I mentioned, we have the $12,500 secured in funding, so we're looking at a 0.05 in 2026 and a minus 0.04 in 2027, and that's of course because the budget would be for every other year. And finally, our final option is that we do not host an annual winter festival. Our second business case is from a direction from Council last September to prepare a business case for this budget cycle regarding long-term sustainable resources to improve active transportation networks. The business case includes 3 options for your consideration. Option 1, the recommended option, would involve staff bringing forward each spring as part of the financial plan development session that we have in June, the list of active transportation projects likely to be excluded from the draft financial plan due to funding constraints. The committee could then identify which projects should be considered for inclusion, and they would be brought back as decision points during budget deliberations. Our second option is to revise the annual $300,000 per year pedestrian unallocated program to an active transportation unallocated program for a 5-year term effective in 2026 and increase the budget to $500,000 with the additional funding coming from the Strategic Infrastructure Reserve. And option number 3 is no change to our current processes. Our next decision slide goes back to our road maintenance budget. So in January 22nd, 2024, at the Governance and Priorities Committee, the results of the asphalt level of service study were presented, and Council made a motion to consider increasing the annual road maintenance budget by $1.5 million during 2025 budget deliberations. A number of options were presented and deliberated by council during the last budget cycle, but ultimately it was decided to revisit this budget cycle and look at a phased approach. Staff believe that the recommended option presents a reasonable approach to keep cost impacts down, but also to continue to preserve pavement and management. The recommended option is to increase the budget by $750,000 over 5 years at $150,000 per year, and this would have an estimated property tax impact of 0.09% annually. Option number 2 would be to increase the road maintenance budget by the $1.5 million, but do it over 5 years at $300,000 per year. This would have an annual impact of to property taxes of approximately 0.81%. 0.18, sorry. And option 3 is no change to the road maintenance budget. Our next decision slide is the RCMP contract. Historically, the city has not budgeted for 100% of the RCMP contract due to a consistent pattern of vacancies. For 2023, up to and including 2025, we have budgeted at 92%. The draft budget for 2026 maintains this 92% assumption, increasing to 95% for 2027 onward. A few items to note is the collective agreement for RCMP members did expire March 31st, 2025. The budget does include a contingency for a new contract. However, the actual contract could, of course, be above or below that estimate. Council should also keep in mind we do have an RCMP contract reserve, and this is available to help fund contract shortfalls. The recommended option is to maintain the 92% that is currently in the draft plan. However, council could take a more conservative approach, and we could increase the budget to 93% or 95% of the contract. Both of those options would result in an increase to 2026 property taxes. In 2025, for the first time, the city introduced a negative wage contingency to the general fund to help minimize the annual operating surplus, given the higher rate of staff vacancies in recent years. The draft plan includes a $750,000 negative wage contingency again in 2026, consistent with 2025. If council prefers a more conservative approach, we could reduce this contingency to either $500,000 or eliminate the contingency. And of course, both of those options would result in an increase to property taxes. And finally, our last decision slide at this time is the implementation of the Health and Housing Action Plan. We have 3 options for you as outlined in the information report that was presented earlier. As well as I mentioned before, options 2 and 3 are funded from different funding sources, so council could choose to proceed with both options, or if option number 1 is selected, any remaining funds could be allocated as per option 3. So option 1 is the addition of temporary staff member for a term of up to 2 years who would lead and support social development projects and programs, conduct research and data analysis, and work with community partners. As this is a fixed-term temporary staff position, it would focus on immediate priorities, and the outcomes of this work would inform future staffing needs based on evolving priorities and available resources. This position would be funded from the unspent funds carried forward from 2022, less any amounts reserved to settle outstanding liabilities, so this option has no impact on property taxes. Option number 2 is similar to option 1, but rather than the position being temporary, it would be permanent. As a permanent position, this role would provide continuity and sustained leadership for long-term strategic priorities, ensuring ongoing process beyond immediate initiatives. This position would be funded by property taxation, and the projected 2026 property tax increase would be approximately 0.08%. And finally, we have option 3. As I mentioned, you could select options 2 and 3 as they are funded from different funding sources. As well, not all funds carried forward would be potentially allocated under option 1, so the balance of funds could be allocated to this option if council so chooses. For option 3, the unspent funds from 2022, less any amounts reserved to settle outstanding liabilities, would be carried forward to 2026 to support health and housing initiatives or programs. This option would prioritize direct services rather than upstream coordinations or systems planning. So those are the options that we currently have available for you. Now we'd like to open it up to the committee if you have any other options you would like us to bring forward for next Wednesday.
Councillor Armstrong, please.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to add a decision point to RCMP where the contract be budgeted at 90%. And just for council's information, I did reach out to Superintendent Rochette, and he has zero issues with that it won't be an issue at all. So just throwing that out for contemplation, and I think even then that would still allow us to still have savings to put into the reserve contract. Thank you.
It's not a bad suggestion, Councillor. It seems to me every year part of the surplus comes from the fact the RCMP never seem to be able to staff up for various reasons. No fault of their own per se, the detachment here, but simply a reality. Anyone else? Sorry, Councillor Brown.
Not a problem. Thanks, Your Worship. I emailed a little earlier today, but I would like to have an additional conversation with Mr. Lindsay first, but just in respect to the ENN lighting, the funds associated with that and some ideas on where they might be reallocated. So I need to refine that a little bit more after some conversation with Mr. Lindsay, which I have discovered I have time to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Manley.
Thank you. One of the other things in the presentation last Finance and Audit Committee meeting going back was Westwood Lake. So there's the next phase of that project. I think it was $2.3 million. I'm not sure where the funding was coming from that, but I'm curious about it, and I'm curious about whether we can put that off for now. I know there's a good paved path between the two beaches that makes it accessible as is. So I'm just curious about that. I'm not sure where the funds are coming from for that Westwood phase 2 or whatever it is. Phase 4, 3.
Okay. Through the chair to Councillor Manley, I think Ms. Fuller can give details about where the funding is coming from. And with regard to moving that down the road, I think that is obviously, the park is so well used without those improvements that if that gives council flexibility to do what they wish with other things, I don't see that it operationally will have a huge impact. Now, through the chair, of course, staff will be disappointed who want to see that move forward because we're trying to advance as much as we can, but we have plenty to keep us busy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other comments, no additional points. I'm assuming there's no question period, Ms. Vakar. For heaven's sakes, move adjournment before something pops up.
Wendy.
Oh, sorry, Ms. Fuller. Don't want to cut you off.
Through to the chair to Councillor Manley, Westwood Lake is funded majority by the funding from property taxes to projects. Now, of course, a portion of Westwood Lake Phase 3 is part of the proposed new DCC bylaws, so should that bylaw be adopted and the work hasn't been undertaken, that would change the funding source for a portion of the project to Parks DCCs and the General Asset Management Reserve. And the other thing I'd like to caution is if you wish to move the project out in the plan, we wouldn't recommend reducing the funding from property taxes to projects because that funding is based on our 20-year investment plan. We would reallocate those funds to a different project within the plan, and that would preserve money in other reserves. So, I mean, you could take it out and reduce property taxes, but that would not be my recommendation because of our 20-year investment plan and preserving that funding for projects. So it's really about, to me, it's about prioritizing which projects you would like to move forward, and then we can rejig the funding to your priority projects.
Okay, thank you. I just had a quick question actually about Luminous Paths as well. Whether a non-profit organization has been approached about maybe taking it on rather than the city doing it themselves.
Through the chair, I'll also defer to Ms. Osborne, but before that, I will say that staff have already acquired a few sponsors and aim to continue to raise sponsorship funding to offset council's investment. And through the chair, Ms. Osborne can confirm, but I do not believe we've looked to nonprofit to take that on. Over to Ms. Osborne. Thank you.
The reason why I'm asking is because sometimes I think it's more difficult for the city to find sponsorship than it is for nonprofit, but I'll
Ms. Osborne, please.
carry on.
Through the chair to Councillor Manley. Staff have put together a really wonderful overarching sponsorship package that has been received quite well without us actually really robustly going out and trying to market the program, because we didn't know for certain that we would be able to offer it, and have received quick response for our top sponsor of a $10,000 spot and then a second spot of $5,000. Staff will continue to, if council chooses to move forward with Luminous Path, then staff will work on that sponsorship and seek to receive it through the community. Staff are also working with Tourism Nanaimo and the Downtown Business Association to leverage granting opportunities through those sources. And as it continues to grow, we'll continue to look at what other cultural and event granting opportunities could be available for us to apply for.
Great. So if we do approve it, that it may not cost a tax increase. It could actually just come through sponsorship and other grant applications.
Yeah, through his worship to Councillor Manley, that's where the various different types of options are available on the screen, the different motions. Our Luminous Path is unique in that it's not just a light show, and it is an artist display of lighting, and so it is a little bit more of a like a curated type event, and that is the draw. That's what makes us unique, and that's what's made it an award-winning event.
Great. Yeah, I really enjoyed it last year, so thanks.
Thank you. Motioned on the floor to adjourn. All those in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you to